Hey guys. We'll be properly live in a minute. I just need to get my stuff set up.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Thanks for the resub, Gilson. I'll check that out in a bit.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Thanks, Kim. Look, I'll get it eventually, probably, alright? If anyone's wondering why I haven't been streaming as much lately, I am waiting to hear back about a new job, which I apparently have, but was expecting to hear about last week, so... I didn't want to get into a 10-hour stream and then get called in for a shift, but at the same time, they have yet to call me, so... question mark? If you see me disappear very rapidly today, that will probably be why, so... but... I think... Well, actually, what day is it? It's Sunday. Yeah, I might get called in, I don't know. I probably should have streamed yesterday, because I think I would have been safe streaming yesterday. What are you lunatics doing? Thanks, Josh. It's Saturday for you guys, but remember, I'm a day ahead of you. Yeah, it's Sunday here. It's Anzac Day tomorrow. But since it's a hospitality job, that doesn't really mean much when I get called in anyway. Only UK time is valid? I wish, dude. I fucking hate this time zone. It's so hard to sync up with anybody else. Oops, that was the wrong one. There we go. That should be the right scene. Hello, everybody. Good to see you again. Accidentally a whole game. I know you well enough, Gilson, to know that there are no accidents. Don't come at me with that shit. Let's leave it in optical for now. Frequency 2. As the title of the stream suggests, I am, like, absolutely fucked. I've had no energy to do anything all week, so... I might not be super high energy or super entertaining this stream. Bear with me. Artillery landing. Yep, there is artillery landing at the airbase. Oh boy. Not yet, Super. Not yet. Waiting to hear back from them. They were supposed to call me Friday afternoon, but nothing heard yet. So I don't know if they've just forgotten, or like if they're trying to cold shoulder me, or what.
They're already in the runway above.
.489
Okay,
outer.
I'm up. I'm gonna look for Artie. Okay, go.
89 outer.
No, they're not at airfield yet.
And then what was it? 995 for the inner marker. It's not really a rule so much as an accent.
I'm dead. I got shot down by...
The more north you go, the less vowels exist, whereas down south they tend to pronounce all the vowels. But like up around Moscow, for instance, it's just everything turns into a kanya, it's called. I understand a little. I'm not fluent. I'm not even close to fluent, unfortunately. That kind of talk starts wars in Eastern Europe. I'd be very careful if I were you, Super. Well, what is with that stuttering? Yeesh. Good morning, Vietnam. Where's the action?
More like good morning, Georgia. I think Cook might be fine, getting locked on the runway.
I think made all the fires in Russia recently, just funny coincidences. I don't know, to be honest. I have not been keeping track of the news for about a week now. I've been taking a short break from Hell World.
29 clicks out, go suspend it.
I mean, kinda, but kinda not, because I am supposed to be writing something about it. So, we're gonna have to catch up at some point. Air Defense Research Institute building was lost in a fire. Ooh. Ooh. That's some spicy shit. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was an accident. Those buildings do tend to have flammable shit in them, but maybe it was a very enthusiastic protest. Who knows? Yeah, chemical plants are hard to tell because those things are one bad day away from exploding anyway, but that is interesting. Very interesting.
2 at 5 and at least 2 targets at 114.
Oh, they do have
I
Tomcats up.
cannot shoot anything. I need to shoot ground targets.
Hot west. Hot west. Magic. F14 and 2F5 10647.
Wait, Strongman, give me the F5.
F5 the same position 108. But maybe try and Tomcat. 112411 Angels on the deck.
Okay. I see Tomcat merging.
Yes, almost. There's a 5 and
Yes,
to
yes.
the right is the Tom.
Okay, I don't have any missiles. I'm engaging Tomcat here.
Oh no. Go up.
Tomcat
go
shot.
up.
Tomcat missed. I'm merged. Tomcat flying into Sukumi.
Yes. You have one MiG-29 with what? 2 more and 5.
Okay, perfect.
I'm scrambling from Sukumi now.
Oh, Tomcat just slayed the, Tomcat just killed a pup. I'm on Tomcat, but I got no missiles. I got guns only, though.
Hey, Paula.
Tomcat shot.
Cheers to race up.
He missed.
Ah, okay, you are on the field of Tomcat. Wait him to come.
One engine's burning on the Tomcat. Got him with guns.
Good.
He's still up.
Another 500 feet.
I can't, yes, I see him, but I can't deal with that. I need to kill the Tomcat now.
Last one is going 1274 top.
Okay, I'm on Tomcat. Tomcat.
I'm on the F5.
Okay, get him.
I'm still a ways out, dude.
Tomcat ejected.
F5's rolling in behind you.
Magic.
Same.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, it's the other MiG he's on.
There's two F5s.
Yeah.
From the sea, second F14 gate.
Shit.
Rosman, Tomcat 16043, engines 1000, flanking left. Rosman, hard left.
Yep, I see him.
Go for Tomcat.
Still 2 F5s here I'll need help with.
You are fine, keep it. The Tomcat is slow. Use the brakes and...
No way Tomcat can fight. His left, right engine is down.
Okay,
No, this is his second one.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm getting an R60. I'm coming up in the air right now.
I lost.
Straight into fucking action,
2 F5.
Jesus.
Okay, I'll take off too.
Oh, straighten out.
Fuck, you died to a Tomcat, not to a F5.
Shit, I forgot the fucking switch. Please track. No. Missiles missed, I'm guns only.
I'm loading up my last R60. I'll be in the air in a minute.
I can't really do the one circle stuff. Oh shit, I forgot to arm my guns. There's the freeze. F5's right up me. Yeah, barely.
Alright, taking off right now.
I literally got merged with a Tomcat off the runway, my dude. I was not ready. Not prepared at all. Alright, I'm still behind the 14. I've actually armed my guns now. F5's probably still behind me.
I just took off. Coming in.
Hits! Oh, come on, she doesn't like this one circle shit at all.
Okay, I see you merge. I'm 10 clicks out.
Oh, don't freeze!
F5's not close on your 6, but still on your 6.
Yeah, I know.
They're very, very slow. 2 of them.
Yeah, I know.
Third one just joined. Third one just joined.
Fucking kill him then. Tomcat splash. Tomcat's dead.
Hold on. I'm 5 minutes, or not 5 minutes, I'm 5 clicks up.
Yeah, I can fight the F5s now. The Tomcat just went in.
Alright, good, alright.
I think that's my first Tomcat kill in this plane. Alright, I see the F5 right up my okay, 2 of them. There's number 3.
3 in total. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep him busy.
I don't know where the third one is, unfortunately, but I'm falling in on the... Oh, one of them just ripped his
Yeah. One sitting my deep 6, I lost sight of the other.
Okay, I got one on my 6, I'm gonna take care of your 2, and then you gotta get the...
Oh, both.
In the circle.
Both my deep 6.
Fox.
Good hit.
Okay, there's one more alive on my 6, and then there's one more alive on your 6.
Bro, the fucking aspect on that, what the fuck? Missile!
He missed.
I'm coming up.
Seen? Okay, I'm gonna deal with my guy. Okay.
No, I'm coming up.
I think he's... Perfect. I see you, I don't see your bandit, though.
He stayed low, I think.
Heading 235.
Oh, okay. Yes, okay, Sona is fishing him. Yes, perfect. Get him!
Shit, he forced an
I
overshoot.
got him on the missile.
I have one more, but
He's slow, he's stolen.
Fox.
I'm recommit. What?
Missile somehow missed?
Yeah, that should have fucking killed him. I'm diving back in.
Alright, see you. What is he doing, man?
he's going to the 5. I cannot catch
Oh!
I hit him.
Jesus Christ.
He's still going, but I hit him.
He's still up, yeah. Oh, you're gonna go into me! Oh!
Oh shit, sorry, dude.
We're fine. We're fine. Okay, I'm
Alright,
on him.
I'm gonna cut inside his circle, okay?
Okay.
Just watch out, because I might be coming across your nose again. Actually, he's yours.
He's down.
I don't see the other guy.
Done. He ran. Other guy ran.
No, something else behind you. Oh, it's another 21. It's Soman, I think.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
Fuck, that was a spicy one. Oh, I'm gonna quickly rearm since I just spent both my missiles and half my guns.
Yeah.
Tomcat pilots everywhere are bad, dude. They're even worse on Enigma's server. Like, this is the hard mode server where the challenge is, where, like, because the pilot skill's generally higher. On Enigma's server, the Tomcats are hopeless. There's, like, 1 or 2 really dangerous ones, but the majority of them are hopeless. Here we have maybe 3 or 4 dangerous ones, and the rest are hopeless. Also true, the MiG-29 pilots on both servers, they tend to be quite bad. Just because people don't understand how to use those aircraft. They use them like they're giant F5s or giant MiG-21s, which is not what they're there for. At all. Hey, Lush. Yep, what a time to join. So I took off as the airfield was being hit by artillery, and immediately got merged with 3 F5s and a Tomcat. I had to arm my guns while trying to avoid overshooting, which was an interesting experience. Had Tomcats kill me on Enigmas with Sparrows, exclusively fly me 8. Yeah, I like the MiG-29s will do that too. They'll get helicopters with R-27s. I don't know if it's so much them deliberately going for helicopters with them as they're just flying around in close combat modes, and that's the first thing it picks up, and they just fire at it anyway. But yeah, like, they do things they really should not be doing, like flying low and getting into mergers.
And watch out. That guy in Black Gate 5 is up again.
He's added a subtle turbulence to this mission. See the nose is searching around a bit.
There's one and 5 without wing.
Interesting.
And here was me thinking that was
Next
fixed.
to
Zach, I think we're basically in opposite ends of the, or like opposite sides of the runway at the same point.
We are, but your side just got already landed on it. Oh, I forgot that I ruptured my tire on the... Oh my god, Artie's hitting your side of the runway, watch out. I ruptured my tire on takeoff because I was so rushed to come help you.
Hey Angie, cheers for the gift subs, man. Appreciate it. New flight stick arrived? Not yet, but it should be here any day now. By here, I mean it'll go to my parents' place first, because I have most of my posts sent there, just because it's more secure and easier to do things that way, so it might be a week or so lag time after it gets here before I actually have it in my flat. Target speed 70, get the R27s out. I don't actually think the majority of people that fly the 29 on Enigma server realize that that is the target info displaying beneath your own. I don't know if the actual 29 should show that. I know it shows it for waypoints, I don't know if it shows it for targets. But in DCS it does at any rate.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
I figured out where that sound for the Gashar 23 comes from. It's not from any MiG-21 mods. It's not from the Mirage 2000 sound mod, which I thought might have been the culprit. It's from the Gripen mod. So the Gripen mod makes that gun sound like that, but it also makes the external sound for this gun sound like that, and several ground vehicle guns sound like that. So I'm probably going to have to either uninstall the Gripen mod or remove that specific... There is a SAM flying past me as I'm on final. This is concerning.
Yeah. I think there was a VIG and they just... We should have two Cubs here, so I'm surprised that they're not shooting.
Well, that's one of them engaging now, but it's, it lost one of its vehicles. So yeah,
We have one Cub, according to... Outlook. That's not very good.
Do that video on the 29 radar, maybe, I don't know when. I just got deleted. Was that shooting at me, or was that shooting at the guy behind me? It was shooting at the guy behind me. It's an F5. Yeah. Well, that's annoying. I think we'll move back an airfield. Oh, there's no 19 spawns at Gadara. That's kind of annoying. I just got popped on short final, I think it was an F5.
Yeah, it was that, well, yeah, that IKEA dickhead flies like 2 meters until we didn't see him.
The Shilka shot past me, I thought it was shooting at me, I was like, what the fuck is going on?
pounding our base.
We need to deploy some out by Sanaki so we can return the favor. Ideally rockets so we can just fucking wipe the runway in one fell swoop. Hey Saber.
I have no missiles on board, I'm just trying to find, like, ground targets. Oh, we got a JTAC searching.
What was the... 489 and 995?
Oh, the 3-ship of the RAF guys are flying. That looks really cool.
Our Russians are back. I hadn't seen them for a while.
Still looking for some damn ground targets.
Good luck, Paula. May your Saturday night be as boring and uneventful as possible. If you put exclamation mark song or exclamation mark playlist, yeah, there you go. This playlist is mostly compilations, so it'll give you the compilation but not the specific song. So I had a bit of a, shall we say, strategy discussion with Alpin the other day, and there have been a few proposals to see if we can kind of rekindle the population a bit. One of them is we just need people to get on, particularly on the weekends when people actually have the time. I mean, you guys know when the server's active, it's around this time on the weekend. Even if there's not many people on, the more people actually join, the more people will sort of organically snowball the pop. So if you guys have a couple hours spare on the weekends and you want to play some DCS, you know where to come to. But anyway, some of the ideas were, Mikara suggested we remove weapon restrictions on like one of the missions and the F10 map restriction just to see if that brings in more people. Because in particular, like I've spoken to a lot of people who are like, oh, I really like the idea of Alpin's server, but like I'm scared, I'll get lost, I don't know how to navigate without F10, or for instance, one of Tricker's common criticisms with the server is he really has trouble keeping track of which weapons are restricted on which missions.
At the end of the runway?
Because I got shot down there by a F5 crawling in the weeds. Also the airfield's under periodic artillery attack. So that was one of them, was just remove the restrictions for one mission in the rotation and see if that actually does bring people in, like they claim. You know, a lot of people say, oh, I want to play there, but this is to find out if that but is actually genuine or not. The other idea which I had was that we bring back more of the older Caucasus missions, because, you know, a lot more people own the different maps now, but it's still not everyone. And I think by bringing back some of the older missions, it might kind of generate a bit more interest, because some of the missions we've got in Cycle now have been played to death for the past 2 years. So, I've got the most recent, which is like 2 years old now, version of one of my favourite missions from back in the day. I'm going to, at some point, edit that to change the weapons and some of the airframes and stuff. So the idea is we're going to possibly remove restrictions on one mission, and then any mission which I edit, it's probably going to go the opposite direction and go like R55s, R3S, AIM-9B only sort of thing. Like really janky, shitty missiles. Just to see if that interests people, because it certainly interests me, and I've noticed on, you know, particularly on Enigma's Discord, whenever 9P5 talk comes up, people are like, 9B, 9B. So, you know, I doubt it's going to happen there. We may as well make it happen here in a couple missions. Alpin did have a few missions like that previously, but because the 9B wasn't working properly back then, it wasn't really as fun as it could be. But now it should be really good, because they're, you know, the 9B is pretty much on par with a 3S. Their drawings on the map now for the objectives, those haven't been done yet, but we could probably do them if we go back and edit some of the missions. A lot of... Oh, I'm lucky I didn't lose the fucking tire there. A lot of the missions on this server are very old, like some of them upwards of 5 years old, and the changes that get made to them are typically things like what aircraft or weapons are available. So a lot of them haven't had new game features added to them yet, like the drawing on map. But that's definitely a good call, we should do that too. Hey Bagel.
I'm fine.
Going good. Catch you later, man. Big issue with Alpin's prior to embarking on the ECW project was by the time I got on, everyone was logged off. Yeah, well, that's the unfortunate side effect of not having that many players in North America. Most of Alpin's server population comes from Europe. It's very noticeable, because when the Europeans go to bed, the server drops off quite quickly. No consistency between missions, so unless you play there all, you have no idea what... My man, let me introduce you to the briefing screen. So if you actually cycle through these, you can scroll in on the images. I didn't even know you could scroll in on these images until like 6 months ago, but you can. So you've got your full briefing. If you scroll down, it'll actually give you by airframe what to do. It gives you the airframe quantities, server rules, obviously. Some missions have much more in-depth briefings, particularly if there's like a certain target you need to hit. There'll be pictures of it, like aerial reconnaissance sort of things of it. So, if you're confused and you don't know the mission, just open the briefing, have a quick skim, and you'll learn it pretty quickly. That's how I know a lot of the missions. Like, obviously some of them I've played so many times, I just figured it out on my own, but a few of them I just... First time I played it, brought up the briefing, had a quick look through, and after a few rounds it kind of sunk in. The meta for the mission, look at the briefing, get the just, but then experienced player says, hey, beware of Kataisi, because shit. Speak of the devil. Our radar coverage is really crap. No idea what's behind me or where it is. That might be air defense, maybe. I honestly don't know. I got called merged and then nothing. It's fine, Tempest. I never saw them anyway. I just got a fucking blind merge call and then that was it. It might have been Billy again. Oh, hello. Oh, hello! That's an L39. Hey, L39, just a heads up, I got a merge call right here, but I never saw what it was.
I turned it inside.
He does realize I'm a MiG-19, right?
Negative. It's a MiG-21. MiG-19.
Yeah, that's me in the 19.
Copy.
Either there's a Hawk site back there, or somebody is, toying with me. Yeah, they look absolutely the same. Completely the same. No difference at all. Look, as far as a metagame goes, if you know which objectives are actually in play, that's usually good enough. There's only a few players that kind of have a metagame as such. And usually it's for the ground forces stuff. So usually you can get away with just knowing what the AO is. Remember around blue team has 2 wings, it looks the same. Yeah, really. Do you ever fly anything else in Gen 1? I usually fly 2s and 3s. But yeah, no, like, I sometimes fly modern stuff. I haven't streamed modern stuff for like over a year at this point, I think, but I do fly the Hornet from time to time. I fly the Mirage 2000 when I get the chance, because I really like the 2000, MiG-29 as well. But no, I mostly fly the older stuff. If there was, I mean, with Enigma server there kind of is, but if there was like a better home for the Mirage 2000, MiG-29, F-14, those kind of planes, that didn't depend on active radar homing bullshit, I would play them more often. Like, the Tomcat with Phoenix is one thing, but just say the environment of GS or whatever, where it's, you've got 120s flying every which way, SD-10s, it's just no fun. I don't enjoy modern BVR at all, so... When I do fly the Hornet, it's... Occasionally I'll go on GS and... Well, I used to go on GS and Flight. I haven't been on that server for like almost a year. But yeah, I used to go on servers like Trolling Thunder and Blue Flag 80s and fly it there. Hornet with Sparrows only is pretty fun. Didn't see that. I'll have to check, Tycho. I haven't checked the Discord. But, that's some Chad shit, my man. Chad shit.
On the position where is this near the hill, there are units building the same side.
Yeah, I see missile trails from there.
If someone wants, you can attack their wall. I hit something with guns, so maybe they aren't able to shoot the missiles.
Yeah, Sparrows on the Tomcat are fun. Still fiddling with the Goose in Misfits. Hey, the Goose is a nice plane. I got the Widgeon the other day. I was flying it with CCM yesterday when he was doing some Shetland stuff. I really like the Widgeon. It's comfortable. It's got that cozy vibe. I was saying it on his stream, it reminds me of my grandma's basement. It's got the same fucking colour scheme. Like the really dense pile fucking acid green carpet they used to use in the 60s. It's a vibe, man. It's a vibe. I got some sort of ground forces off my nose, but I can't tell whose. I assume theirs, because I see a 29 strafing it. It's a Hawk site. Oh yeah, it's a Hawk site.
Yeah, there were 2 UAs in there. They dropped something.
I shut down one here now.
Just don't kill the crate. I put like 3 miles north, well, like 5 clicks north of that. That's a cube.
The 29's really not ideal, or not 29, the 19's really not ideal for strafing because you have to put in so much rudder to get it to turn. Like, to try and line up the nose on target if there's any sort of crosswind or anything, and the 19 has no rudder authority at all at high or low speed. See a ground unit firing. Bradley, maybe? Yeah, it's a Bradley. Hello. Cheers for the bits. Oh, no, I don't want any of what you're selling. Oh, he hit me. Did he hit anything super important? Maybe some wing damage. Doesn't look too bad. I think the 29 might have gone down. There's a Bradley moving towards that Hawk site.
Hey, hey.
Hey, Retzi! Thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Good to see ya. Okay, that one's destroyed. Oh, I just got deleted. Biggin. Our radar coverage is so shit. I have no idea where he came from. I'll hop in attack commander and see what we got on the ground. Make sure the radio is on the right channel, which it wasn't, because it never is when I swap roles.
Rip.
Rip indeed. Cheers to the bits. Sniff it. Soman, off your nose, tracking northwest, F5. On the deck. Proof you have 2 Vigans, one on your nose, tracking southwest, one tracking southeast. Soman, lost sight on your Vigan, or sorry, your F5. Vigan now 267 for 13, tracking northwest, engage friendly MiG-15. Soman, Vigan now 290 for 10. F5 there also. Second Vigan hot on you, 284 for 8. Altitude 200 climbing on your 1 o'clock.
I was shot down.
Is that... You said he was shot down. Is that a... No, okay. Vigan is cold. Speed 900, accelerating. Anyone at Sakumi, heads up, you have an F5 coming in the weeds, about 30 kilometers out still. Vigan's mission in this server, it varies from mission to mission. Some missions it's specifically to do ground strike or anti-shipping. Other missions it's mostly used as air-to-air. Fuck. We've got 2 Vigans and an F5 incoming to Sakumi now. Our radar coverage also is kind of crap down towards Zugdidi. Nothing in the air. One, 6, 7. One, 6, 6 for 8, but they're way down in the weeds. I'm not going to see them from up here, probably. Oh, maybe I will. I don't think it's going to get tone on them. They're too low. Down there somewhere. Yeah, there he is. Probably heading home. Annoying. We have basically no cap up at the moment. Oops. Our BMPs are in kind of crappy places as well. Why is this on autopilot? Still no engine sound on the BMPs. That was broken about 2 patches ago. Not sure how, but it was. We need more air defense, and we need better radar coverage. That single EWR we have can't see very far south. No, the F-135 is 8 inches wider in diameter, 20 inches shorter, weighs 1,500 pounds less, and puts out more than twice the rest of the R-15 B300. I'd be surprised if it didn't. The R-15's pretty old tech. It's also surprisingly not that powerful if you compare it even to contemporary engines. So for instance, if you compare it to the Viggins engine, the RM8 actually puts out more power. I believe also at high speeds the R35-300 puts out more as well, although the R35 is a newer engine. World War II in DCS is, I would agree, it's less popular, primarily because it lacks a lot of content. So it's getting more, but you have to buy the World War II assets pack if you want to have most of the like ground targets and stuff you would have in World War II. There's not that many World War II aircraft, and the ones we do have aren't a good match for each other. So, for instance, having a sort of mid-war Spitfire and then a last gasp of the Reich 109. So, it's a bit of an odd situation. It's not as fleshed out as IL-2, so most people just still prefer IL-2. God, they have so many Viggins. They're probably carrying mass to do some air-to-ground shit, if I had to guess. Can I have control of my turret back, please? Combined arms. I fucking hate this bug. I have no turret control at all with either mouse or stick. Oh, there we go. Now it's woken up. That gets me killed so often. There are so many persistent bugs with combined arms, it's not even funny. Which is a shame, because combined arms, you know, could have a lot of potential if ED actually sunk the time and effort into making it not shit. Yeah, and that is fair. At high mark numbers, the R-15 basically is a breath away from becoming a ramjet, so it does develop a lot more power. Haha, not today, bot. Get the fuck out of here. For everything about DCS World War II except the fact there's so little interest in server population, yeah, we need a larger plane set. Yeah, I mean, I like IL-2, but I haven't played it for a long time, and often when I do, I'll play it for a day or two, and then I'll get bored. It's not because it's bad or anything, it's just that not having that extra layer of interaction with my aircraft really bothers me. So, like, I'll need to fiddle with some specific system. In DCS, if I know where that is in the cockpit, I'm good to go. In IL-2, I have to remember some esoteric bind for it, if it's even modeled. Which is really annoying to me. Really, really annoying to me. For the same reason I really don't enjoy flying FC3 stuff that much, except the MiG-29, because it's such a joy to fly. And the Su-25, because the Su-25's cool. But like the other FC3 stuff bores me to tears. The other thing with IL-2 is the flight models are interesting, and if you have kind of an analytical sort of min-maxi mind, it's very easy to get them to do bizarre things. Fucking Vigan hanging around right here. Oh, there's a Hind there as well. The Hind's trying to kill him, I think. Is he turning into me? I usually don't use the lock-on thing, but whatever. Not that it's giving me a aim marker anyway. Oh, he's low. Please turn towards me and get closer. Yes, that's the shit right there. I think I missed. I really need to not be using the gun sight for that. It's too zoomed in. And that's how I wasted all my AP ammo. Works best when they get really low and slow and start turning, because then they're basically hanging in the air. Makes some nice easy targets. Comms has got real silent all of a sudden. Am I still on the right frequency? Yeah, no, I was toggled to transmit on intercom because the hat that I use for push-to-talk is very sensitive. But I should have still heard them. Salty 74 for 10. That other Vigan. Oh. There he is. The fucking train lines are breaking line of sight. The trees are gonna break line of sight. Yep. I love how some radars see through trees and others don't see them at all. It's fantastic. Hot brass, steer, 1308, 2 times Vigan, hot.
Roger.
Now 150 for 5, merged on your right wing. One's hot, headed for your tail, the other one is flanking northwest. Brake hard, he's fired. I think he just ate that missile. Shit. Oh, Strela, what are you doing? And it's reloading, for fuck's sake. We really need some more cap in the air, guys. Hot brass, you've got one behind you. Take a shot now and then evade. Fuck. Guys, we have like 5 aircraft inbound to Sakumi and absolutely 0 fighters. We need fighters airborne now. APOC, there's a F5 hanging around it, and there's no air defense left to cover it. Did he finally figure out how to turn off the aim indicators? Because on the one hand, that's good for ground vehicles, but it fucks up the Shilka because it should have one. Or the Shilka shouldn't even need to be fucking aimed. This thing's actually radar guided, unlike the Vulcan, but without that aim indicator, I can't judge lead on the Shilka. Where the fuck did everyone go? We need fighters. We have none. Three ship F5 inbound to north of Sakumi. have no proper air defense. Can we sling shilkers in this mission? Oh, not shilkers, Strellas in this mission.
I'm not sure, I'll check.
Because that's what we urgently need.
Yeah, no, only cubes and shield gas.
Oh, of course. F5 coming into strafe, Sakumi. Billy flies so fucking low that there's no time to react at all. Three ship F5s heading to the FARP. And a Vigan. Out of range. Way out of range. Three ship F5s coming straight to the FARP. Correction, they're going for the EWR on top of the mountain. Fucking thing. No, why do you do this? Go back up the hill. And it won't. Okay. It's out of range anyway. Fuck's sake. One of the Vigans either just faded or crashed. Why do we have no fighters? Like, there are red player. What the fuck is this guy doing? JJ Cop, if you're on frequency, I don't know where you're going, but there's nothing up there for you, my man. Turn around. We're gonna have no MiG-29 airframes left if he does that. Just to make things even better. Pulse jets, based or not? Pulse jets are pretty cool. Planes feel like they're on rails. The minus 50 angle of attack FW-190 is a classic. What do you mean? He's defecting. Yeah, he is. The problem is he's gonna lose that aircraft, and we have a very limited supply of MiG-29s. Which we're going to lose one of because of that. I'm going to drop out of TACCOM. There's absolutely nothing I can do here. I'm going to get into MiG-29 if we have any left.
Ross, before you switch gear, can you see, this is Pizza 55, am I? Can you see a crate somewhere near me? I'm looking for my cub site, can't find it.
I can't see helicopters, remember. I see a crate. If you look at the Cub radar marker, it's southwest of that. 217 for 1 kilometer.
Copy, thanks. I don't know, we couldn't see choppers anymore in here.
Yeah, it was to stop people from ganking helicopters during low population when there's no fighters around.
I like it.
It just makes it a little more difficult to organize things occasionally. But needs must, as they say. Am I in the wrong slot? Yes, I am.
On my crate finally.
29. I think we are indeed out of MiG-29s. And our last one is being flown off to fucking defect.
The hunt for Red October all over again.
He's not going to be reading chat. Yep. There goes our last 29. I may as well not bother taking the R3Rs because everyone on blue at the moment is flying less than 50 meters off the ground, so they won't be any kind of use at all. We'll just go for the 60s. I don't even need that switch because I'm not carrying R3Rs. Big brain moment. Not bad.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
I kind of wish, and I'm going to be a horrible elitist for saying this, but I kind of wish there was a way to whitelist the MiG-29 and Tomcat slots to regular players. Like, people who are frequently on this server and actually on comms and know what to do. Because the number of missions that have been ruined by somebody that has no clue, has not read the briefing even, and just takes the plane and flies it completely in the wrong direction, runs out of fuel and disconnects midair. It's ridiculous the number of times that happens. And there's no way to solve it at the moment, because, I mean, even if you kick them from the slot, it despawns the aircraft anyway, so you still lose the airframe. It's just really irritating. Really, really irritating. Hey, Steve. Alpha needs to assemble... Alpha needs to script a scramble, I can read. Script a scramble, a squadron of MiG-31s hunt for border violators, yeah. But you still lose the aircraft then, like... Well, I mean, there's not gonna be server pop if, you know, missions are kind of ruined by people just flying off into the fucking sunset, you know what I mean? Like, I'm already cracking the shits with this mission, and this mission, like, this is a mission I like. I'm already cracking the shits with it because we have basically no air defense left. We have pretty much no fighters, even though there are people on the team. And now this, like... And the cockroaching. The cockroaching's getting worse. So I wasn't streaming, but I was playing on the server the other morning. Me and the 475th guys were on red, Makara as well, and then the Iriaf guys were on blue. I saw them once. I saw them once in like 2 hours on the server because they were literally flying 20 meters off the ground or less the entire time. So I had one fight. One fight. And if I was a less patient person, I would have just disconnected and gone somewhere else, because there was nothing to do. Because there was never a single radar call out for them except that one time. And anytime they got a radar call out that suggested I was trying to find them, they would just fly away. So, I mean, I don't know, dude. There needs to be some way of forcing people off the ground, because the real kind of min-maxy cockroaching hide from radar shit is not fun.
There's a vegan thing low. South of our 5 eastbound.
Yeah, they're basically using that, the sort of valley south of the EWR as a staging ground. They're just circling around there.
Got to check 124.
Loud and clear.
So what's the situation? What do we need?
We're fucked. We have no real air defense. They're pretty much hanging around Sukumi, and there's not much we can do about it. We don't really have many fighters, and our last MiG-29 flew off to the sunset at an upper, not on comms, not reading chat.
Damn it.
And he then disconnected.
Mm-hmm.
I want to start looking MiG-29s and F-14s for several regulars. What do you think?
Yes, please. Please, please, please.
Yeah, we just need a good number of players, their IPs or maybe names. Oh, IPs better.
So you can do it. That's good news.
Yeah, right now no MiG-29s left. Maybe next time. Hot brass, I'll copy.
Over comms.
Cool, hot brass, you're basically alone. You've got 3 F5s code 125, 17.
Raja from the Ha-29. Oh, the Iraqi ones? Yeah.
Henry Bradley.
The F-1EQs had some really neat capabilities.
Bradley south, southeast of the FOB, 8 kilometers. Hot brass, the 3 F5s are turning hot. 100, 12 clicks on the deck. Left turn. Hey, I took a long time, man. The VMP2 is a little bit far away from that, Bradley.
Skedaddle.
No MiGs out Skedaddle, what's number? I see you taking off from Sochi.
I just grabbed the first slot I saw. I can switch next time I respawn.
Yeah, we've got 18 MiG-21s at Skedaddle.
I was flying out of Sukumi in the 19 before, but I was getting merged pretty much as soon as I took off, so...
Hot brass, check left side, 3 F5s, 2 clicks in the right turn. Apple 10 right.
Do they have any ton packs? I think they're out. Good news.
Hot brass nerved on your 6 as well. That's a hit-on shot, hot brass.
in good news, I think we ran them out of Tomcats as well.
Alright. Apple 115, 13 clicks, F5 on the deck, hot. Hot price down, we lost him.
What's that block flying? 21.
Last one, just go to Sakuni, assist Apple.
Yeah, on the way.
Moving that K50. Banzo, how copy? Banzo, if you hear me, I'll hear you. Banzo, just south of you, 3.5 clicks, enemy Bradley. Africa lost your bandit, he's flying very low.
By the way, for all the people that think the MiG-21 has short legs, that same mission where the Iriaf guys were practicing their lawn mowing skills, I was holding in a high orbit waiting for something to get pulled out. I was orbiting for nearly an hour. I just had a single 800-litre belly tank. I was airborne for an hour and 5 minutes, including 10 minutes at low altitude at no power, so 21 doesn't have short legs, you just need to actually use it smartly.
Unmarked. Okay, I put the marker there. Check the map, it's 15 clicks, east of
Just need to use it smartly and the fuel will last for days, just like the MiG-29.
Apple on your nose, 3 bandits coming in hot, 10 clicks. They're turning cold, Apple, check 11 o'clock. Apple 060, 7 clicks, 3 F5s on the deck, flanking right to left. Maximum assist Apple at 095, 40 clicks.
09530.
Apple, you should see the bandits on your nose cold, 3 of them. Apple's firing. Run down, nice.
It's the Iriaf guys. 3 ship and oblivious.
You should see a crash, 30 clicks.
Their situational awareness is not the best.
We lost Apple. Alright, 1 F5 down, lost 1, 2 F5 left.
Yeah, I think I see the smoke.
Roger. Okay, you're alone with 2 F5s.
How far is that Bradley from the FOB? I'll just send it there. Might be able to take him out with rockets.
It's marked on the map. Check out, just southeast of the,
Oh, I kinda wish I brought some R3Rs now. I always end up wanting them. Every time I don't bring them, there's finally a chance to use them. Tally 2 radar. Wish I brought an R3R.
You're the R3R guy.
Yeah, I figured they're all flying literally in the weeds today, so may as well not bother, and now they're actually climbing up. Not yet.
105's flying southwest, the other one faded.
I got one of them locked. They were pretty close together when I last saw them both.
Copy. Okay, one bandit is going cold, range 8 clicks. On your 1 o'clock.
Climbing up to engage one.
On your 6, Ross, defend, on your 6, second bandit, on your 6. Keep turning, the other one is going cold, forget about it.
Yeah, I see the missile shot. Baited me.
I lost him, he's still on your 6.
He went under me, I lost sight of him though.
There he is, left side, check, 8.
I'm inverted.
Copy, he's on your 7, on your 6. On your 6.
He should be way below me. He kind of overshot beneath.
Yeah, I figured. If you're inverted, then it's just not accurate what I'm saying.
I don't see him.
Are you still inverted?
No, I'm right way up now.
Copy, you're in the right turn, okay. I don't see him.
I'm getting locked. Oh, he's right behind me, that's why. I'm going to take him vertical.
Sakumi is west of you, 25 click, that's all.
Just gentle motions with the wings to try and throw his aim. He's hopefully going to stall here in a minute. Fuck. And the way that thing can point its nose when it's stalled out. Jesus Christ. There goes my engine. That's ridiculous. He had no airspeed, and he just held the nose on me like it was nothing. Fuck, I wish my flight model was as broken as that. I mean, the F5 should be pretty stable at high angles of attack. That's why it has the leading edge extensions, but they just pull their nose with no risk. And then complain that the F5's not a good fighter. Like, are you serious, dude? The one way I should be able to defeat it when it's behind me is take it vertical, and he just sits there stalled with no issues. Like, you could see him wallowing a bit, but he just kept pulling the nose. Like, he just kept pulling. Didn't affect him at all. DCS F5 is also physically impossible to spin. So remember that time the guy complained about the 21, saying the flight model was a UFO because it doesn't spin like a Tomcat? He should fly the F5, because that thing, like, the 21 will tumble. The F5 literally will not spin, no matter what control inputs you give it, what regime of flight you get it into, it does not spin. Cannot do it. I followed the instructions from the F5 flight manual on how to spin the aircraft, which is a prohibitive maneuver, but it tells you, like, if you do this, it will spin. I followed those instructions, and it did not spin. Don't even know if that's going to work without power, but plane's burning anyway. I don't know, dude. Oh, Silent Eagle's in there? Was there a 29 slot left, or is he just trying to see if he can get one? I don't know, dude. The more I try and defeat F5s that get behind me by taking them vertical, the more I realize there's no point, because they can just sit there. Doesn't matter what their airspeed is, they just sit there. Like, you don't even matter. We'll take the R3Rs this time, I think. We might actually need them. That was the self-destruct for the IFF, yeah, that red covered thing.
And ammo truck would be fine now. Maverick, how copy?
Yes, Maverick, confirm.
Alright, Maverick, you got an F5 coming your way. He is 10020.
Into realization, Sally's kind of dumb. Trace my hand, she'll be staring right at them. Put them down right in front of them, she'll look everywhere except... Aww. My dog's a bit like that. She's not the sharpest tool in the shed.
So take.
How's it going, Alpha?
Oh, good. How are you, man?
Fine, for the most.
Great. Maverick, update on your nose. 14 clicks, F5 on the deck, hot.
Copy.
quite populated tonight, eh?
I just arrived, no idea how it was before, but yeah.
Oh, plenty of people for the last 2 or 3 hours. Also,
Okay.
yesterday afternoon was pretty crowded as well.
Afternoon.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon.
Maverick, turn left. He's on your 9 o'clock. He's driving west. Keep turning left, you will see him. Check left side. Line low. Check 11 o'clock, Maverick. He's on the left. Check 10. Check 10, Maverick.
I was in fucking emergency burner when I did that too.
Keep turning left.
I don't know, dude. I don't think an F5 should have been able to keep up with that
Very, very
quite so
low.
easily.
Altitude 30 meters, very low.
They do have the, like, because I know they can pull high angles of attack pretty stably, so you've got to stay above them long enough to avoid that. That's why he's doing those little jinks to get him to kind of waste his nose authority trying to pull lead.
Maverick, check 11
But it just kept
o'clock.
coming.
Turn on the left turn.
It just kept coming, like, what the fuck? Oh, man.
I see it.
Right, keep faded. I lost him. Keep your eyes on him.
Flight 10 just got shot down by a Bradley or something 2 clicks out of Sukumi, vector 109.
Yeah, they probably would have a Bradley there by now. He was moving one up about half an hour ago.
109 out of Sukumi, we've got BMB2s there. That's impossible if he sneaked in.
Literally 2,000 meters from the runway, and I'm struggling to maybe bring the bird back.
Okay, I'll keep watching out. I don't see. I have a lot of ground units here. I don't see.
It's also possible it was Billy in the F5.
No, Billy's merged with the L39 right now.
Okay.
Maverick, check left side, F5.
Billy's been hanging around sniffing me like a bad smell, so that would be my first suspicion for unexplained deaths there.
F5. 11 o'clock, Maverick. 10. Merge, Maverick, left side.
Yes, but it is.
Copy, stay on.
Magic Pizza, I'm looking for Bradley, southeast of the fob. No joy yet.
Yeah, the marker is accurate. We just faded again. Maverick also as Vigan is joining the fight, but the Vigan is flying more. Your F5 is on your 11 o'clock cold. Silent Eagle, how copy?
F5 is too fast.
Copy, Silent Eagle, I didn't hear you, but good to see you, man, long time. Jeez, what's going on tonight? Silent Eagle, Apple? Everybody's back or what? Maverick 09010 clicks, F5 and Vigan on the deck cold. You're not gonna catch up.
Copy. 090.
On your nose, range 12 clicks, they're running. Rustman, Silent Eagle is in a MiG-29, so we're not completely out of those.
Might have just been the other slot, because when I tried to slot up, it wasn't putting me in it.
Let me check. Okay, currently 0 MiG-29, it's the last one. Maverick, check 3 o'clock, F5, 3 o'clock, 6 click. He's flying west.
Something I wish that the Combined Arms
Top speed overtime.
GCI had
Hey, Silent.
is I wish that it didn't show friendlies if they weren't in radar coverage. Because at the moment you can magically see all friendlies, whether they're in coverage or not. Not being able to see them if they weren't might make it a little more
4 o'clock.
difficult for people to fly 5 meters above the ground but still have perfect GCI. And that would affect both teams,
On your 2 o'clock.
which would be good.
Hot. 2 o'clock, hot, 2 click. Check 2.
I might have to figure out if I can suggest that feature somewhere, because I think it would help a lot. Not seeing missiles as well, yeah, for sure.
You faded, Maverick.
Or at least an option to disable that.
Maximum assist at 120, 60 click.
He splashed.
Oh, okay. What do you mean splash? Broke his wing?
Yes, he probably hit the ground.
The machine's not the time to break its wings, but okay, I'll take it. Okay, the F5 is gone, the Vigan also gone, faded at least.
That would make life a lot harder for everyone, so I'm not sure how much people would support that. That would also kind of neuter my ability to fight people because I'm blind, but I think at least not being able to see friendly aircraft that are out of radar coverage would be a big help, because that will get people off the deck. Like, I don't really care if GCI can micromanage people, but this shit where everyone, like what I'm doing now, where everyone flies super low in this server, and even on an English server, although there's more incentive there to climb up, it's annoying. Because it makes it much harder to spot people, it makes it hard to do anything with air defense, because there's no warning. Like, you saw what Billy was doing earlier, coming in below the trees. The Shilkers can't even engage, because the Shilkers are blocked by the trees. So, there's something to get people off the ground. It makes it much more interesting when people are flying instead of skimming, I think. It depends. Not all Cold War flying was low level.
Right now, picture is clear. Got the L-39 holding the line. Nothing else coming to the helicopters should be safe from whatever task they're performing.
Fucking Bradley killed me.
Again, southeastern Bobs. The marker is accurate. Where's Roger, where are you taking off from?
$2,000, that's more like it.
Roger, you copy?
I wonder if they do have a Tomcat left then. Nope, just high flying F5.
Yes, Apple, the BMP-2 is moved, but it's far away and
No, Vietnam was not low at all. A lot of flights over Vietnam were quite high. Even once the SAM started appearing, they would drive aircraft down into the AAA, but typically flights in Vietnam were done kind of medium altitude, like 10, 15, 20,000. The Vietnamese flew low, you know, because they kind of had to.
What's on my left? Something was planned on my left.
On your left, nothing, I see nothing. You gotta check it out.
Yeah, 10 o'clock, ground unit took out helicopter. I think there's a ground unit that took out a helicopter.
Yeah, that's the Bradley. Bradley's knocked on the map. He's still there and taking out helicopter.
I took shots from Bradley now.
Yeah, Bradley directly on my nose now.
There's something coming over the mountains.
Yes, that's it. Russell, there's a hawk side. Can you take it out with guns?
Occupied at the moment. I got a contact bearing down on me from the east.
Yeah, on your nose, Russell, big and 20 clicks. He's driving south. He's over the Inguri River.
That's a Vigan? He's really high up. Or was.
He's a Vigan, yeah. He faded. Southeast of the flight, we still have a Bradley. Where's the MI-24? Rogo, you copy?
I'm spooling back up.
Hey, Raph.
Taking off from the top?
Taking off some Sukhumi, Babushar.
Okay.
But there was a Bradley, you know, right next to Sukhumi. I marked it on the camera.
I see the marker.
But I don't have any more complete. I was just flying there and getting shot from the right side, so the mark is not pinpoint.
have a BMB2 there, but a little bit far away.
Something got splashed on my 1 o'clock.
Must be the L39. Watch out, Apple could probably come your way. Bradley marker updated. Currently no bandit. The blue players are disconnecting. Rossman, your beacon is going back to Sulaki. Boss, if you can, 180, 25 clicks, hawk side. Maybe you can take it out, guns.
We'll see.
Do we have Groms at Sukumi?
Let me check. I think Groms are out of the 7. For the most part. I'll check.
Hawk's already locking me. It's probably gonna have
Groms.
IR-SAMs with it as well.
Yeah, I'll just rearm them. Try to take out the Bradley.
Okay, Russell, the hawk side is exactly 170, 14 clicks. Exactly on your nose, Russ, 10 clicks. Watch out for possible man-pad. Stay low.
It's kind of tucked in behind a tree line.
Roger. He should be there. Do you see him?
I think I got the engagement radar.
Roger. Watch out for man-pads, okay?
Yeah. There's a vehicle on the road on the south side of that complex.
If you can completely destroy it, that'd be great. Otherwise, one repair crate and it's back up.
I can't tell what the vehicle is. It might be an ammo truck. I think it is.
Okay. Possible Vulcan. Did you get any Vulcan shots, maybe?
Kind of hard to strafe in this thing. I'm way out of practice.
Some more bandits around you, Russ.
Alright, Flaps 1-2, I'm leaving Sukumi, but I'm taking a detour.
It should be here pretty soon, Super.
I can't find.
We'll go fly high. There are no bandits. Fly a little bit high. Make it easier to spot them that way.
Is Hawkside still a valid target?
No, Russell is attacked, and it's 45 clicks east, far.
Vulcan on my left.
Vulcan on your left, I'll mark.
Just by the tree line. South of the river.
Marked it. Vulcan marked.
We'll need something. Oop. There is a missile coming up from down there. I think the hawk site's re-engaging. The radar must have been repaired already.
Maybe. Roger.
Fuck.
It doesn't attack you at 1 kilometer range.
I think there's a Bradley in that town too. I'm taking more tracer fire from it, not from the Vulcan.
Okay, watch out, the Vulcan's when you're 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's firing at me.
Ross, get out of there, fly south. F5, come away. Get out of there, fly south, get some speed. turn left, F5 is 1108 clicks on the deck, hot. Full speed. It's flying at 1,300, what's that? On your nose, boss. On your nose.
Tally.
You're about to copy, that's on mode.
So fucking head on guns.
On the airfield.
Okay, fly 110, 50 clicks.
I lost sight of the F5 in the merge.
On your nose, Russ. 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock in the right turn. 2 o'clock in the right turn. Range full clicks. On your nose now.
No joy.
Slightly to the left, 11 o'clock. He's coming up on your nose, left to right. On your nose now. That's from left to right.
Oh, fuck, I can't see him at all.
On your 1 o'clock now, full clicks. In the right turn. It's a lazy right turn, lazy right turn. On your 12 now. Faded, god damn it.
Salty, where are they?
Fuck. Oh,
Salty, fly
Shit.
hitting 100.
I turned for half a second.
Turn left. Fly hitting 115, 40 clicks.
Oh, tally F5. He's in the valley going left.
MiG-29 coming your way, Ross.
I lost sight again, but he's in this valley somewhere.
In the valley, cap.
Are they fighting in the mountains?
Left turn, left turn.
Yes. Keep turning left, Russ. I see him, keep turning. On your 1 o'clock, Russ.
Yeah, I see him.
Hawk launch on me. On your nose, Russ.
What's the range?
1.5.
What's his speed?
Speed is 1,220.
Jesus Christ, that probably won't catch him.
Range 2 clicks now. MiG-29 going defensive. Hawkside still active.
I can't catch him, I'm gonna blow my engine.
Copy. Salty, fly heading 110, 40.
110, 40.
You're faster than him, Russman, by 100 clicks. Russman, range 800. Try the shot now. Russman, fly south, fly south. You're flying over the front. Fly south, now, turn right.
Splash.
Turn right. Copy, turn right, fly south. Okay, flares, flares. You're about to fly over the front. Check left side, enemy far.
Ah, too late. I had no flares left. Fuck. .21 is not at all suitable for ground strafing. I'm lucky I didn't kill myself there. Let's take the same loadout, I guess. I could have had use of an R3R there if I'd been, instead of focusing on him, I looked down at my radar. I was just scared to look away, because if I look away I would have lost sight and I would never have seen him again.
Зарядка по плану. Принял.
No, I wasn't using flaps. Flaps don't universally help you turn. That's a common misconception. In fact, in the MiG-21's case, they actually hurt your turn rate. They make a noticeable impact on your turn rate. So, in the MiG-21, don't know about other aircraft in DCS, depends what the actual real aircraft is like or how well the flaps are modeled. But in the MiG-21 in DCS, the flaps knock about 1 to 2 degrees a second off your turn rate. So the flaps are trading turn rate for a tighter turn radius and low speed. So they're very situational. Very, very situational. And, you know, people's trying to claim, oh, you know, they're using flaps to turn better. It's not that simple. In some modules it is, like the whole Tomcat free lift debacle back when that released, but generally speaking, flaps are not a magical turn better button. Hey, Ohart. Well, the other side effect the flaps have is they make the,
You got the F5, by the way, right?
Yeah, I got the F5, but then I got hit by a Stinger. I had no flares left.
Copy that.
they reduce the warning, like the subtle wing rock you get in the approach to a wing stall. They remove that almost entirely, so you'll be fine 1 second and the next the aircraft just violently departs out from under you. So flap use at extreme low level in dives is kinda sketchy. I don't like doing it.
Something just blew up. A fire. I left it.
I think I got the radar and the ammo truck.
Copy, Salty. Apple, did you get the Bradley? I don't see him on the map. Okay, Silent Eagle, check for the Bradley. Turn left, fly heading 120, 6 clicks. AZAC. Roger.
Wow, Silent Eagle.
Hey, man.
Look who came crawling back.
Silent Eagle on your nose, 4 clicks. That's a BMB2, look for the Bradley.
Calling back, bro. I have to eat, okay? Lunchtime, I'm hungry.
Silent Eagle overflying the BMB2 now.
Roger. I'm taking ground fire.
Copy, yeah, it's the hog side. I think Russell did some damage there, but not everything.
I think that was Bradley.
Copy.
Looking for it.
If we want that Hawk dead, you'll probably need a 25. The 21's not real great for strafing.
Bradley is marked there or something. There's edge of the town, western side. I mean eastern side.
It depends. It depends.
I'll probably destroy every bridge.
It can be a little tricky, but I wouldn't say it's difficult. It just punishes you if you get too greedy.
I can get into a hind in the gunners.
I mean, you don't really control the wobbles, you avoid the wobbles. Controlling the wobbles is how you end up in the ground.
Well, blue player is disconnected. It's just red now. That's a shame.
No.
What time is it? Oh yeah, 1 o'clock, okay. It's almost 1 a.m. here.
Yeah, they just switched teams because...
The F5 is easier. It's like a flying Toyota Camry. It's not bad, it's just not really exciting. The MiG-21 is a fucking rocket. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, but
So you need to make the choice between comfort and excitement, basically, when it comes to that decision.
Okay. Tomorrow, by the way, is the MiG-15 F8.
It's not to say that the F5's boring, it's not. It's a pretty decent aircraft, and I do enjoy flying it. It's kind of...
Same time.
It's so cruisy, like you can just kind of chill, turn your brain off and fly. Whereas the 21, you've got to be paying attention to what you're doing.
You can probably just go land and retire the 29, getting a SU-25.
Radar's godlike. For all of them, yeah. The 21 and the F5 both have that exact same problem.
Make sure RTB to search you only, otherwise it's lost. Apple, talk to me. Did you get the Bradley? Just type quickly no or yes.
No.
Okay. Okay, Silent Eagle, you're flying exactly over the BMB2 now. I think he's hiding from you guys. Yeah, it's hiding. He's approaching the top. He's not far away now. No, sorry, he's still far away. That's the cup side.
Yeah, that's the cup side. I'm gonna move. Oh, I can't move because I'm not attacking runner. Yeah, move that BMP, this western BMP, move that to the east.
Okay, well right now they're down to 1 Huey, 1 JTAG, 1 CVR operator, that's it.
I suspect there might be some sort of a non-compete clause in his contract.
Mixed to load S-24s and go.
Although, mind you, the guy that's doing the art for the Bow 105, he also does stuff for True Grit, so maybe the dev team share more than we think. I don't know, but that would be good.
Vanguard 1-1 proof. Oh, we can't see him on TAC Commander, I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
Do you think you know
We deployed the ammo truck at the cups. Now he's out to be disappointed.
Okay.
Yeah, we're about to cross the threshold of the room right now.
We can use him to put BMPs to attack the farm.
That's possible too. But I have no idea what Mikhail has been deploying all that long.
Probably badly. They always do that. They always do that badly. But because our Hawk killed all the bridges, I don't think that they can cross the river at any
Still is 29. So he appears to have survived the Hawk, which is
You'd
good.
have to go all the way north for that.
Yeah, still an MI-24 or a K-50 or a Su-25 would do a lot of damage with that.
F4, when it's coming out, the claim is this year, but not fucking likely. My guess would be 2023 or 2024 for the F4. If they do get it out this year, I'll be fucking stunned. Because the trailer for it was all pre-rendered stuff, it wasn't in-game DCS footage. Which tells me it's not that close to completion. Yes, the F4E we're getting has slats. We're getting, like, technically a Vietnam F4E in that it's 1974. So after, you know, all the major air action over Vietnam had finished. If they gave us a slatless Phantom, there would probably be massive outcry from the community, because as we have established, the average DCS player does not want to fly an aircraft that actually requires skill. So, I don't think there's much hope of getting a slatless Phantom, at least out of Heat Blur at the moment. Maybe in the future. I'd be really happy if they gave us one. But...
Salty, do you have ground warnings? Negative. Let's get it. I would go back to land and get it. Yeah, Mark TV back to the Delta, maybe? Well, Sukumi is clear. You can land there. Just need to repair. Yeah, you can repair it to me. It's just on your nose, 30 clicks.
I'm closing on black smoke at the Hawk side. Any friendly assets in the area on the ground?
No.
They just saw the cup sides, just off of that Hawk.
But that is a radar, I would see that.
Robert, did you just leave Sukumi?
No, he's at the Hawk side, so I think he's GH13.
Oh yeah, it should overspeed itself quite easily.
Can I might CTL at Sukumi?
Mikoyan fighters typically have a shitload of excess thrust after the MiG-19. So the 21 can overspeed easily, the 23 can, the 29 can.
Okay, and then we'll move it east.
Injured my thumb 2 weeks ago, missed farming deaths on
Friendly MI8.
Well, hopefully you recover quickly and can get
that's
straight
maybe
back to it.
I have an ammo track, but the cup side's down, so...
Oh, you don't like the SPO-10?
Somewhere where I can put
If it goes silent, I get anxiety. It's like a heartbeat to me. If that goes silent, I start to panic.
Ross, that's happening somewhere on your club.
Wait, what's happening?
AA firing at from the helicopter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I see your missiles, but I don't see you. That's funny.
Well, also as we advised, we have no bandits left on the blue side, nobody flying bandit. If you still want to fly your MiG-29 and run, maybe grab missiles and rockets instead. And I know that by the time you do that, they grab F5s.
I know, that's the thing.
There might be a Vulcan parked between the buildings as usual.
So I hope you just overthrew the
Yes, I did.
Solon, are you landing to pick up ground ordnance?
I should go back to Sochi.
The,
You want to drop it off?
So the 15 had that? One version of the 15 had that, I think? The automatic air brakes?
Up enemy hawk side still has some assets that fire at me. It's active also.
I'm going to be really overweight for landing, but we'll give it a pop.
So no idea what they have at the enemy front, but I reckon the car has been blowing a lot of stuff. So we need MI8s to blow BMB2s, MI24s, Su-25s, KFE, like unleash hell.
Blue Fort is surrounded with manpads and other nasty stuff. Well, we can't do it by plane, but we can do it from...
If we can get rid of their hawks, we can then come in above the manpads and bomb the shit out of them.
Oh yeah, that... Yeah.
That's true, yeah. Well, we need someone to fly high, maybe MiG-21. Just somehow distract the,
I can do that. I can distract the hawk. Actually, I'll wait till final Simon lands and then... Wait.
I might grab a Su-25 here.
I can do hawk distraction.
and then Su-25 is 13 rockets. That's badass.
Hopefully I don't land in a crater.
Pushing me. That's an AA parked between two containers.
Tricky.
Well, tanks shouldn't be in the open, you know. If they're hiding, they're doing it well.
I feel a leaf bunker.
I see your Sturm missile.
Okay, I can take a lot of fuel and just fly really high and just distract hawks all day.
Yeah, let's just see where they fire from. Or how many hawks at all. So maybe we can go in with guns. At least take the radar unit.
Yeah, I'll see. I'm just gonna fly high first, let's see where they are, and then somebody can strike them. I'm gonna take 3 bags, so...
Yeah, like you don't even need R60s. There's nobody flying anything on the
No, I'm not taking R60s.
Yeah, and if anyone takes an F5, I mean, you can still go guns, or just leave them be.
Another thing caught fire. Well, they're having a remarkable fire season in Russia this year, aren't they?
Right, the hawk launchers are definitely out, but there's still 2 movable active units there.
Did my gear come out? Yeah, it did. Why am I so fucking fast? Probably because I'm heavy. Actually, yeah, that would be why. I'm so overweight. The aircraft's got so much momentum behind it, it doesn't want to slow down.
I could take 2 S-24s with me on my spare 2 pound and go strike them.
It's alright, I'll take a Su-25.
Alright, I'll go high and bait hawks then.
Nice and smooth.
Yeah, let me check Crossman if we have R60s. We should have R60s.
Yeah, even if we don't have them, I can gun somebody with it. Thing's a monster in close combat.
We have R60Ms. Just take 2 just in case.
I have taught many people about what happens when you try and get an easy kill on a Su-25 that's already dropped all its ordnance.
Yeah. By the way, do you know if the Hind is going to have 2 or 4 in my M60s?
I'm not sure how much I can tell you without technically being naughty. But I would guess it's going to carry them on double racks, because I've only ever seen photos of them with the APU 62 launchers. So it's going to be minimum 4, probably.
Yeah, I think maximum 4. Middle pylons, I guess. Number 3 and 5.
Even if it's more, you can always just restrict it, so it should be fine.
Yeah, maybe 2 just for self-defense purposes, you know.
That's my Su-25. There we go. Su-25 with the anti-radiation pod. Only the Su-25T has that, and the Su-25T isn't in this server. We need to wait for a Su-17 so we can do proper seed on red, but that'll be with a much older pod, which should make it more interesting. We'll just leave it full fuel because I don't know how long I'm going to have to loiter. Did he remove... Oh my god, we have KMGUs, but they kill frame rate, so I'm not going to take them. The Temptation. Oh, wrong net, I think. Yeah, it was.
I see a Fox helicopter.
The temptation to take KMGUs is very strong, but I won't do it for the sake of all our frame rates.
Alright, Scott, this map should be okay, right?
No. So cluster bombs in DCS are like serious performance killers, and it's mission long. Remember how I said that was what was causing the issues on 2 towns? It's an issue with every single cluster bomb except I think the Beluga and the Rockeye.
Okay.
Because I did some
Parma performance, I see.
I did some testing on phone booth where I took like a single load of KMGUs and bombed the shit out of the units at Beslan, and if I looked at Beslan after that, my frame rate dropped into the single digits. For the rest of the mission, they never despawn.
Well, it's probably some crater, like mesh texture or something.
What's your loadout, Ross?
S13s.
Shoot, the long range Sam got me.
Oh.
Damn it!
Alpin, I see smoke on my 9 o'clock on the hill. I think the scoop site is getting murked.
9 o'clock, you say?
Yeah. So, like, my north.
Well, Epic was there in the BNB too.
I don't think the R60s on the Hind are going to be that good. They'll be, like, they're not going to be bad, but I don't think they're going to be the amazing super weapons that people think they are. The ATGMs outrange them, even the Sturm. The fucking Attacker outranges it hilariously. And they, like, they're easy to decoy with flares. Plus, it's a Hind. It's big, it's very easy to see, it's not that agile. The main use of the R60s on the Hind is going to be to either shoot people who are stupid enough to fly directly at you head on, or shoot people as they overshoot down across your nose. If you stay above the Hind and, like, dive on it and then climb away, like you should, it'll never get a shot at you.
11016.
And from a 300 km/h maximum launch, you've got maybe a kilometer of range against a fleeing fighter. Maybe. I really don't think they're going to be that good.
I think he did. He died today.
Okay, so it must be a man. Just stay above 3, maybe 4,000 meters, you should be fine.
I'm being locked.
Maybe the track radar is still active, but the Hawk not really active.
Perhaps, I don't know.
It might be on reload.
We're about to find out.
Okay, we have an ammo truck deployed. Where's that? Okay, I see it.
Yeah, I just put it to Tsukumi to load JTAG.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Exactly. What am I flying? Su-25.
The farm. So they have another Hawk at the farm. Yeah.
Okay.
Vilja, thanks for the follow.
Well, that's not good for Russell.
Yeah, but I'm distracting it currently.
Yeah, if you can just weasel it, maybe get it to drain its ammo.
It's two Hawks at the farm. So I'm distracting both currently.
Okay, look, there's a big lake west of the farm. Where's the Hawk? Is it north of it, south of it?
I'm marked.
I guess I just never saw the need.
So you see the town of Rizke? That town to the east.
The American ones don't. The American ones don't. The Korean ones have stingers.
And the other one is on the side of
the American Apaches do not carry Stinger. They were not certified to carry it. They tested it, but they never actually certified it to carry the Stinger. So all the people on the ED forums demanding that they add the Stinger to the AH-64D. It's an American helicopter. It's not a Korean Apache. It's an American Apache. It doesn't carry Stingers.
One is north of it.
And if you don't believe me, go to Gardo's stream and ask him. He will tell you. They don't carry them.
Just remember that I don't see helicopters on the map.
Yeah, 1Z can carry Sidewinders. I don't know how often it's done though.
We've got a MiG-15.
It's a real-life fighter that's really powerful, but people sleep on it. Ooh. MiG-19 for vintage stuff, for sure. People sleep on that thing really hard. Modern stuff, I'm not so good with. I'm not real up on modern stuff, to be honest.
I'm turning back.
Yeah, old stuff, MiG-19 for sure. People sleep on the MiG-19 so hard. The 19 and the 23.
Were you on the J-type? Was it east southeast of Sukumi?
There's no J-tag. I see, sorry. Let me try it.
No, I'm loading a J-tag. Someone asked for a J-tag somewhere. I believe that was southeast.
Sukumi southeast, 5 clicks because there's an enemy IFV or something, 8 clicks southeast of Sukumi. JTAC in a somewhere Overwatch location, 5 clicks southeast of Sukumi would be great.
One Hawk is on reload, one Hawk is on reload, the Hawk and the Falk is on reload.
I just took off.
Copy. Okay, if you see contrails, that's me.
Another one that's not so much slept on, but people misunderstand it very badly, both in terms of its role and its performance, is the F-104. About MiG-21 Lancer. I'm going to be honest with you, the MiG-21's one of my favourite jets, but it had its day. The Lancer is still very limited. It's definitely like better than a full vintage MiG-21, but it's still limited. Especially because not all of the Lancers were built on the BIS, it was built on the MF. So it's got the less powerful engine. I wouldn't say it's bad, but yeah, I would say it's not powerful. Not really powerful at all. Same with the MiG-21 Bison, the Indian one. Then they're okay, but they're not really powerful at all. I would not say they're powerful aircraft.
Just stay at high altitude, so watch out for manpack.
Hey, check Mark 156, that should be other Hawk Mark. I'm gonna turn back until I get to the fire me.
The 23 is a very, very underrated jet. It has a really bad reputation in the West, but if you actually read Russian language sources, which are the only reliable sources you will get for Soviet aviation, it's still not a wonder fighter. Its performance still isn't like the most amazing ever, but its speed and acceleration performance is. Turn wise, it's okay. It's not a great turner, but it's okay.
Keep deploying flare because they have a manpad next to it. That's for sure.
No,
I'm getting locked already.
No, that's the Hawks that are launched at. Yeah, I'm being launched at. It's on the other side of the river. Yeah, one is on the other side, and one is reloading on the close side of the river, north of the far. I'm gonna try to evade these Hawks.
We need a Su-17 to deal with these Hawks.
You're talking about the enemy FOB. There's at least 6 long-range launchers there, and
yeah, I see them.
of reload trucks.
I see the launchers on you, Zach.
They would be gone by now. I made the mistake to not dive early enough. I would have gotten them.
Somebody just fired S-8 rocket, some helicopter.
There's still a radar unit there that guides them.
It's definitely a Hawk. Okay, I'm turning back in.
Okay, Russman, we got 2 MiGs on your nose. They're trying to distract the Hawk, so it should be firing at them, not you.
Oh my god, I thought I was about to be merged, but it was a Hawk missile.
Jump scare moment.
I think it has 4 or 5 launchers. So that's 12 to 15.
It might be out of ammo. It should be shooting at me right now, but it's not.
Yeah, it stopped locking. No, you know what? Mike Delta's probably realized what we're doing. He's probably turned it off.
The range.
He's turned it off.
Oh yeah, or that.
And now he sees you, Rossman,
so he's gonna turn it on once I'm diving. Yep.
Oh my god, he's playing IADs, dude. This is crazy.
Which is why we need the Su-17. Then it's fun.
Well, I'm gonna continue to fly high because he can't actually manually lock the target, right? The Hawk will choose whatever target it chooses.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Yes, he can.
So
So what's going on? JTAG is marking stuff. The JTAG is
just
marking
searching
stuff
it.
east of
Searching
Sukumi.
it.
Walker Hunter, that would be nice,
the other
yeah,
side? To the north?
for sure.
To the north of, I see it. It's to the north of the fort. North of the fort by about a click.
I don't visually see it yet.
Captain, is it from the APC on my right wing? I'm south of farm.
I'm probably gonna need to be talked right onto the target because I can't see shit from up here.
Alpha, I marked one of the Hawks. I'm gonna mark the other one. Give me a second.
Kind of. You can't directly control them, but you can issue them orders from the top commander screen.
The map 24, not sure who it is, just took off Sukumi, maybe you can take out that Bradley, that system.
Oh, it's already marked. Mark 154, long range SAMs. That's the northern SAM, the northern Hawk mark. Okay, I'll engage the one next to the river.
Yes, do it.
Running in. Good luck, you're probably about to get shot down.
I can't really be reading the F10 map while I'm trying to dive in on this, so I'll need to be steered in.
Just guide him on a Mark 154, Alpha.
Rossman 095, 17 clicks, that's the enemy fog. Central point of the fog.
Yes.
Oh, I see the
But
fog,
you see
yeah.
the mark for the Hawks. Salty's running in, Sims.
Salty's attacking the hawk, yeah.
I think Salty just died, unfortunately, damn.
Salty ejected and he fired his 2 ground missiles. I hope he got something.
Oh, well, we hope.
Copy that, proof, I just got the message.
Salty crashed, kind of right next to that Hawk site. I don't know if he hit anything, though.
I think I see some of the
Hawk is
units.
still up. If you see smoke on the far side of the river, that's where Salty just crashed.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Keep rolling, Rossman, watch
Shaking.
out for the wind. Is that a Huey over the river? Okay, so the Hawks are disabled. That's good. That's good news.
Yeah, no, I'm flying right over. Don't see the Hawks firing at all.
Oh shit!
I see Ross
Stinger!
flaring. Lot of stingers. Oh, Ross
Fucking
is kinda-
no smoke trail on that
Ross is
shit.
kinda-
Didn't see it until the last second.
Wow, one stinger shot got Rossman. Just one. He was flying high at 3,000-4,000 meters. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, he was flying. If he came in from the north, he could have done it, I think.
There's only one solution for this.
Okay, I assume they are Hawk towed the race.
I see the Hawk below me. I'm gonna try to go for it.
Yes, please. MiG-15 is also there with you.
Заправка по плану.
Okay, let's see if I can go for the Hawk.
The shaking, the aircraft was hitting Buffett because the heavy loadout I was carrying at high
I'm trying
speed.
to contact him. He's not responding.
I'm trying for it now.
Silent Eagle, check 3 o'clock, possible Bradley. Just west of the tower.
We do need delay fuses. I've got to change my livery.
I saw my 9 o'clock. That was BMP. I don't know. That's a BMP too. That's sure.
Принял.
I'm gonna go back with Fab 100s and just carpet bomb the fuck out of their FARP.
Just drop the bombs on the FOB itself, because we need to destroy the units there anyway. Forget about the air defense.
Skip bombing would be nice. Yeah, Su-25 gun.
I just got shot down trying to hit the Hawks. There's so many stingers, it's insane.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Need some BMPs down there.
We have a BMB too there.
Oh, we need more.
I'm gonna use this BMP.
Yeah, BMP is 6 clicks west of them. I'm gonna put it on top of the hill.
Oh, okay.
Still driving.
What? No, they're not.
Yeah, let me know when
They're not worthless at all, my dude. They're fucking excellent.
So you can control it in 2 to 3 minutes.
That is some DCS player cope, to be honest.
The liquid thing is just flying past.
No, like, they're not as good as they should be, maybe, especially the smaller ones, but the fucking S13s, they fuck, dude. The S13s absolutely
we should be able
fuck.
to see the Hawk, the closest Hawk.
Like, if you can't kill shit with S13s, it's a skill issue.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm in attack minute.
I can bring another BMP to the blue fob if you need one.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, Proof, are you here? Drop the BMP as simple as you just dropped it.
Yeah, we'll do. It's a long journey though, it's gonna be a while.
The other thing is, like, half of the complaints about my splash damage. So the actual issue in DCS is, like, people talk about overpressure. People don't know what overpressure is. They don't have any fucking understanding how overpressure works. Overpressure is not going to kill a tank. A tank does not give a shit about overpressure, right? It's kind of the whole point of a tank. Overpressure from around hitting the tank directly and then blasting down into the roof armor, it will care, maybe. But, like, if a fucking bomb goes off 20 meters from a tank, it might damage some of the optics, it might damage some of the tin work. It's not going to damage the armor, it's not going to hurt anyone inside. Like, people have this warped idea of the effectiveness of ground weapons, or air-to-ground weapons. Fragmentation modeling is what's actually missing. Overpressure is about what it should be, but fragmentation is what's missing. Fragmentation is what should fuck up light vehicles and infantry. If we had fragmentation modeling, or at least some approximation of it, because remember, they've got to do this without killing your frames on a single core. Like, maybe once they get DCS running multi-core, maybe then we can have actual fragmentation modeling, but for the time being, it would kill the game. Like, as it is, if somebody ripples off a full load of S8s, it tanks my frames. But yeah, like, that's the issue, is lack of fragmentation. It's not overpressure. There is nothing wrong with the overpressure in this game, really. Other than the fact that it doesn't really get affected by terrain the way it should be. So, like, a lot of the complaints about air-to-ground weapons not being effective enough is from people who think that you can kill tanks with Mark 82s. If they're guided, like if they're GBUs, you can kill tanks with them. If you land it directly on the tank, it'll kill the tank. But, like, you're not going to kill a modern main battle tank with a 5 or 10 meter miss from a Mark 82. Like, so many screenshots people post, oh, I basically hit this tank, it was such a near miss, it may as well be a direct hit. And it was like a Mark 82 or something, and the crater is 2 or 3 tank lengths away from the tank. So it's like, you know, fucking 15, 20, 30 meters from the tank. Like, of course it's not going to kill it. Anyone that thinks that a bomb missing by that much is going to knock out a fucking main battle tank is delusional. Now, should it knock out light-skinned vehicles? It should certainly damage them, if not knock them out. But tanks, like, nah, bro.
I hear,
like,
MI-24 next to my vehicle.
During the British nuclear tests here, in the 50s, during the British nuclear tests, they placed a Centurion, which is not the most armoured thing on Earth, let me tell you. They placed a Centurion 500 yards from a nuclear warhead on a tower. So it was an air-burst nuclear warhead on a tower. They placed a Centurion 500 yards from it and left it running. The crew weren't in it. They detonated the bomb. When they came back to the Centurion, it had been pushed a couple meters over, like physically pushed across the sand, and the engine was no longer running and the optics were sandblasted. But the tank itself was fine. The tank was then given some basic repairs, decontaminated, and resumed normal service, and in fact it was deployed to Vietnam during the Vietnam War, and now serves as a gate guardian at, I think, Robertson Barracks, up in the Northern Territory. It's a gate guard somewhere, I think it's Robertson Barracks. 500 yards from a nuclear bomb. Like, if people think that missing by 30 meters with a fucking Mark 82 should overpressure a tank to death, like, I want some of what they're smoking, honestly.
long-range launches at enemy FOB.
It's like the A10 gun shit, you know, people have this idea the A10 gun can kill tanks. The A10 gun can annoy tanks, it can maybe mission kill them in terms of damaging their weapon or their optics or detracking them. Even against a T-62, not a T-64, not a T-72, a T-62, the A10 gun struggles to actually kill the tank. You would have to get so close to get a hit that will actually penetrate. From more realistic combat conditions, the A10 gun is not going to do shit to a tank. You would use Mavericks, which is what they actually did in real life. In real life, the A10's best weapon against tanks is the Maverick. Now, what is the gun good for? The gun's not useless. The gun is fucking fantastic for strafing up rear echelon troops, because they're in trucks. They're in things like MTLBs. They're not armoured. You don't have to get... like, first of all, they're not going to put up that much effective counterfire, because they don't have as much, you know, shooty-shooty. And also, they're not as armoured. So you can actually fuck up a convoy of trucks or even APCs with an A10. But against main battle tanks, no, you need Mavericks for that. The gun won't do it. Crew will probably not be doing too well. If they get strafed by an A10, if it penetrates, it might cause them some issues, but, I mean, if it just skips off the armor, which is what the bulk of shots did when it was actually tested, it's going to give them a mild headache, maybe from the noise, but that's about it. Hey, CCM. Might not kill it, but they'll put down a... yeah. Which is kind of a bad thing for the A10. You really don't want to get their attention and then not be able to, you know, prevent counterfire.
More long-range launches at FOB.
About other New England battle tanks?
For a few minutes.
Possibly. It's interesting, actually, because one of the trials was done... Let me just turn SRS down a bit, because it's pretty loud.
The northern side, you should probably go...
one of the trials was done against captured T-62s, which I assume they got from the Israelis. And then the other test was against M47 patterns, so, like, really obsolete US tanks that were nothing like a Soviet MBT in terms of armor.
Well, I can go for the northern launchers into the...
If you manage to damage the gun tube at the optics, that's still good. That's still going to seriously reduce the combat effectiveness of that tank, but, you know, you're not really going to be hard killing it, and even then, the dispersion is so wide at the kind of range that's safe to fire from. You don't have a high chance of really knocking the tank out in any meaningful way. Hawk launch, Hawk on me. Hawk's back up.
The MiG-29 is behind you guys. He needs to come in front, and then...
Shit, there's... Holy fuck, there's like 3 or 4 Vulcans or strikers way north of the lake. Northeast of the lake, about 1 click on...
Steyr in conjunction... Yeah, I did know that.
Firing at me.
Yeah, I can see they're flaring.
Well, continue to distract the units, because I continue to go closer to them.
Hawk's locking me again.
He might be locking the 29, he's in front of you at this stage.
Yeah, it's on me.
Oh yeah, he's fired. Two missiles out, both on you.
Silent, go closer, go closer. Make sure, don't get in front of the 625.
It's alright, if it fires on me at this point I can dive down and get behind that ridgeline, trash him.
Long-range launches at the front.
Problem is we need to take all of them, the whole site at once.
Hawk on me.
They can just stand it back. I'm really not very far from being able to get eyes on the Hawk.
Defeated.
And of course I lost my weapons launch capability. Damn it.
Salty is going in, huh? Jeez.
I think that house
It doesn't care. It doesn't care. Tanks don't give a shit about overpressure. That's the whole point. Like, that's the entire purpose of a tank, is to protect the guys inside from fucking explosions and hits from stuff, right? A fucking... Like, overpressure drops off. I think it's like an inverse square or something, the relationship it drops off at with range. Overpressure drops off really fast, which is why pure explosives aren't very effective as weapons. It's why you usually use explosive fragmentation. So, like, a Mark 82 worth of overpressure is not going to do shit all to a tank at 10 meters. At that point, it's like a bit of a punch. Like, you know, similar force to somebody punching you, basically, as far as the tank's concerned. Now, if you were outside 10 meters from it, you would get fucked. But inside a tank, it doesn't care. You've got to remember as well, Cold War tanks are CBRN protected. That means they have an internal overpressure. Basically, all Cold War tanks have an internal overpressure. It's not a big one, but it does have one. And the purpose of that is to stop air from flowing into the tank. It pushes the air that's already inside the tank, which has been run through the CBRN filters, back out. So they have a slight overpressure just naturally.
Go even further north then.
Hawk's tracking me still.
I might be still able to launch HE rockets and I still have a cannon, but if I go in now, I'm just dead.
Hawk's locking me. I need someone to weasel that thing.
We have a 620, we have a 629 there. Silent, if you can go east.
Hawk's out. I can't get close to it.
Go high, go high.
I can't out altitude a Hawk, my man.
No, not you, not you. The Hawk just destroyed itself?
No.
Come on. Zach, do it. Come on. Get in there.
I'm going.
Hawk defeated. That was the second site.
Yeah.
On the north side of that fucking ridge.
Salty, can you go east? Just go straight east now.
They're still firing? How many goddamn missiles do you have?
There's two of them.
Okay.
Minimum.
We all need time with an ammo truck is 15 minutes, right?
I don't know, I guess.
If I'm not mistaken, it's 15 minutes of the ammo truck.
They're probably alternating, so one's reloading, the other one's shooting. It's on the back slope of that fucking ridge. The other one's easier to see. Was easier to see. It's down there.
Yeah, there's a second one launching on me. Okay. Watch your altitude, guys, because of my bad.
Okay, I don't see any launches at the moment. So one of them's against the tree line, just kind of west of the fart. Oh, fuck me, it's locking me again.
That's the one I'm going to try to destroy.
I think he's turning it off himself.
Yeah, he's manually toggling them on and off.
Again, launched on me.
Yeah, I see the launches. Okay. It's near that little kind of inlet. I see where the launches are, but I need cover to get in there and hit it.
Yeah, Mike Judge just told me that on TeamSpeak. He's playing around with the Hawk himself.
Yeah, that's what he usually does on this mission. Launch on me.
That's good training.
Yeah, so the Hawk is a little bit obscured by that hill, right? If we stay west of it a little bit left, we should be fine.
Watch your me.
We need to get it too.
It's just launching and launching and launching. Eventually, I'll run out of ammo, both of them.
It's fine out, Rossman.
Defeated. I think there's a third one painting me now.
I think Mikara's working on a third one.
Well, I'm getting painted from a different direction than that one just launched from, so... Okay, there's a shot out on someone else.
That's probably on Salty. If I had to get Salty, just continue east. And then you know where it is, so just turn to the northeast.
Man, we really need a seat-capable plane. That'll be even more fun.
Another launch.
From where? Oh, yeah, that's something.
Yeah, I can hit that site, I just need it to not shoot at me long enough to make a run in.
So maybe instead of flying high, fly low.
I can't.
Pick up on it.
Well, I mean, I'm carrying bombs, so I have to CCRP them. And I can't see it if I'm flying low, I can only see it from up here.
Alright, I thought you had rockets, okay.
It's on the back slope of a hill, it's pretty awkward.
It has to be the MiG-29 or the MiG-21 to do it. Preferably the 21.
Are the MI8 still on com?
Alpha nothing. Do you see that? Look at that DMP Alpha. The one you just touched. There was an M109. I'm gonna mark it.
Third Hawk site now painting me.
Right here. 162 mark. Just go kill that M109.
Okay, Silent Eagle, I don't know if you want to go for it and risk it with guns.
No. You will die.
Now, you don't have a lot of floors in MiG-29, that's the problem.
Yeah, and I tried doing it and I died even while flying. There's just too many.
Hawk on me.
Getting way too close, Russman, watch out.
The pizza MIT zone comes for whoever's asking.
Oh, shit.
And if you look at the F10 markers around the lake,
Two sites firing.
blue farm north side, we need a chase in that area because they are locked in north of the lake.
That's close.
Come on, Toby.
Defeated.
Just ram, Ross, that was cool. Just ahead you have the rock. That was way too close, Russ.
Calculated.
I saw that was the River Hawk side. Oh, nice.
There's a second.
Some laser-guided missiles.
There's a second Riverhawk site further back near the town. Laser guided. No, it's a waste of time. I'd have to make myself fly right into it. Like they outrange the laser guided missiles, so I'd have to fly straight and level into it pretty much.
Yeah, I see that.
S-13s would have been a good idea here, but we can make it happen with bombs. I just need like 30 seconds to get in and actually hit it.
Yeah, but we're doing a very good job at depleting its missiles. That's very good.
The problem is, in the time it takes to deplete one, he just drops another.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. By the time you want to get in there and do your thing, you might still have some sneaky manpower or something.
I think I see the site behind the hill. It looks like he's actually got about 3 of them behind the hill, but only one of them's active.
I'm sure it's behind the hill. I'm sure because that's where I see the missiles coming from.
Oh yeah, no, I know it's behind the hill, but there's like 2 identical clusters of units, so there's 2 sites behind it.
Okay, then it must be it. Yeah.
You see that little like the inlet just north of the bridge? There's one inland from that, between that and the forest, like the big forest on the hill, and then there's another one about, I'd say, probably 800 meters northwest of that.
Okay, so on top of the hill we have the B&B-2, driven by Zach. Zach, you need to sneak up on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna try, because the hill is too weird to do that on, so I'm gonna go around.
I'm rolling it.
I'm dropping another BMP-2 close to the farm.
Where did that site go?
Zach, you're only 2 clicks from the hub.
No, I know. I have to go around though because of this. The topography of the hill is too steep for the VMP.
Okay. You got 5250s, or what do you have, Ross?
Hundreds.
Oh shit, Ross. What?
Bomb's gone. Let's pray that that was on target.
Watch out for Mount Bud.
Yeah, fall the stairs in the way.
He hit me anyway, but I got the launchers.
Nice. Are you disabled? Like, are you gonna crash?
I'm still flyable.
Okay.
Bloody man pads, man. What the hell? Were you flaring and they still got you?
Yeah, I've got it on auto flare, so it's not reliable. There's a pretty good CCRP drop though, I'm happy with that. So that site should have lost all of its launchers, but the radars and shit will still be up. The second site to the northwest of it looked like it was intact.
Yes, and see, here's the thing. You're just going to grab a repair crate, and all of a sudden it's
And repair it, yeah, I know.
So we need to completely finish it.
Oh, Salty's doing some work in there, isn't he?
Salty... Yeah, Salty's on the eastern side of the front. Ross is on the western side.
That was a full load of bombs and I've lost my hydro, so I'm heading back.
Oh, nice. Oh, look at that Avenger. Alphamolf's getting that VMP, kill that Avenger.
Oh, I see the Avenger, yep.
He's 2 clicks, 060. He's trying toward you now.
Just a reminder that there are people that complain that the Su-25 is not good enough for ground attack, or too hard to use, though they don't know how to hit things with it.
That's on me.
This thing's great once you actually understand it. So it has CCIP, it has CCRP. You can actually
Enemy Vulcan right here.
you could actually do a bomb toss. So what I did there was not quite a bomb toss, but kind of. So what you do is you dive in on the target, you put the pipper on with the slant ranger running. You put the pipper on the target, you pull and hold the trigger. Hold the trigger. You'll see the range marker start counting down, and you'll hear a tone. The tone means that it's about to release bombs. You literally just hold the trigger in, and it will do its own thing. So if you want to bomb, say, an airfield, and you want to do a toss bomb, you dive in, you put the pipper on the part you want to bomb, you pull and hold the trigger, and then you can pull up, and at the correct point in the pull-up, it will release the bombs to toss them. It's fucking fantastic, my dudes. Like,
Salty is like going in.
Su-25 is really, really strong.
I think the game considers me dead. I'm fine with one engine. Oh. No, it's not. No, it doesn't, because I still see you. I'm not getting fired at though. Probably because the heat locks is too little, because with one engine you probably don't produce a lot of heat, is my guess. There's like a bunch of Vulcans here, so I should be dead. That's weird. Well, whatever. Also, Hawk side is repaired.
How many ground targets was that? 10.
I have to get in there.
Some of that would have been in the MiG-21 on those strafing radars, though.
Are you on the way with another VMP?
So when you lose the hydraulic systems in the Su-25, both hydraulic systems, I'm gonna probably have no flaps. Maybe I'll have gear. Probably won't have a parachute. And also, my ailerons are in manual mode. So the Su-25 has exclusively, or is it? No, they're not exclusively. Actually, no, they might be, I think. Where's my pressures? I don't know if the pressure gauges actually work in this, but the Su-25, the ailerons are hydraulically driven. I don't remember if they have a manual connection or like a mechanical connection. I don't think they do. But the rudder and the stab are mechanical with hydraulic boost. So in the Su-25, once you lose your hides, you'll usually lose aileron authority at some point. You have to start steering with the rudder. I might still have just enough pressure in the system to not be at that stage yet. Oh, there's the fucking pressure gauges. I always forget it's a different style of gauge in the Sukhois. So yeah, we got one system empty and the other one's got a little bit of pressure left in it, so I'm just making very gentle control inputs to try and avoid depleting that. Because once I do deplete that, my landing is going to get very interesting, because I'll be turning with the rudder. 32. Maximum load this carries is 32. Catch you later, Alush. Sleep well, and thanks for stopping by. Good to see you again.
They're not shooting at me anymore. Do you have any ordnance? I have bombs and guns.
That's good enough.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, looks like they have 3 hogs. I guess 3 hogs. So the mission, I think the mission is limited to 4 hogs and 4 cubs. So I would say they have 4, like right, or maybe they're working on the 4th one.
Start a descent here. We're getting a bit low on fuel as well.
Let me check out the script. Yeah, each side is limited.
Does it have emergency gear release? In the real plane, yes. Right there. In FC3, I don't remember if it actually works. I don't think it does. This is the issue with FC3 modules. They're missing a lot of emergency systems, or like stuff that you actually kind of need to be fully mission effective.
Zach, what happened? The BMP2.
Bradley was sitting behind a tree and he got me. It wasn't even a thing.
A return to desktop crash? Ah. Oh well, good fly with you. It's good to see the server populating again on the weekends. So there's, for those that didn't hear it earlier, the MiG-15 and F-86 mission that I ran on stream, what was it, a week ago, 2 weeks ago? That's happening again tomorrow. So tomorrow, 1800 Zulu, that mission's happening. If you guys want to jump in, please do. I probably won't be present for the start of the mission. I might come in late, because I've got armor at the same time, but I will try and turn up for it at some point or other.
Oh my god. There goes the 500.
Yeah, I got no air brakes either, because no hides.
I should just target short end, not the Hawk. Yeah.
Yeah, you do that and I'll go for the Hawks.
That's weird, the game doesn't consider you dead on my end. I don't really know why they're not shooting at you, but use it to your advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, now they're...
Yeah, the pace here is nice. It makes a nice change. I mean, like I said before, this is... I enjoy both popular Cold War servers, but Enigma's is where I go to kind of wind down for the day. This is where I go if I want to really, like, get into some heavy gameplay. Just because I can get that much more personally involved in the mission. I kind of feel like Alpine server has a more... This is going to sound kind of pretentious, but it has like a more heroic style of gameplay where one player can affect the outcome of the mission much more easily. It's still a team effort, don't get me wrong, but, you know, if you've got a really good TAC commander, or if you've got one guy who's just absolutely laying into the ground targets, it can really swing the mission in a way that you don't get on most servers. There is a mission tomorrow, I think. I'm pretty sure Grim's running one.
What did you get? Vulcan. Nice. Only like 20 more remaining. There you go.
We appear to not have landing gear, which is not surprising. We'll be probably scraping it in on the belly.
I'll try Cannot relate. Have you ever used the front foot gun?
It's actually fantastic. What are you talking
The
about?
screen shakes so rapidly I get epilepsy.
Just
Oh my god.
Just make a nice steep dive in with the laser on. Froggy gun's good. It's just because it's so accurate, you have to actually line up properly, unlike the A10.
Actually similar to the A10, isn't it?
The A10's a bit more shotgun. You can just like
I don't know.
you can just like carpet an area with the A10's gun. The Su-25's gun, you kill like a single specific unit per pass because it's so accurate.
Okay.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, the A10 is hilariously more effective in most ways, but this is more fun for me.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, the Su-25 looks way better. I just
Flies
love the
better.
action stuff anyway. But yeah, to get the kills in the 8.
Oh, we do have wheels. Not a nose wheel though, apparently.
Nice.
Oh no, we didn't have main gear. It collapsed, I think, when we touched down.
I think we're way too fast on the runway, right?
I had no gear, no hydraulics.
I just heard the explosions from your machine gun, so I think that was fine. I am glad I could provide you with cinematic DCS experience.
Go back with the bombs again, that was a lot of fun.
Again to reach front, or at least 3 Balkans, most of the leg.
Making a lot more progress with this BMP now. Let's see where I can get with it. The nose of my aircraft is missing though.
Yeah, Conkers has been around on Alpine server for a long time. Another desert bike raider mission next week. Awesome, I love those.
Oh, I'm dead. Nice. Oh, you finally died. You happy? Well, I'm not happy. I'm actually deeply sad. Doesn't sound like it. Well, what got you finally? Oh, Hawk's back up. It's being repaired currently.
Dedicated Wild Weasel or electronic warfare aircraft? Yes, they have. So there were Yak-28 variants for electronic warfare. There were also Ilyushin... Was it the Ilyushin 22, I think? Which was a sort of short, medium-haul piston airliner which was modified for electronic warfare.
Oh my god,
But the Yak-28 PP was one of the main jammers. There was also a Mi-8 modified for it, a Mi-10 modified for it, a whole squadron of Mi-10s actually. Like, they did have electronic warfare, you just don't hear about it as much. As for air-to-ground stuff, they had a bunch of SEAD-capable aircraft. Initially, they weren't really as enthusiastic about SEAD at the tactical level, so you didn't really have an equivalent to something like the Shrike or the Storm early on. And that kind of got revised through the 70s. So before that, Soviet SEAD was largely at the strategic level, so you had like missiles the size of a fucking plane being dropped by a bomber. But more towards the sort of mid to late 70s and early 80s in particular, they got more into tactical level SEAD. So you had the Su-17 carrying the Ha-58, the MiG-27 carrying the same weapon, and you also still had the larger strategic missiles.
Well, it's not going uphill, it's coming down the hill.
Yeah, but like...
If you go to some of the dams on the Syria map, the water is like non-planar. Like, it's... There's a hill in the water.
It's ridiculous, that's for sure. Like, the river is not really moving.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, Su-24s as well.
The car sit behind me, I don't know what that is. It's probably a Bradley behind me, but I'm running. Don't see anything behind me. Yeah. Let's see, I'm in like a swamp ground now, and like the speed of this thing is being reduced to 0. Just let me know if there's anything behind me.
You're right, I bumped the fucking thumb hat again. It went to intercom.
Yeah, I see that, but 127.1.
So I'm using my thumb hat on my throttle for comms, but I've got upwards to transmit on channel 1 and downwards to transmit on the intercom. But it's very sensitive, so I keep bumping it downwards. Yeah, sorry, I was transmitting wrong for 8.
Ah, there you go.
I'm having some control issues.
He's down. Nice.
Ross, by the way, we have S-25 rockets by mistake, if you want to grab those.
No, those are easy mode. I like this CCRP bombing, that's fun.
Okay, that's one Bradley down. There's a Vulcan, same place. Oh, another Vulcan popped up. 100. Middle of the forest. Hold on. How far? Change the thing. He's down. Got him, nice. Jesus, I think he's lit though. I hate how little armor this thing has, man.
That's the spirit. Responsibility.
Okay, keep letting me know if you see anything. I'm being shot at. There's a Vulcan, micromanaged by Mike Delta. He's just like spraying at me. Do you see him? I guess. Where?
I wasn't sure if I was going to stream today, because I have this kind of gnawing feeling that I'm going to get really into the stream and then I'm going to get a phone call like, oh hey, can you come in like half an hour? But we'll see how we go. On the one hand, I'm hoping I don't get disrupted in the stream, but on the other hand, I really want to hear back from these guys and actually get a shift going. I know they had another guy working there until yesterday. I don't know if he's still there, so I'm probably the next one in the queue. What's your work? It's not 100% certain at the moment, but I was looking at a kitchen hand job just on the other side of town. So it's pretty simple, but
no, I didn't kill him. He's still alive.
Reasonable money, not super difficult, and it's the hours aren't too bad either. It's not like one of those, 50-hour-a-week kitchen hand jobs. It's like 25-ish max, which is good.
Oh my god, he's literally lagging.
My ideal hours are like 16 to 20 a week because I can live off that quite comfortably. But 25's fine. Anything above about 25, 30 hours a week is too much for me. Because it cuts into my streaming, it cuts into everything else, it drains my energy too quickly. So my philosophy in life is, instead of working myself half to death, and then having a bunch of money to spend in retirement, but being too frail and too old to actually do anything with it, I'd rather just cruise. Work only as much as I need to get by, and then just do that for as long as I need to. I don't really plan ahead. I have no retirement plans at all. I don't know how long I'm going to be around, so I'd rather enjoy life now while I know I can than bank on still being here in fucking, 30 years. Especially in the current state of the world.
He's reloading, I'm pretty sure.
47.5 a week, but 7.5 is just driving to and from a customer.
Yeah.
I generally try and avoid anything where I'm going to be spending more than an hour and a half a day getting to and from work. Ideally, it'll be even less than that. So where I am right now, it takes me about 30 to 40 minutes to walk down to where I think I'm going to be working. So it's pretty close. You seen the new defector from Russia? No.
I know. Dude is literally shooting a hole punch.
Crazy how much Delta can single-handedly hold his... Yeah, he's really good at multitasking and sort of jumping in and out of units.
fine.
He doesn't get tunnel vision like I do when he's doing combined arms stuff. He can jump around much better.
Okay, I'm gonna continue. I watched Mike Delta's stream yesterday, and I really
High
like
ranking.
that
Ooh.
you can shoot HE rounds, I mean heat rounds on the T-80s, and you will one-shot them. But if you use APR AP rounds, you need like at least 2.
It's the same for all tanks in DCS. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It treats HE rounds as like superheat. It's really odd.
No, because I think it's a damage system, and since heat HE does the most damage,
it's stupid.
it does the most damage against the armor. It's really weird.
Like, remember the, was it fucking close air support when we were pushing on the airfield and I was one-shotting his tanks from like 4 kilometers away? I was using HE for to do that.
Yeah, and here I was doing the actual tactical play, like using reflex at 4K.
Yeah, like, I used to try and play combined arms realistically, and then I found out that's, like, you're just shooting yourself in the foot if you do that, so it's like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Alpin, did you figure out how to actually disable the lead markers for combined arms? Because I wasn't getting them even on the Shilka earlier. It might have just been the target was too far, but I don't know.
I've disabled that months ago, if not even a year ago.
Or maybe...
it's just that...
Maybe ED finally fixed it.
Yes, ED did some fixing, and now it applies to the dedicated server.
Which is excellent! So now the, like, 2 units that should be able to do that, the fucking Shilka and the Vulcan, you can't aim them.
Yeah, well, you know how it works, right? So it's either all units or no units.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
I mean, for the Shilka, it shouldn't even do it. The Vulcan in real life is a really weird system. It actually, it's kind of like the MiG-19. It tells you where to aim, and then you have to manually line up and fire. But the Shilka's fully radar guided. Like, the Shilka, you don't aim it, it aims itself.
Yes, yes. Although it's so old, like from the 50s, early 50s.
I really wish that they'd redo all the air defense stuff in general. Like the ASA, for instance, the fucking SA-8, it doesn't even track properly. It should be 3-point tracking only, and it pulls so much lead in DCS that they never hit anything because they've run out of energy.
I see 3 black smoke columns, general area blue fob.
I just tried the BMB2, Ross, and if you look up something with the BMB2, you still get the firing solution. So
Okay, I might have just been too far away.
Okay, maybe. So it's still not fixed.
That or a client-side setting overrides it. Oh, Hawk on me.
The three smoke columns are from my work.
And the problem is
Long-range launches at FOB, long-range launches at FOB.
Yeah, it's a Hawk. It's on me. It's from across the river.
Yeah, Rossman, you're the only one flying around there. You got Silent Eagle, MiG-29 west of you.
What happened to Salty? I'm still here.
Dead, okay. He's not flying the 225 now.
Is Salty being my insulting Jason?
All Hawks must be fully loaded now.
Yeah, at this stage, yes. Salty, can you use the BMP to the south, please? No, I'm leaving because it's 0200 here. Oh my god.
Coward.
Noob. This is being fun, so the rest of you enjoy the grind. Okay, bye-bye, Salty.
Catch you later, man.
See you, man. Take it easy.
Alphen, can you get in the BMP then? The one to the south, that proof car?
Let me check.
If I get shot down, I'll hop in a ground vehicle, probably.
Take it.
I'm super slow here.
Okay, let's wait for us. If he gets shot down, he'll take it.
Yeah, the same mission never really plays the same way twice in here. I mean, often it'll be similar, but it'll never quite be the same, which is always fun.
The 3 Vulcans from earlier, they are either, well, they must have relocated. Find them.
I wonder if I designate and then dive down and fly in low level. I wonder if the CCIP system will accept that, if it'll work.
Looking.
Because if I can do that, and then do a bomb toss on the backside of that hill...
Nice.
I haven't got that much experience doing CCRP with the Su-25, very little, in fact. But I'm still getting painted by... Oh, a fighter radar now. Okay.
Watch the 7 Tomcat.
I don't think they have any left. I'm pretty sure we killed the last two.
Oh, okay.
I think that was my first Tomcat kill in the 19 as well. I think. I could be wrong.
I remember we were in the Su-25 once and shot down Zachary, then he did full team. Remember that one?
Oh my god. I was swapping the entire world population of flares and you guys still gone.
I've actually gun killed 14s with this as well.
Yeah, why not?
Alright, I see something that resembles a hawk.
Отказ системы.
Yeah, you're alone there. If I don't you know that's me, BMB2, I just killed the guy.
There's that other site that I bombed. Here's one. Yep, that's a hawk site. 4 launches. The radars.
They are artillerying my BMP. Or trying. Oh, I see your Osman. See, look how close I am, Alpha.
I'm over the lake, north side of Blue Farm. Any friendly assets in the area? Can I engage freely?
I'm getting locked.
North of the lake, I'm on the eastern edge of the lake. I'll mark my car position.
I have AAA selected, so I guess that's not.
I'm Mark 178, that's my position.
There's still an AAA active in the area directly south.
I am flaring.
Okay, Stinger missed.
Another hawk locking me. I hit some of the launches for one of them, but I think there's still some up. Hawk launch on me. It's Cold War 1947 to 1991. Say again?
You got F-13 rockets this time.
No, I had bombs again. I'm down to guns now, so I'm gonna go back for another load.
I see Rogo engaging. Rogo, I'm on your 2 o'clock. Or sorry, 11 o'clock.
Where I'm firing, there's an AA.
Okay, you might want to get out of there, or at least go in for another attack.
It's good practice. Very good practice. Because I can now use these tactics against other targets too. So, for those that do play regularly on Enigma server, you'll possibly have seen my anti-airfield tactics in this. Well, we've got a new item to add to our repertoire now. It's the CCRP bombing. Previously, what I was doing is climbing up to high altitude with S-13s. Either one works.
It is very valuable, though. Give me the position of a Falcon. So stuff was not for nothing.
Might wind back the delay on those because it was a little long. So this left control here that's for salvo release, 0.1 delay, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4 delay, series for KMGUs and multiple bomb ejector racks. So I had it set to 0.4, I'll set it to 0.1, and then this one is for your salvo settings.
Hawk out.
I don't really use the 21 for air to ground much. If I do use it for air to ground, it's usually with the Fab 100 multiple ejector racks, just because it's fun to do. Not very effective, but fun. Typically, if I'm going to do some heavy air to ground, like what most people use S24s to do, I go for the Su-25 and I load up with S13s. Or sometimes S25s.
Guys, I'm really wreaking havoc with this BMP here.
We got one launcher with that, apparently, so that wasn't as effective as I would have liked. Might go back with S13s. It lets me be a little more effective.
I'm making it into the flap. I can destroy one of the Hawk launchers entirely. They can't repair it if you destroy it entirely, correct?
If everything is dead, they can't repair it. If there's a single unit left, they can repair.
That is about to occur.
Southern Hawk site is firing.
I'm gonna come back with rockets this time.
Alright, the Hawk site's about to blow.
Thanks for the follow, by the way, Axis. Appreciate it.
Oh my god, just if I hit like the worst ground ever for the BMP.
РАСХОДН, it's the service tank. When that light comes on, you got like 80 liters of fuel or less. That's the oh shit light in the MiG-21. There's a lot of lights in the MiG-21 that are concerning, but that is the oh shit light, because when that comes on, you're about to lose your engine. I've been feeling a bit that way myself for the past week or so. I just haven't had much energy to do anything, so... A little more awake now that we've been dodging Hawks for the past how long, but, yeah, a little dozy.
I'm really sneaking up on the Hawk side currently.
Yeah, I've got 2 Bradley, and,
Holy shit, I've been streaming for 3 hours already?
I see the Hawk side where it's firing.
How did that happen?
I killed one Stinger troop. Hit him with a 30mm. Guy's not having a good day. No, Bradley got me. Damn, finally. Oh yeah, you are really heavily damaged off of these. Oh, they finally took me out, but... Yeah, I took out like 3 Vulcans.
Need a lot of rudder in the Su-25. She has a lot of adverse yaw. Hell of a lot of adverse yaw.
Yeah, my mistake was going with APC shells against the Bradley.
Hot rod Su-25. I'm down.
After that, you should be
I'm totally down for that.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so by the time I switched to the ADGM, he was damaging me heavily. I'm driving towards the Hawk site. I know where it is.
I'm attacking with another BMP currently.
Roger. Well, the BMP-2s did a lot of damage, so kudos to the MI-8s.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Try and find neutral trim. There it is. Oh, Su-15 BIS would have been fucking amazing. At least they built a MiG-25M. I think I actually built 2 of them. 710, Board 710 is one of them. I can't remember what the other one is.
Yeah.
Someone.
I'm going in on
But
the road. I'm gonna try to
I don't
take out
think
the
Su-15
rockets.
BIS was ever actually built, it was just drawn up.
I'm spooling up at Sukumi again.
Can you, like, break off, Rogo? You go so in. Like, you gotta fire a missile, just break off so you don't die all the time. You're like, oh yeah, Rambo! It just, like, goes all the way and you just die every time. If you just break the attack and come back around, just keep a minimum engagement distance other than suiciding in there. Oh, wrong chat. Hold on.
I don't think he hears you, Zach.
Man's keen,
No,
what can I say?
Rogo, instead of suiciding in there, just take your missiles and create a minimum engagement distance. If you go in like it's 1942 Leyte Gulf, like... keep like 4 kilometer separation or something between you and the enemy, because last time I saw you, I told you to break off and you just continued and you just went and
It's Zach.
died with one other player.
Oh, got shut down the engines. Thank you,
So you
FC3.
know I was after that 163 that is parked on the west side. Then of course there was other stuff shooting from my stand. It was too late. I thought I could maybe dive through it, but nope. I dodged at least 3 manpads.
Yeah, but you can avoid them altogether if you just create a little more safe engagement.
Yeah, you just do a hit and run. He's right, actually.
Yeah, it's so annoying, especially on a Su-25 because it takes forever to wind down.
Fire your vehicles at 8 and 9 kilometers, sometimes even 10.
I don't mind the 29 where you have to start the engines one at a time. I mind it in this because I have to wait a minute or more with this dialogue open before I can actually get shit to rearm.
All of the Hawk towed arrays, there's infantry standing around, so there's short-range manpads all around them.
I'm not sure what we'll do once the server empties out for the stream. I've been playing... I actually reinstalled it for the first time since Vandal Swarm came out in fucking, like, what, 8 years ago? I've been playing Star Citizen with my one ship that I keep getting blown up. It's interesting. I see potential there, but I also see a lot of game-breaking bugs.
Check out this map.
Like, if you took all my complaints about DCS and then just multiplied them by about tenfold, that would be Star Citizen. There's a lot of, there's the basis of a really cool game there, but it's so broken. It's so broken.
I couldn't bring my ATGM.
Like, the kinds of, I actually have, yeah. I haven't done it on stream, but I did play it about a week ago.
If I had got my ATGM around in time, I could have done
But yeah, I haven't played it on stream yet. Yeah, like, it's got the framework of what could be a really good game, but there's so many, like, basic game-breaking bugs, like the infamous elevators at Grimhex, where you end up in this purgatory of a desynced elevator you can't get out of. You have to respawn or relog. There's a lot of stuff like that, like duplicating elevators so you can't get down the actual one because the duplicate one's got collision geometry and you're stuck on it. There's a lot of things like visleafs not rendering in properly, and sometimes you can walk into them and there's no issue, and sometimes you'll walk through an unrendered visleaf through a door, for instance, and you'll just fall into the void and die. You get stuck, like, indoors or between elevators, like, it's just... Part of me wonders if they compromised on, on their precision, like, for actual, knowing where things are, because of the scale of the game. I almost wonder if that's what's happening, because it feels like a lot of the bugs are caused by janky precision. Like, the game doesn't quite know where something's supposed to be, so it just ballparks it. Likewise, often when I spawn into an area, like if I get killed and respawn in the hospital, there's like fucking wheelchairs and beds and shit flying around, like they've glitched through the ground and got launched by the physics, so... That game could be very good, with a lot less, adding of cool features, and a lot more work on the core mechanics of it, but... It's been fun enough to play, but it's still not at the level where I would feel comfortable spending another cent on it. I have the Hornet pre-order package, so before any of the drama started, when it was initially announced, I bought into it for, what was it, 110 or something for the Hornet? That's all I have still. So it's worth playing, but it's incredibly frustrating. And it's, like, supposedly the next patch is going to bring a lot of good stuff, like the ability to actually trade, and a lot of fixes, but for the moment, there's not really a lot to do. So it's the kind of game I think I'll probably play for a week, and then I'll get bored and go to something else. But it was nice to actually get back and try it again, and see what has been done with it. Squad got the ADF up. Yeah, I still haven't played Squad for, like, ages. I think it's been, like, 2 years since I last played Squad. Just get back into it, get the gang together and play it. The thing, my biggest complaint, so those of you who are in my Discord would have seen my rant about Hell Let Loose and its historical accuracy re-helmets and weaponry. Here's another one for you. When the game had a melee option, like when they said there was a melee option, I assumed it meant either you hit someone with the butt of your rifle or you bayonet them. No, neither of those things happen. You pull out a knife and stab with it. Like, I don't understand where this knife psychosis has come from in gaming, but nobody's doing that. Nobody is doing that in fucking World War II.
Where's the friendly BMP right now?
You would pull out your knife if you lost your rifle somehow, or if somebody was literally on top of you.
Okay, no relation.
But, you know, if you're in normal combat, you're gonna go for a bayonet, or you're gonna smack them upside the head with your rifle. The whole knife fetishism thing in gaming really annoys me. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, Postscriptum's good, but I haven't played it for ages. I used to play it quite often, but then the population kind of died off, so I haven't played for ages. Do you play the end of next month, by the way? Servers are going to be hell, but you have to check out the fleet during Invictus. Yeah, if I remember, I'll pop on. Like I said, I've just been buzzing around in my Hornet, getting blown up and doing mostly bounty missions, so it's been alright. I was interested to see, though, like, how limited the play area of some of the cities are. Like, for instance, Orison, which is where I decided to spawn in. Orison's really pretty, but the play area is, like, barely anything. There's one small mall, there's a hospital, and there's, like, living quarters, and a showroom, and that's about it. Like, Orison is pretty barren, which is a shame, because it has so much potential as a setting. I visited, what is it, Area 18, I think, the other day, and that feels more substantial. It's still a very limited play area, don't get me wrong, but it feels like there's more. Similar with Microtech. Microtech's kinda limited like Orison is, but you don't notice it as much, because it's mostly indoor spaces. I don't know, I feel like it has cyberpunk-itis, which is where you have this beautiful world and all this amazing scenery and world building going on, but at the end of the day, it's like 90% skybox. Or not even skybox, but like it's just window dressing, if that makes sense. So you have this enormous world to explore, but there's only a handful of enterable buildings. Everything else is locked. You know, Cyberpunk players will be familiar with that. Like 99% of Night City is just locked doors that you can't access. Which is really annoying. I understand why it's like that, because the amount of resources it takes to develop a modern game with fancy graphics you can't possibly well, you could maybe with procedural generation, but generally speaking, you can't do that much playable area. It's just, it would take too long, you would need too big of a team. Yeah, GTA 5's that way as well. I mean, the earlier GTA games were, but, like, you can at least understand for them because they were very limited by the technology of the day. These days, it's harder to justify. I really feel like if you're going to do a big open world sort of game, you need to spend the extra time and effort in making more enterable stuff. Like, really, at least have part of the city where every building's enterable. If not the whole city, right? Part of the city, at least. I haven't played it, so I don't know on that one. But yeah, like, I don't know. Something needs to be figured out because it's a problem that affects a lot of sort of modern AAA titles. And it's really disheartening because I'm the kind of person who gets lost in a game world for, you know, days at a time. And it really kind of bums me that I can't explore even deeper into it because the buildings are all locked. For instance, one of my, or actually a couple of my must-have mods for when I play Fallout 4, which I can't at the moment because I modded it until it broke, but a couple of my must-have mods for that, all they do is just add more enterable stuff. So is it Beantown Interiors, I think? Adds like a fuck ton of new buildings all over the map. I love that shit. It gives me more to explore. But, you know, then I go play Cyberpunk, which I do love. I really enjoy that game. I didn't play it until long after release, so most of the really bad bugs were gone. I haven't played it since the latest big update. I need to do that, but I really like that game. But it's the same problem. Everything's locked. Like, there's so little of Night City I actually get to experience, ultimately. And Star Citizen gives me the same vibes right now. Starting to thin out a little. Not surprising, it's nearly 11 AM here. Alpine server usually quietens down by about 10 or 11 AM my time. During the free trial events ED used to run before they moved to the free trial sort of, or the 2-week trial model that they've got now. During free trial events or any sort of like, initially during COVID lockdown, for instance, when nobody could go outside, the server would actually stay populated until 2 or 3 PM my time, which was fucking just incredible, absolutely amazing, because all the people from the American time zones were playing. This server is largely populated by Europeans, so it does tend to populate at European prime time and then taper off pretty quickly. So we need to figure out how to get more Americans as a continent, so Canadians as well, obviously. We need to figure out how to get more people from that time zone in, and we need to figure out how to get more Australians playing. I think, to a degree, people are afraid of high pings in DCS. By high pings, I mean more than... For me, high ping is more than 250, but for most people it's more than 100. It's not a big deal. If you have a ping of 300 in DCS, it doesn't matter. It actually does not matter. It doesn't affect anything. I get... What am I getting right now to this server? 300. 300 exactly to this server, and I have no issues. None. Don't be afraid of it. I mean, 400, 500, yeah, you might start to see some issues, but 300, not a problem. Just not something to be afraid of. Hey, Spider. We're just having a bit of a chill one towards the end of this mission. Maybe it's because British devs are stuff obsessed. Should be bayonet obsessed. They don't like it up-em. They do not like it up-em. So says Jonesy. Main issue with Star Citizen is that their law societal structure makes no fucking sense. Also, the naming convention and emblems are whack. Not really more than most space games, to be honest. I mean, I'm not a heavy sci-fi guy, so maybe I'm like spouting bullshit right now, but it never really struck me as that unique or different. Star Citizen really... It reminds me of a lot of other sci-fi franchises. So for instance, you can actually see it on the different worlds. So Orison, I've yet to kind of pin down what that is. But for instance, Microtech is kind of like if you took Mirror's Edge and... fuck, what was it? Mirror's Edge and... There was something else I thought it was like. And my brain's failing me right now. But anyway, it's like a combination of Mirror's Edge and the other thing which I can't remember. ArcCorp is kind of like a mix of Blade Runner and Cyberpunk. So it has like the retro sci-fi brown and white sort of color scheme, the blocky shapes. It looks like a comic out of the 80s. That mixed with Cyberpunk. And then Hurston is kind of like just straight Blade Runner. That really shits me now that I can't remember what it was I thought Microtech looked like. Oh, hello, Mr. Hawkseye. Where'd that come from?
Flaps 1-2 on 17 clicks from target. Should I try go around and attack from the south or try it from the north again over the lake?
Maybe the south. I got another Hawk out on me.
Yeah, I'm already on the south. It's pretty clear. Just be careful. Still some Vulcans protecting the Hawk sites. At least 2 Hawk sites.
Do you want me now to come in north or south? And do you want me to go around the lake east or west?
I suggest you go east side of the mountain, that's close to the farm, and then attack from the south.
By the way, long-range launches again.
Yeah, that was at me. I defeated them both.
Still really low, there's still some AAAs.
You can't make them run dry, there's basically ammo trucks everywhere.
Yeah, well, they have about a 10 or 15 minute reload once they actually do run out, so we can at least put one down for a few minutes.
Wild Weasel.
Сочи, 291. Разрешите посадку. 291. Сочи. Посадку разрешаю. Посадочный.
Yeah, exactly. Packet loss is the real issue. Or really inconsistent ping, but if you have a stable 300, it is not a problem. I used to play, like, even Twitch shooters, like fucking, but I used to play shooters, and still do play shooters, with upwards of 250 ping. 250 to 280 is not bad. Above 300 it becomes annoying, but I can handle 200, 250, 280 even. In a shooter, perfectly happy. And particularly for older shooter or like slower pace shooters, like 250 is nothing. Really nothing. I kind of got them towards the ground, but there's also a hill that I put between me and the launchers, so the hill broke line of sight to the radar. So one of the main methods people in DCS use to defeat SAMs is to dive at the ground and drive the SAMs into the floor. That does work for some systems, but for most of the systems we have in DCS, that should be impossible. You know, even since the 1950s, that is something that they thought of and designed against. Dvina, for instance, an SA2, should not go into the ground. There's a mode specifically to avoid doing that. But DCS doesn't model the different tracking modes, and it doesn't model that
Let's
either.
have an angle from the east. Right on some of the... To try to continue southward.
291. Враг вышел в стоянку.
Oh, I wish. I really wish for SAM-SIM integration. Already defeated. Spend another one, Mike Delta. Spend another one. Here we go.
Right, I'm creeping in from the east over the river.
I'm keeping that Hawk side occupied for now.
More launches.
Okay, so it's in that tree line. Interesting, he's hiding them, or trying to hide them. Right on the point of that tree line next to the town.
I have line of sight on the southern group.
Two missiles out, 2 missiles. 3 missiles.
I'm trying to evade.
He's coming in way too high. In a hind, he should not be that high. That's why the Hawks are engaging him. Fuck. At least he's distracting them for the time being, but yep, now they're gonna shoot at me. I wonder... No, it's not gonna... Okay. It's gonna see if I could do a long range yeet, but it's not gonna work. Defeated. These are probably not going to be super accurate, but... Get rid of the empty pods. Reduce the drag, reduce the weight, reduce the shaking. Problem is I've got a shallow angle here over a hillside, so the slant range unit this thing uses is not going to be real happy with that. There's one site. That's Rogo's wreck, that big pile of smoke there, I think. That wasn't me hitting something. Oh, unless I actually, no, I may have hit a building. That, I can't tell if I'm engaging a site that's already been hit or not. It's kind of hard. Need a forward observer to talk me on. That is definitely part of a Hawk site there, though. That was a stinger. Don't know if you guys saw it, I just saw a very faint smoke trail come up after my path. But we managed to get away from it. I'm down to guns. I may have damaged one of the sites, I'm not sure. Still a lot of stingers active. How many ground kills have I got? 4, so I've hit 3 ground units on that entire run. Let's go Chad mode. Fuck it. May as well. Then I'll hop in a ground unit, I think. I'm not seeing any smoke though, which means I might have been engaging units that are already destroyed. I honestly have no idea. There's the hit, yeah. Vulcan under me or something. There's the engagement radar. Because I used... Like, I don't have mounts, I use my desktop, and the T50 is too tall. Did that survive that gun burst? Seriously? Holy shit, there's another one. Stinger dude, they won't engage me, I think, because I've got an engine out. Sometimes the AI decides you're not, like, you're not a threat anymore when they hit you. Try and at least knock the Hawks. Okay. It's one radar down. They're just going to use repairs on them anyway. I know, right? It's pretty silly, but DCS is as DCS does. Where's the engagement radar for this one? So if Mike Delta gets in one of these units personally and hits me with a Stinger or a Vulcan or something, I'm dead. Like, there's no surviving that. But the AI are unwilling. Yep, that's what just happened. The AI are unwilling to do it.
More impacts, all same area. area, northern end of the runway, Sukumi.
He's got artillery nearby. Cheeky bastard. BMP down there that no one's driving. Okay, well, I will take command of that. Just move my shit over slightly. Still no engine sounds. Okay, so if I go in from the south side, it's going to be really slow because we're in what the game considers to be swamp. These forested areas. The other thing, and this is the only real mark I had against the T50, other than the fact it's just too tall for my desk, what should be a slew sensor on the T50, like, because it's based on a MiG or a Sukhoi stick, what should be a slew sensor is just a fucking 8-way hat or 9-way hat or something. For whatever reason, Verpal, despite theming the stick around, you know, the typical Soviet or Russian stick layout, they made that a hat instead of a fucking thumb slew. It should be a thumb slew. So VKB on their MCG Ultimate actually made it a slew sensor. But yeah, like, for whatever reason, Verpal didn't. That's kind of an annoyance for me, because on the MiG-23, on the MiG-29, on the Su-17, that's a slew. And it should be a slew.
It's on the river east of Sukumi.
It's also not a mini stick, it's an actual thumb pressure sensor.
End of the runway, but it must be coming in from the
I mean, I could get my MiG-23 stick out and show you, but I can't be bothered. Oh! Oh my god, I think they've made rivers, like, less murderous to drive across. What is this?
And then try and scan south side.
So about 6 kilometers to get to the pub. Yep, there's a Stinger there and a Bradley of some form. So that's 29 degrees for 3 kilometers. I need to find somewhere I can overlook that and get a ATGM off, ideally. Yeah. Yeah, the rivers still consume you sometimes, especially in tanks, but it seems that the BMP can cross it a little easier, because these used to get stuck as well, and these should be able to cross rivers. Yeah, it's funny, they seem to have improved a few long-standing issues in CA, but introduced, like, twice as many more problems. Which is a very ED thing to do, to be honest. CA any fun on single player? I don't know, I doubt it. I pretty much only play Combined Arms on this server. I only own Combined Arms because of this server, so... how it is in single player I can't really speak to. Is Mike Delta hopping off as well, or is he just saying goodnight to those guys? Doesn't work properly on ultra-wides. It doesn't work properly with track IR now either. So there used to be a bug where VR users would complain that the viewpoint was like not fixed to the vehicle, and they had a gun sight that would move around with their head, and now track IR does that too. So like, if I go into the gun sight, but it doesn't move the actual turret. So if you don't pause your track IR, you end up with serious problems trying to hit anything. Very annoying. I'm gonna be pretty exposed coming around the south here. He's still on. to turn that off. Oh shit, hello. It's a truck. Is it a dead truck? I think it is. Yeah, dead truck. So there was a Bradley. I'm not sure if it was a Bradley or a linebacker. If it's a Bradley, like an actual M2, that's a problem because it has toes. If it's a linebacker, I only have to worry about its cannon. Its cannon's still scary to a BMP, but it's a lot less scary than an ATGM. Oh, he hopped off. Oh shit. It saw me, it saw me, it saw me. I took damage there. A bit of damage. I actually prefer vehicles, like fighting vehicles that he's controlling directly, because he has human reflexes, whereas the AI immediately snap to you. And because ED still insist on this fucking tomfoolery where the commander of the vehicle has to control the fucking gearbox, it's very hard to rapidly reverse behind something, because you've got to fucking shift gears while not crashing into stuff, while also aiming the gun. It's a fucking pain in the ass. Okay, that's one less. Why do they insist on it? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Probably someone got a hair up their asshole about realisms, fucking driving simulator, and so they decided to lump that responsibility on the combined arms player, when in real life the commander would just be like telling the driver, like, driver move back, driver move up, whatever, and the driver controls that shit. You know, there should be a delay. Like, there should be a delay between I want to reverse and actually reversing to simulate the driver shifting gears, but I should not have to manually shift gears myself as the vehicle commander. Like, that's just fucking stupid. Absolutely fucking stupid. That other Bradley might be on the back slope of this hill. Not sure. Oh, it's on the back slope, I think. Oh, God, the fucking S-tank. Gunner Heat PC gets it right. I've been saying it for a while, but Gunner Heat PC is a perfect example of what Combined Arms should have been. Obviously, they can afford to put a bit more detail into some things because they are simulating ground vehicles. They're not trying to simulate aircraft as well. Or not flyable ones anyway, but the way they've solved the same problems in Gunner Heat PC is the way that it should be done. Versus DCS, where it's just, what the fuck were they thinking? I really hope they do give Combined Arms a total rework at some point and they fix problems like that. You know, get rid of the stupid awkwardness for awkwardness sake, like the fucking awkward equals realistic mentality, which is bullshit here, it's bullshit in Tarkov, it's bullshit in DayZ, it's bullshit everywhere. And just replace it with actually fun but realistic gameplay. Like, none of this fucking janky shit. CA2, yeah, they probably will charge for it as a separate module. Wouldn't be surprised. Okay, that shit's not a threat yet. That's gonna be a threat. We're going to give him an ATGM because if he's pointing his front at me like I think he is, I'm not likely to get through it with 30mm. Only $80, yeah, I know, right? Grass is going to work against me a bit here. The AI sees through grass, of course. Just like it sees through fucking everything else. There you are. It's a Vulcan. Is there no Bradley? I thought there was a fucking Chadley here.
Russ, and there's infantry with RPGs. On your nose.
I see him. Really should battle sight this thing a bit, but... See, this is where splash damage is wrong. Fragmentation should be fucking these guys, but there is no fragmentation modeling.
Actually, there's still one RPG alive in that first group you killed.
I see him. Got him. There was a Bradley here before, but that might have been the one that I killed earlier. Might have moved it into the trees. .66.
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't see any Bradley. On the units, I see on the hog side.
3.45. We need to offset a little because we're canted on a slope. Okay, so that range is for that guy who's in the water. Why he's in the water, I don't know. That was a hit. He's still not burning though. Okay, let's figure out how far the other one is. That got him. 65, 4.05, or at least he faded from the map. I don't know if it got him. 4.05 means he's past my rangefinder. What the fuck was... Oh. Oh, okay, that's cool. My turret has decided to stop obeying my commands. It's a hawk sight. We'll get a bit closer. We'll set it to about 3.6 and we'll get a little closer.
Alright, I'll be next time. It's getting way too late. Good evening, thank you for the flights. Next time.
Catch you later, man.
0.
When I hit this road, I will be
This was a real
3
challenge.
kilometers from the Hawks.
Yeah, my Delta is a tough cookie for sure.
I like it. Only the product and the product provider was a little more, you know, reliable.
It's another. Oh, hello.
Ross, you got a Vulcan 9 o'clock on the mountain.
Shit, shit, shit. Didn't lose too much health there. There's another infantry squad down to my right. 58 degrees, less than a kilometer. But I don't see them. You're folding the terrain. Hey, Mike Delta, cheers to the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. I don't think we're going to finish off the last of your units here. You got too much stuff for us. It was a good fight though, man. Always a good fight. A little over, so we'll adjust down. We're kind of at the limits of the accuracy of this gun anyway. There's a little bit of dispersion on it. Okay, I think that's them. No worries, man. Always a pleasure. 174. Oh, hello. That Vulcan looks like it's dead. Oh shit. Something's angry at me. Another Vulcan. 35 degrees, 1.85. Oh no, don't show side. Oh, please, BMP.
Смотри экран.
This
So the
is
BMP
unrealistic.
apparently gets
You
stuck
have
on that
fuel and
slope, which is
weapon supplies
interesting.
that aren't stuck in the mud.
Cheers for the resub. It kind of is stuck in the mud, actually. It's, she don't drive so well on slopes at the moment, because I tweaked the CA movement, and it fucked over a bunch of vehicles. The BMP is one of them, apparently. Where did he go? Should be almost up my nose, actually. Don't see him. I might just engage this. Oh, shit, there we go. That's where he was. Yeah, I was in the Su-25 practicing my CCRP bombing. It was quite fun. Always a challenge to actually fight a properly managed SAM site instead of the default DCS shit that's just always on. We had to try and figure out when you were actually out of ammo and when you were just toying with us. Oh shit, hello. 73 degrees for under a kilometer. There they are. Still a Stinger dude up, but I don't see him. Might be behind a tree trunk. There he is. I got him. Okay. 30 degrees. Hiding in the tree line, are we? Somewhere in there. I don't actually see where, though. Oh! That would probably be the howitzer engaging me. That Vulcan's still around as well. So that is... over there. It's a bit far. Vulcan's right in front of me, pretty much. There we go. Please drive. I think I'm badly damaged because it's barely moving. Shit, that's coming from my right side now.
Alright, you have 2 Vulcans on your 300.
Oops, forgot to switch ammo. How is he still up? Okay, I got him. I'm a little bit damaged, so I'm gonna go. Uh-huh. I don't see it.
Second Vulcan is 311. I'll mark it. I don't see it anymore.
It might be on the back side of a hill.
Yeah, he's popping in and out.
I'd say he's on the back slope of that. A little short. That's dead, that's dead. Launchers are still up. Truck over there, Vulcan, Hawk sight. Where's that howitzer? Back behind that tree line, I think. Oh, there he is. What's the range? About 2 kilometers. Oh, we were almost at 2. Can I have control of my turret, please? Thank you, combined arms. Oh shit, that howitzer's really mad. We're running out of ammo here. Let's move. There's a bunch of infantry there. We are out of HE frag though. Catch you later, Mike Delta. Have a good evening. I'm going to try and find some cover here while I try and remember what the keybind is. There. I have it bound on my joystick, but I don't think I have it bound on my mouse at the moment. Oh, that's not the button I wanted to press. That tapped me out. Okay, there we go. So it's not that, it's not that, it's not that. I don't know what I have it bound to on my mouse. How far is it? 1.75. Oh, come on. No! Fucking trim hat. I'll just go back to using the mouse. I think joystick's going to give me the shits. There we go. I think that truck might be bugged. I'd say it probably is. See, there's a little bit of wind pushing the rounds off target. So I need to aim off to the right. We're a bit short. Looks like we're still short. Yeah, I think that truck's bugged out. It doesn't have collision anymore or something. Okay, how about this guy? That got him. Probably going to be out of range for that. There goes the last of my gun. Oh, those were hits. We'll take them. And then there should be a Vulcan. I don't know if that's the one that's alive. There is one that's still active. No, that one's dead. There's one around here that's still active. We'll spend an ATGM on that because it can kill me. That's probably it right there. Oh, the ATGMs sound a bit different. I think they changed the sound on those. A bit beefier now. There we go. Reload that. Go back to the coax. Yeah, it did, didn't it? bit out there. I'm not sure they're that powerful, but... Oh, hello. Didn't notice you. And this guy is 117. How is he still alive? I thought we got him. Oh, there he is. I see you. Oh, that's a bad noise. It's another Vulcan engaging me, I think. Okay. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure I saw him get hit directly and he's still up. There is another Vulcan. It does sound like a fucking Saturn V. Jesus Christ. About a kilometer to those. Which is actually what we had it set at for the PK. Can I have my turret, please? Hello? Turret? There. Combined arms.txt. Let's hit that. We're a bit short. Not actually sure how much coax we have left. I guess we'll find out one way or another. This man's tanking a lot of machine gun rounds. There we go. Finally. That is a track radar and it is alive. Little over on those. That is a surprisingly durable missile. There we go. Jesus. What do they build these Hawk launchers out of? Apparently the same stuff they build the PKT barrel out of. Probably should have melted by now. Okay, that Vulcan's dead. This guy. Whoops. Yeah, see, the rounds are just going through him, they're not actually colliding with him, so he's glitched out. As I suspected. Still a Hawk launcher left there. Oh, I see it. It was hiding behind the other ones. It hasn't got any missiles on it, so I didn't notice it. There we go. Yep, same stuff. I think we do still have an ATGM left. I think it's our last one. And there is still that last Vulcan, I think, over there somewhere. There's a place called Hull. So we'll probably save that. So I killed, what was it, 14 ground targets up until the point that I switched to combined arms. I think most of those were with the Su-25. That first bombing run was pretty accurate. Or it looked pretty accurate from my view anyway. Tracker Pro Clip? Yes it is. The hat clip, first of all, I don't really wear hats indoors anyway, but also the hat clip doesn't play nice with glasses, or so I'm told. So I just use the Pro Clip, it's pretty decent. It's very fragile though, these things break super easily. I've gone through like 4 of them. Can't do any seed in the Su-25. Not in the way you're thinking of seed, but you can do Chad mode seed with rockets and bombs. You could totally do that. Set it down to 600 for the PK. Which is pretty much exactly what we needed. Oh, that launch is already destroyed. How about the other one? Yeah, okay, so there's 2 down, 2 up. Be interesting to check in TAC view later and see how on target those S-13, well, off target those F-13s were. If they were on target, I wouldn't be doing this right now. But I'm curious where they landed, because they should have been reasonably close. I mean, they weren't super good, but they should have been close enough to at least damage the site. Yeah, exactly. Maintaining quality and innovation by not fucking changing a single thing in 20 years. Oh, man. Chad, access to a 3D printer? You and me both. I would love to have a 3D printer. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. What is this? A 20-degree grade, if that? Fucking BMP can't climb it. Like, are you serious? It should have no issues climbing that grade. At all. No, it should be able to climb that. That's what, a 20-meter elevation change in 300 meters? Yeah, it shouldn't have that big of a problem. Did I get the last Vulcan already? Honestly, I don't know at this point. Oh, that was the one up in the fucking trees, wasn't it? But there was another one up here. Like the north side of Zenny. It might have been the one I just engaged and destroyed before. Not sure if there's anything left. We'll have a cruise over here and have a look, but I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, because these things are fucking spendy to replace. They're like $50 to replace them, which is kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Especially for how flimsy they are. Like, if you're going to charge that kind of money, at least build them better. Oh, glad I came over here. Hello, little friend. And there's a Stinger. Oh shit, Vulcan, Vulcan! Oh, he got me. Ah, slow reflexes. Anyway, that'll do for now, because the server's emptied out anyway. But yeah, for those of you who missed it before, tomorrow, my time, today if you're in Europe, so at 1800 GMT, or sorry, 1800 Zulu, same thing basically, 1800 Zulu on today, for you European guys, or tomorrow for Australian time zones, the mission with the MiG-15s and the F-86s will be running. Bandar 1949. So if you haven't played that one yet, I streamed it about a week or two ago. Also, you can check the forum thread. As always, Alpin puts all the info on his missions in the forum thread. So if you go to the Eagle Dynamics forums, go to multiplayer, and there should be a Cold War 1947 to 1991 thread. It's always near the top of the section, so it's not hard to find. And usually the first post in that thread will have a list of different missions that are running, and then he'll post new missions in the thread as he comes up with them, so you can get all the info you need there. You don't need to worry about reading the in-game... Well, you should read the in-game briefing, but you don't need to worry about it. Catch you later, thanks for hanging out with us, man. Good to see ya. Let's see. DCS is pretty populated these days, which is good to see. I'm gonna have to get back into DCS at some point. Enigma servers doing alright. So again, just to drive home the point, I know that I'm probably some people are getting tired of me saying this, but when I went to join Alpins earlier, I did a quick check of the player list and recognized two names. So I am holding my position that there's only ever 2 or 3 people from Alpin server during Alpin server peak times that are playing on Enigma server. I don't... Like, there's this perception it's like this fucking Nosferatu that just sucks away all our players. It's not. If Alpin server is empty, like there's nobody in it, then people will move over, but typically if there's a couple people in Alpin server, all the regulars start coming back. So our problem isn't that we're losing our regulars. Our problem is that we're losing some of the casual players, whose names I'm obviously not going to recognize. And it's partly because we've lost a few regulars. So, you know, Zach has only just started playing again. He's been away for quite a while. Kirk has been MIA for like a year at this point. You know, most of the vodka guys have been kind of indisposed recently. So we've had a lot of people getting burnt out or taking breaks or trying other servers. The Bulgarians, the Bulgarian squadron that used to play all the time on Cold War, I've seen a lot of them flying F-16s and stuff now, so they're trying out the more modern planes. I think that's what's causing the issue, is just we've had a lot of the red regulars sort of burn out or go to other servers or whatever within about 6 months of each other. It wasn't overnight, but within about 6 months of each other. And so you're losing more and more of the red core, and then once the red core is gone, the casuals don't come anymore. I think that's our problem. Yeah, exactly. It's the same here. If Alpens is empty and I'm in a hurry, or if it's late afternoon my time and Alpens is never populated late afternoon in my time, I'll jump on Enigma server. But usually during prime time, I'm on Alpens server. DCS is modern stuff, yes. That's where Pom used to play a lot, and will probably be playing more when he gets home. Might hop on Enigmas for a bit, but before I do that, I'm going to get myself a snack because I haven't eaten yet today. I'm going to get myself a drink, so I'm going to be back in probably 10 or so minutes, guys. Bear with me, and we'll get back into some Cold War action. After that, not sure what the plan is. We'll figure something else out.
300. Подавление 755,78. 167. Взлет запрещаю. 167. Утаите. Взлет по готовности. Отход по
I'm back.
300. Подавление 755,78.
What is it? Because if I open that, my browser will open and the world will end. I can check the link out after the stream, but it's just, while I'm streaming, opening links is very bad no-no for my PC. Because, I might have a couple hundred tabs open, most of them videos. Oops. Oh yeah, no, I've seen that. I've seen that. Fucking weebs, man. Can't get away from them anywhere. Alright, let me get this thing set up. Get out of the way, because I'm probably blocking in like 10 people behind me. We'll give her 80% because I'm going to have to fly a fair distance to the front line, I think. Not blocking anyone in. Cool. So, as far as I understand it, Red are struggling to push the last couple of sectors again. Yeah, the last 2 sectors are always the hardest. Let's see if we can go do something about that, chat. Let's go help them out. We've spawned way back, though, almost at Sanaki, because all the other road bases are taken, so it's going to be a fairly long flight. Probably should have stuck with full fuel, now I think about it. Ah, whatever. 80 will be enough. We can land at a road base there and fuel up closer to the front. Actually, no. I can't, because I can't turn around at road bases in this. Hueys are too strong, yeah. Yeah, when they get a group of Hueys together, it's really, really hard to actually push because they just drop so many fucking troops, and the Hueys are so hard to see. We got the standard. Man, I need to clean my glasses. I just put a dirty, great fucking fingerprint on them. Hey, Indiana. Yeah, after this fight I'm gonna have to quickly clean my glasses off, because they're fucking filthy. Actually, I've got a glasses case right next to me. I got that many glasses cases, so I got like these glasses, my fancy going out glasses, my fucking sunglasses, my other fancy going out glasses I forgot I even had, but... I need to get these ones replaced because I can't see shit anymore. I was struggling to read a menu the other day when I went out for lunch. I was like, how long have I had these for? And then I realized they're at least 8 years old. Kind of not current. You know, generally, you don't want to wait 8 years before getting your eyes retested. Not a real good idea. I mean, I just made it worse. There we go. They're not, like, it's not a big difference. Like, I only notice it when I'm trying to read small text at a long distance with these. When I say menu, I don't mean, like, this kind of menu, I mean menu board. It was a fucking Subway. But yeah, like, I struggle to read small text at long distances, and, like, I can't quite focus my eyes on things at long distances with these on. But it's otherwise not that bad, it's not that big of a change. My eyes have been pretty consistent, which is probably why I didn't bother to get them tested for so long. LASIK, I've been really tempted, but first of all, money, and second of all, I am, like, dimly aware of the fact you're supposed to have a recovery period of a few days after or something, or even a day after, where you don't go outside, don't look at any bright lights, don't read, don't watch TV, don't anything. I would fucking die. If I had to go 12 hours, let alone 24, without reading something, I would commit unalive. Like, I can't do that. Maybe once I get my ADHD meds, maybe then, but until then, like, no. Like, for those who are lucky enough to not be knowing, pretty much the best form of torture for anyone with ADHD is to just, like, tell them they're not allowed to read or read anything, watch anything, and put them in a quiet room. Like, it's horrible. I think there's some tomcats up at the moment, so I'm gonna have to be a little careful. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
Frames are a little low.
Jacket 1-1, threat,
yeah,
raw, 280,
like,
20,
there's different forms of it.
Blank south, Tiger 2.
So there's hyperactive, which is kind of the stereotypical thing everyone thinks of, where, you know, as a kid you're really disruptive in school and you're always, like, up in people's faces and shit. I don't have that. My sister's kind of a bit of both, but I don't have that. I'm inattentive, which means I can't focus on anything. A distraction happens, I forget what I was doing completely. And it's not like, ooh, shiny thing. It's, you know, my brain is constantly thinking about just random shit. I have access to maybe like 30% of my available brain power at any given time. The rest of it is just doing its own thing. And that will occasionally disturb what I'm actually trying to do and make me go off on a tangent. I have a lot of trouble sitting and watching something all the way through, if it's especially more than 10 minutes. That's serious effort for me to sit and watch something for more than 10 minutes. I'll get things halfway done and then get distracted by something and forget I was even doing them in the first place. I lose things easily because I just put them down and they stop existing.
4,400. Beam west. Tiger 2.
Somewhere in front of me. Might actually be his contrail. Overlord Circus 1-4.
Break. Jacket 1-1. Merged. 262.
If
600.
Some movies I can. Especially if I like go to the cinema or whatever, it's easier to focus then.
11. 200. Flank southeast.
But like, it's difficult to hold my attention on it, especially if there's any other distractions. Like, if I'm in a cinema, there's no distractions, I can sit through a movie easily. If I'm at home, trying to watch a 15-minute long YouTube video, I get distracted instantly by something else. It's more that kind of thing. Like, if there's no distractions, I can focus, or if it's something I'm really interested in, I can focus. Like, I get hyper-focused, so I can be doing something, like I was doing my MiG-21 cockpit reskinning thing, and I thought, I'll spend an hour or so working on this, and then I looked up and realized it'd been 8 hours. Games do that for me as well. Like, I can hyper-focus on a game for 12 hours and not even realize. But as soon as I actually have to sit down and do something that doesn't interest me or feels like a chore, it just doesn't happen. Yeah, pretty much every few minutes my attention switches to something else. And then, like, I'll get through a chain of videos that I queued up one after the other, because I got distracted halfway through each one. And then I'll realize, oh fuck, here's a window of something really important I was supposed to finish yesterday that I haven't even looked at yet. It's really annoying. It's useful sometimes, like having the actual, like, full-on hyperfocus when it happens is really useful to get shit done, but more often than not, it's an annoyance because it stops me from ever finishing anything. Yeah, it does. I mean, there's a reason I dropped out of university like 3 different times, and it's not because I'm not smart enough for university. Put it that way.
Saxon 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 10 kilometers.
3 to 4 tabs with... Yeah, I've got a couple hundred at this point, but same thing. I half-watch them and then I get distracted. Like, a thought comes across my head like, oh, that's related to this other thing. I should learn about that, and it just goes from there.
11,600. Beam southwest. Fast. Tiger 2.
Putting somebody with inattentive ADHD in front of a machine learning algorithm that shows you stuff like YouTube does is absolute torture. Because they can't, like, certainly I can't get away from it. I will just sit there and click through. It's like doom scrolling, but for videos.
Overlord Badger 1-1 said tripwire 20 kilometers.
Yeah,
Badger 1-1.
yeah,
Overlord.
I was
Copy.
diagnosed when I
Warning
was
20
32.
kilometers.
I had to wait until I was 32 for a diagnosis. Which is really hard, because if they get it early, you at least understand how to work around it, and you can develop some sort of coping strategy that's actually healthy, as opposed to unhealthy coping strategies like playing games for 10 hours a day. But yeah, I never found out when I was younger. It was never even suspected when I was younger. So I basically cruised my way through high school, then dropped out of university several times, then failed to get any sort of meaningful qualifications. I routinely end up changing jobs. Like, I can't settle down and have, like, a normal, settled person life, because it just stops me. I mean, there's other shit in play as well, but mainly, like, I just can't fucking finish things. It makes it a lot more difficult than it should be. Not to say it's impossible, it just means that to get the same amount of work done as anybody else does, I have to really spend a lot of energy to do it. Get up to get a drink, realize there's dishes in the sink and you have to move them and fill up your water, so you do those and realize, oh, I wish I actually would get up and do the dishes. It's more like notice there's dishes in the sink, go, oh fuck, and then decide, oh, I'll do it later. And then get distracted by something else. For me, I'm not good at actually getting anything done. Case in point, I'm almost out of cutlery because most of it's sitting in the sink waiting for me to wash it up. But yeah, like, I will forget to eat some days. Like, I'll just forget that I'm hungry, and I won't eat.
Circus 1-4. Threat.
Or I'll go make a cup of tea and forget that it's, like, the tea's steeping.
Beam southeast.
And then I go back an hour later to get something else, and it's like, oh, fuck, I made a cup of tea and it's now ice cold. That one happens a lot, because I make so much of the stuff.
Saxon 1-1.
This part of the front line's really difficult because it's so compressed.
300.
So
Flag
we'll
southeast.
see how we go,
Tiger
but
2.
I'm expecting to get intercepted.
Saxon 1-1. Merged. 318. 300.
I'm kind of on the fence about whether laziness exists. I've certainly worked with people who I don't think they really had a reason to not get shit done besides they just couldn't be asked, and they realized that they didn't need to because I would do it for them.
047. 300. Tiger 2.
So, I think to a degree it exists, but I think most cases of, oh, they're just lazy, it's probably somebody with undiagnosed ADHD or something else, or some other reason that stops them from getting the thing done. Like, I don't honestly believe there are that many people in the world who are content to just sit on their ass and do nothing.
Overlord, jacket 1-1, bogey dope.
You know, between jobs, I get bored because I've got nothing to do and I've got no reason to leave the flat.
3000. Beam east. Tomcat. Jacket
Fuck.
1-1. Overlord. Bra. 347. 28. 4400. Flag southwest. Fast. Tiger 2.
Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey
Saxon
dope.
1-1. Threat. Bra. 047.
What can be done about this condition?
4200.
Meth!
Flag southwest.
Fucking
Fast.
meth!
Tiger 2.
That's why I don't have my meds yet, because it's a
Circus
fucking
1-4.
controlled substance and they've got to get, like,
296.
20 different letters.
500. Flag northeast. Tiger 2.
But, I have been
Bra. 344.
prescribed, as in, my
3,300.
doctor doesn't have the prescription to write it up, but he has the
Tiger
recommendation, or he's waiting on the recommendation to do it.
Threat.
It's been
Bra.
confirmed, it just has to happen in
3,210.
writing because it's a controlled
1,300.
substance, but,
Flag south.
I'm getting
Fast.
Dexies,
Tomcat.
and we'll see if they work. Some things work
Circus
for some
1-4.
people and others
Overlord.
don't, but we'll see how we go.
010. 7. 500. Drag north. Tiger 2. Saxon 1-1. Merged. 087. 2500.
But yes, the generally effective medication for ADHD is amphetamines. Shit that makes most people more hyperactive actually makes us able to stop and think.
2200. Hot. 2-ship Tiger 2. Circus 1-4. Merged. 317. 1300. Tiger 2. Jacket 1-1. Merged. 277. 3400.
Oh,
Tiger
not
2.
now.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 279. 2400. Tiger 2. Circus 1-4. Merged. 273. 2600.
Oh fuck,
Tiger
hello.
2.
Hello.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Bra. 095. 15. 800. Hot. Fast. Tiger 2.
I'm gonna get third partied here. Oh yes, straighten out. Oh, for fuck's sake! I knew it. I knew that was gonna happen. I'm 9p5. Yep. Who could have seen that coming? Who could have guessed?
Jacket 1-1. Threat. Bra. 309. 20.
Forward road base is open at least.
1200. Beam northeast. Begin.
Not that that works at the moment, but we'll set that up.
Saxon 1-1. Threat. Bra. 260. 10. 1400. Flag northeast. Tiger 2.
I was auto-flaring as well, by the way.
279.
Just ignores
1900.
flares.
Tiger 2.
I
Jacket 1-1.
like. I'm not gonna say, oh, 9p5 OP, remove it from the server. I don't really care that much, but I will say I wish I had any missile as good as that. They are hands down better than our missiles. Like, I say that as somebody with a lot of experience flying both the MiG-21 and the F5. I prefer the F5's missiles; they're much better. Hey buddy, you okay there? Oh, watch out for that truck! Bonk. Think you needed that bit there, mate.
Jacket 11. Threat. Raw. 214. 20. 1500.
Side effect issues?
Southeast. Fast. Tiger.
Yeah, so there are some that are actual side effects and some that are side effects, but only because people that think ADHD isn't real, who are people that I would very much like to go get into the sea, because it makes my life much harder, they agitate against giving people the meds for it because, oh, they're highly addictive drugs. Yes, they're so addictive that we forget to take our medication. Like, that's the thing. Anything you would think about with, like, methamphetamine or something for a normal person doesn't actually apply to us because our brain is wired ass backwards. So, it's not addictive to us because we forget to take it. It doesn't make us hyperactive, it makes us able to stop and actually think without 20 different voices going around at once. Not voices as in I'm hearing voices, but like all my thought processes run in parallel. Like, my brain is multi-core, unlike DCS. And then, like, a lot of the quoted side effects are from overdosing on meth, basically. So shit like, you know, your heart's going to explode, or you might experience psychosis. Like, it's not going to happen.
1300. Tiger 2.
There's a possibility it could fuck with sleep cycles, although in most people it actually makes sleep better. Because you're not thinking so much, you can just go to sleep instead of waiting for your brain to finally tire itself out. And for some people it does raise their blood pressure and their heart rate a bit, but for most it actually lowers it because they're not stressed out all the time.
Saxon 11. Threat. Bra. 071. 10. 700. Beam south. Fast. Begin.
So the reason I'm still waiting is because my, the psychiatrist who actually, you know, signed off on it, he has basically the same issues I do. He also has ADHD and he's on the spectrum, so he is not very good at organizing himself. And he recently moved and he doesn't have any admin staff at the moment, so he's a little bit disorganized. So I'm just waiting on him to send the actual paperwork through to my doctor, who can then sign off on the prescription, then I can go get my my meth. And hopefully that'll make me able to focus when I need to. Like, it's... The thing is as well, if I want to have a day where I'm, you know, able to harness the full fucking power level of my brain, I can just not take my meds. Like, it's real fast-acting stuff, so if I have a day where I don't need to actually be constructive and I can just do whatever the fuck I want, I don't need to take them.
Overlord Soda 1-1, set tripwire 1.
Some people learn they have ADHD when they do coke and it does nothing for them. Yeah.
Calls
Yeah. Exactly. Like, there's so much stuff that people think, oh, how could you give somebody this horribly addictive, like, dangerous drug? Like, bro, if my brain was wired the right way round, it would have that effect on me, but it does literally the opposite. Like, there's a whole list of things that don't actually affect me the way they affect normal people. So, for instance, I've never been dosed to the eyeballs on opiates, but I've had enough of them in hospital to know that they do very, very little to me. I don't get lightheaded or start seeing, like, there are members of my family who would see ants crawling on things if they had morphine. It doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't actually do anything for me. At most, it makes me a little bit drowsy, but it's hard to attribute that to it, or if it's just because I'm bored out of my skull because I'm stuck in a hospital bed. So, yeah, opiates do basically nothing to me, and I'm not about to go fucking slam heroin to find out if it's just because I'm not taking enough.
Badger 1-1. Threat.
Like,
331.
caffeine doesn't really have much effect on me.
Tiger 2.
Like, I have to really take in a lot of caffeine before it gives me any kind of energy boost, and then it crashes almost right away. Ritalin? Ritalin's one form of it. So Ritalin is, I forget the actual name of the drug, but that's what my sister has. So she's on Ritalin, and then I get Dexies, which is, Adderall. Like, Adderall is literally just dexamphetamine. That's all it is.
278, 10, 1100, hot, Tiger 2.
It's also hilarious because it then means if my flat actually gets broken into, the cops will actually give a shit. It's great. I would recommend everybody to get legally prescribed a controlled substance, because then if your shit gets burgled, the cops actually have to care. It's fucking fantastic. Big brain shit right there.
Badger 11, merged, 040, 3100, Tiger 2.
It's like,
Saxon 11, threat, bra, 270.
my sister left her meds in the car, and...
hot, 2 shipboard hog.
Okay, and the keys got stolen.
Saxon 11, merged,
And,
264.
when it was mentioned that she'd left her meds in the car, there was a much more, shall we say, enthusiastic response to it. What the
Badger
fuck
11,
just hit me?
merged, 187, 2500.
I forgot to set a tripwire. That was on me. Am I over the... Oh, fuck, I am. Okay, no wonder. Well, do I still have... I don't still have a laser because I don't have a nose. It's a fucking F5. Come here, you little shit. Fucking have here. I don't know if my missiles are gonna work though. I got a damaged flap. That's what that crunching noise is. And my entire nose section's gone. Oh, no, don't spin, please. Don't spin, please. I got no hydros either, so we're gonna be mostly fighting with the rudder. Yeah, I don't think my missiles are gonna work, which is annoying. Because I could pretty easily missile kill him here. Oh, they are gonna work, but I'm too close. Shit. My gun is gone as well, I think.
Soda 11.
Please overshoot me
257
and extend.
800, Warthog.
Please extend out. Come on, extend, buddy, extend. You know you want. Yes! Yes!
Badger 11 shopping.
My man! Keep doing that. Oh, don't freeze, don't freeze.
Overlord Badger 11 shopping.
Badger 11, Overlord, Bra, 217, 24,
See ya.
800, Flag East, Tiger 2. Saxon 11.
Yeah, my gun's gone.
237, 500,
R60s only.
Warthog.
Skill issue. Skill issue. This thing's... It's really light now. It pulls its nose like you would not believe, because there is no nose. Overlord Circus 1-4 bogey dirt. Oh, he must be pretty upset
Circus
about that.
1-4,
I sure would be.
Overlord, Bra, 318, 10, 300, Hot, 3 ship Tiger 2.
Oh, really?
Saxon 11, Threat, Bra, 273, 10, 200, Flag Southeast, 3 ship Tiger 2. Saxon 11.
Yeah, people underestimate the hell out of this jet.
100, Tiger 2.
She's a monster in
Saxon
close combat.
11, merged, 262, 1000, Tiger 2.
Oh fuck, there they are, hello.
Saxon 11, merged, 257, 100, Tiger 2.
Can I roll left, please? Hello? I got no ailerons. My pressure's gone from the hydraulic system, so I can't really roll. Except with the rudder. Please... Oh! Okay, well that was a lag teleport. That was cool. Oh, they're so mad. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, why don't you just extend a little? This might be a little close, but we'll try it.
1, 5, 0.
Ooh!
1, 0.
Sucks to suck.
1, 5,
I'm totally dead now. The second guy's gonna get me.
1, 5, 0.
Oh, I'm out of fuel, in fact. Must have had a hole in the fuel tank.
Утаите. Разрешаю руление на пол 1, 5,
Let's
0. Остановитесь.
see if I can make it down to a road somewhere.
Остановитесь.
I'm too fast for that straight there.
0.
Saxon
We
1-1.
might be
Threat.
able to
Broad,
do...
284. 10, 200. Hot. 3 ship
section?
Tiger 2.
1, 5,
I got kid, did I?
Остановитесь.
It's already scrolled off the screen.
1, 5,
Man, I'll take a kill on kid any day, especially in this condition.
1,
Oh, that's a railway line. Fuck. Okay, where's the road?
1,
There's the road.
0. Остановитесь.
This is a very silly idea. I should just eject. The wings are wider than the lampposts are, I think, and I've got no airspeed indicator because my pitot probes are both gone. So we're just gonna have to hope for the best here. I'm not gonna use the wheels.
7, 5, 0, 8.
I'm gonna have to try and slip it in between the lamps because I don't have ailerons. Close enough. Oh my god, how did that not blow me up? Yeet!
Soda 1-1. Merged. 221. 500. 2 ship Tiger 2.
You have to send me a clip later.
Soda 1-1.
I'd like to see his
Merged.
perspective of that.
232. 800. Tiger 2.
I always, whenever I get involved in a dogfight in DCS, I love to see the other person's perspective of it, because there's so much you miss. Like, it's always more interesting to see both angles, not just yours and not just the other guys, but both of them together. Yeah, we'll take that down to about there, and then we'll grab these, and this time I'll try not to fly blindly into the objective while not having a tripwire. Overlord Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15. Might have spoken a bit fast for him there.
Break, break, break. Soda 1-1. Merged. 245. 100. Tiger 2.
It depends on the seat.
Circus 1-4. Overlord.
This
Copy.
seat, yes.
Warning 15 kilometers.
So this is a K-36, this is 0-0 rated, and what that means is you can eject at 0 altitude, 0 airspeed and survive it. Earlier seats, in particular like the KM-1M that the MiG-21 has, in DCS all seats are 0-0, but in real life that's not a 0-0 seat.
По готовности. Отход по схеме на 300. Подавление 7.
It was the F-104A. I think in the F-104C they'd already gone to the upwards firing seat. I need to clean these properly, so I'll be right back, guys.
Командир, борт заправлен.
A dirty great big smudge right in the corner of my vision, that's pissing me off.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Also how fast a chute opens and the design of it. So these things here, if I can get my mouse pointed, these little cylinders here, these are drogue chutes, one on each side. So the seat will go up and it'll pop the drogue chutes out, and then the main chute comes out of it.
Overlord, Soda 1-1, Bogey Dope.
Yeah, extend means stop turning.
Soda 1-1.
And extend
Overboard.
away for speed.
Bra,
So basically,
031.
once you run yourself low on speed or energy,
Beam southeast.
you
Tiger 2.
level off or even force the nose down to get a bit of negative G to unload the jet, and then it should accelerate better. Because remember, the slower you get, the more angle of attack you're pulling, right, to maintain altitude. So if you're in a really hard turn and you're really slow, to actually get that speed back, you can't just, you know, stop turning, because you're so loaded up on AOA from being low speed that it's going to take forever. So what people do is they'll bump the nose forwards to force the aircraft out of it, and force it into a 0G or negative G situation, where the aircraft's not so loaded up, and the AOA isn't as critical to keeping it in the air. Screen needs a cleaning again. Jesus, the amount of crap at a cruise in one day.
Soda 1-1. Merged. 322. 1400.
Color of Grass.
Tiger 2.
That's a good name. Especially on
Soda
here.
1-1. Merged. 307. 900. Warthog.
A little stuttery today. Probably just because there's a lot of people on and a lot of shit getting blown up. Yeah, so the Su-25, its nose authority obviously is better with the nose missing, because there's less weight forwards of CG. But even with the nose still there, it doesn't have great nose authority, kind of like the MiG-19, but it sustains the turn very well. Holy shit, just for giving those subs, Indiana. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, like, it doesn't really pull its nose well, but it sustains well. So typically what I'll do is I'll try and get around 600 kilometers an hour and just pull to hold 600. Usually I use one stage of flaps as well to do that, because it just seems to give it that little bit more, not really turn rate, but it shrinks the radius enough that the F5 struggles. And it kind of baits them into pulling their nose inside you. And if they pull their nose inside your turn, they're gonna bleed all their airspeed off real quick, real quick, and the F5 doesn't recover too well.
Circus
So from
1-4.
kids' perspective,
Red.
cheers, man.
Bra,
I'll check it out later.
302. 15. 900. Flank east. Begin.
You like winter, huh? I'm not that big on winter corpses, to be honest. I like spring is pretty nice. Spring and autumn both. Summer's a bit too drab.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Bra.
Winter's a bit
333.
too
15. 200. Flank southwest.
samey.
Warthog.
Because there's no detail, I guess. Like, there's no snow melt, there's no kind of differential amounts of snow on farmland versus just grass, whatever. It's hard to describe, but, you know, if you live in a place that snows, you know what I mean. Misfizz, on the other hand, the snow in that is on fucking point.
Overlord, Soda 1-1, bogey dope.
Soda 1-1. Overlord. Bra. 266. 6. 300. Drag west.
Ground kills
Fast.
start getting that one successful strike so far. 3. Whatever. It's better than nothing. Yeah, so back when Tawny used to do a lot of dogfighting stuff with the crew, I would often watch his stream back afterwards and then like have a look at his perspective of the same fights. And so I could tell him, like, this is how you counter what I'm doing here. This is like, oh, I didn't realize you were doing this. If I had realized you were this slow, I could have maneuvered, whatever. Did you see the text lord thing? I did. I haven't used it yet, though. That formation there. The target that I initially went for still has some units left, but we'll stick with this one for now. This is the one that I'm sorted in on, so this is the one we'll go for. I'm pretty sure that should be... Yeah, that's a blue target, because it's pointing southeast. If you're having trouble IDing targets, guys, blue targets will point southeast, red targets will point northwest. Like, each target has sort of a front, so to speak, and which way that front is oriented tells you which team the target belongs to. Oh, there's one right under me. That could be a bit unpleasant.
Break. Circus 1-4. Merged. 299. 1200. Tiger 2. Circus 1-4. Threat. Raw. 299. 15. 2600. Flank east. Fast.
That's probably a
Tiger
Roland.
2.
Overlord Circus 1-4 bogey dope. That's a Roland shooting
Circus
at me.
1-4. Overlord. Raw. 124. 5. 900. Drag east. Tiger 2.
Oh fuck. That's a target I'd like to come back for. Those things are juicy as fuck. One salvo of S13s will kill that whole target.
Raw. 256. 15. 4800. Flank northeast. Tiger 2.
It's a hind.
Soda 1-1. Merged. 240. 700. Tiger 2.
Overlord Circus 1-4 bogey dope. Something there. That looks like a tiger.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Raw. 066. 5. 1300. Flank west. Tiger 2.
That's not gonna hit. Oh, maybe it will? No, he juked it. He didn't see that one coming.
Merged. 311. 900. Begin.
Begin.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 268. 2000. Tiger 2.
Uh-huh. Oh, yes. You want some too, huh? Oh, that's a 15. Never mind, that's a 15. Good. Okay, where's that?
Circus 1-4.
MiG-15, check 6.
Raw.
Low
301.
frequency, don't care.
100.
Sorry, Enigma, I
Flank
just
south.
cost you money.
Warthog. Soda 1-1.
Is that... I
Merged.
swear to God, if that
291.
MiG-15 kills me,
1500. Tiger 2.
I think he is going to try and kill me. He looks like he's thinking about it. I love this fucking plane so much. So much. Hey, there's the MiG.
Azure 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 10 kilometers.
21. Overlord Circus 1-4 bogey dope.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Raw. 278. 17. 200. Flank southeast. Warthog.
Really? Although what I might do is I might take this brief respite from the air-to-air threat to try and dunk on some ground targets if I can. Oh shit. Okay, that one's already destroyed. Good. I love my Froggy. It's so good. Like, people underestimate this plane so fucking much.
Merged.
Oh yes.
265. 200. Warthog.
Okay, well give me a moment, Overlord, and we'll deal with it.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Raw. 310. 15. 1000. Flag east. Warthog.
Overlord Circus 1-4. Bogey Dope, Warthog. Oh shit, it's a Vulcan.
Circus 1-4.
Oh, hello.
Overlord.
Oh no!
172. 3. 100. Beam east. Warthog.
I think I just took a hit.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Bra. 278. 15. 300. Hot. 2 ship Tiger 2.
That's fine. Overlord Circus 1-4. Bogey Dope, Warthog. My wings are still attached. I broke the flaps is what happened.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Bra.
I didn't realize they were still out.
2. 100.
Oh, hello.
Drag southeast. Warthog.
Come here, bitch. He's chasing the MiG, I think. That looks like a MiG-15 in front of him. Oh, yeah, he was. Yes, turn. Turn, coward. Oh, don't freeze. Do not freeze. There we go. Bye-bye. Toxic Su-25 gamer. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. My work here is done. I love this fucking plane, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Somebody's trying to chase me. That's cute. Yeah, my flaps are busted, I think. That crunching noise usually means busted flap in the Su-25. I don't know if... I think something hit me, but I don't know. Either I took a hit or I overstressed something. Either or. Because I was being shot at by that fucking Roland. Usually they will roll into one tap you.
'Circus 1-4. Threat. Bra. 319. 15. 1200. Hot. 2 ship Tiger 2.
You really want to do this?
Overlord, Wacker 1-1, Central 5.
Wacker 1-1.
I'm nice and light now because I don't have much fuel left. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Bra. 309. 19. 900. Drag west. 2 ship Tiger 2.
I would too if I were you.
Overlord, Wacker 1-1, set trap 10.
Oh, Tycho, you missed it. We did some CCRP Fab 100 seed earlier. It was great on Alpin's server. Fucking Hawk sites. I was just draining them of their missiles, and then went in with the bombs. Turns out, dropping 3,200 kilograms of bombs on a Hawk launcher does not do it much good. The CCRP bombs on this are so fucking underrated, man. Especially for shit like knocking out airfields, like, holy fuck. Yeah, I know, right, Super? MiG-23 guys, we're gonna have to get used to this fucking bar above our heads, because the 23 needs it to stop the canopy cracking at high speed. So get used to leaning around things to look above you. We still have hydraulics, which is always good. It's not very fun trying to land this with no hydraulics, but we're gonna have to forward slip it in a bit anyway, because I'm way fast, and even the air brakes aren't gonna save me here. I think that it's a little tiny bit slimmer, but not much. It's still pretty chunky. Can I sink, please? Can I sink, please? Please? Please, 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 please? Please? Down? Yes? Tell you what, let's do our next sortie with the Fabs, because there was that that target there I'd like to delete if it's still up. And although it's best to hit those types of, like the Humvee targets with S13s, we could do it with Fabs. We'll do a CCRP toss. Just have to make sure I got my bomb salvo settings done right so I don't miss it. Love if you got that Roland. I would love to get the Roland too. But Roland's a no bueno for me in this thing. I've yet to figure out how to effectively engage them other than just flying at super low level. Stole 2 potential R55 kills already. Fucking Chad.
I could not find you on scope.
Taste of blood and will not stop? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh, I don't have a shoot. Probably from the tail damage. Hello? I would like to slow down, if that's a thing that we could at all possibly do here. There we go. Well, that went reasonably well. I have to reslot because I can't turn around here and the plane's damaged anyway. Alright, there we go. So, 3,200 kilos of bombs, huh? Let's do that. We'll get rid of a bunch of fuel so we're nice and light. We're going to set 0.1 delay on the ripple. We're going to set it to Vsiach. Or Vsio, I guess it's meant to be, which is all. Which means it's going to just poop them all out at once, but with a 0.1 delay between pairs. So the way you do the CCRP bombs is you go out of ground mode, you make sure the slant range unit's on, so green light, put the pipper on where you want the bombs to hit, pull and hold the trigger, pull and hold, you'll see the range start winding down. It will make a tone when the bombs are about ready to release, and then you just hold the trigger, it will release them when it's ready. It's fully automated, luxury, you know, gay space communism. It's fucking wonderful. You don't have to worry about a single thing other than keeping broadly lined up with the target as you do the release pull. And you can use that to toss the bombs, so if you want to do what I did with one of the Hawk sites and go in and then just fucking yeet it out like that, you can do it. I think the Su-25 had some more advanced air-to-ground modes, but I'm pretty sure they all had CCRP of some form or other.
10, 1,900, hot, Tiger 2. Badger 1-1, merged, 330, 1,900, Tiger 2.
So what are we sitting at now? After what was that, 2-3 sorties? 5 air kills, 8 ground kills. I'm not getting that many ground kills though. Like, normally a single Su-25 sortie for me is about 15 ground kills, sometimes more. But because I'm getting engaged by fighters, I have to kind of just yeet my shit and then fight. I know, this plane is just so good. So fucking good. You do not want to make the frog angry. If you make one of these angry enough to jettison its weapons, then it's going to be really pissed off because you've just wasted an entire sortie for air to ground, and it will be out for blood. Like, when you see the fucking ordnance come off the wings, that's real shit mode. Like, when that happens, that's when fucking Tansalelek starts playing, right? The High Fleet music starts playing. And it's playing for you, not for him. Oh, hello. Me. Yeah, Vigan low drag is fucking fantastic. I really love the low drag bombs in the Vigan. I need to get better at using them, but they are a lot of fun. The high drags are what I mostly end up using, those and the ACAN rockets. Incidentally, since I'm not tilted today, and this is something I probably don't clarify enough when I do get tilted by the Vigan fucking wrecking my shit, the actual flight model on that thing's pretty good. Like, the flight model itself is good. They've done something fucky with either the drag, the thrust, or the fuel controller. Like, one of those three things is wrong, and I'm not sure which, and I don't have dev tools, so I can't check. But its acceleration and top speed are ridiculous, way beyond what they should be, but in every other respect, that flight model is really, really good. So there's something wrong, and I don't know what it is, but it's never been fixed because people just assume that that's the plane's quirk as it goes fast, right? So I need to figure out if there's some way I can test that will kind of lead me to figure out which is the culprit. I think it's the drag is set too low, but it could be a bit of both, because I remember when it released it had some issues with the thrust being set wrong. And I don't know how many of you remember when the F-14A first released, but there were like a lot of screenshots of F-14As doing Mach 3 at high altitude, and there was something fucked with the engine thrust controller. You fucking god. Tycho, you absolute fucking god. Vigan kill with an RS-2 US. That is beautiful. He's going for my bombers. Well, he won't make that mistake again. Holy shit. MiG-21 MF moment? Yeah, I know, right? I should add a fucking MF loadout to the channel points thing. I'll have to do that later. Just came back and saw you praying. Tycho here, Tycho the absolute fucking king, just killed a Vigan with an RS-2 US beam rider. It doesn't beam ride in DCS, but shh, we won't worry about that detail. It's still a ship missile, so the fact it hit it all is fucking astounding. Okay, we are almost at the front. Let's see if we can find that target we wanted to go for, ideally without getting fucked with. Overlord Circus 1-4, set tripwire 10. Overlord Circus 1-4, okie doke.
Circus 1-4.
Cheers to the bits, man.
Raw.
Appreciate it.
043-5. 1,500. Hot. 3 ship Tiger 2.
For fuck's sake. Don't kill me, I want to do my CCRP memes. I'll find that target first. It's in this valley, I think, in front of me. Oh. Down here somewhere? Hello? I can't find it now. It was in there somewhere. It was right in that valley. Oh, I think I see it after I get hit already. Motherfucker, okay. Shit, that's not it. I can't find it. Fuck it. We'll go for this one. It's not going to be accurate though, because it's over a hillside and it doesn't like hillsides. I just released right away because we're already in a dive. I'm going to probably blow up here in a moment because my fuel's burning. Yeah, there we go. We need fighters. Where the fuck is our cap? Where the fuck is our cap? I wonder if I should maybe try for the depots with that instead and just toss it over the hill. That might be more effective. Did I actually hit anything with that run? I don't think I did. One target. Ooh. The A10C is. The A10A is same as this, FC3, easy. Stream's not full screen for some reason, only on my side. It should be full screen. Should be. It looks okay on my end, but I don't see what you guys see, I just see the OBS output. Yeah, I know, right, Super? I'm gonna have to bug report it, but I'm trying to figure out how to actually demonstrate that it's not tracking properly. Maybe try and kill B-52s or something with it and show that it's actually leading the target, which it shouldn't do. Oh yeah, the mobile app's fucked up.
Merged. 319. 8,700.
Like the Twitch mobile app is a dumpster fire, honestly. Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm always happy to have a wingman. Always. Get rid of some of the dirt specks on the screen before I take off and confuse them for F5s. Got very quiet suddenly. But yeah, I need to set something up for the MiG-21MF memes. Oh, Enigma just bagged a Tomcat with God's missile. Beautiful. Overlord Circus 1-4. Set tripwire 15.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Copy. Warning 15 kilometers.
Overlord, Badger 1-1, set
Yeah, the road bases are nice to have, for sure.
Badger 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 10 kilometers.
It's always fun, like, as a challenge to try and road base a MiG-21. I've landed it along a lot of these roads without removing the lamp poles and shit, by the way. I'd get on, like, the aerobatics server and stuff and just land on random stretches of road. The really long bridge, I think it's at Honi or something, it's, like, north of Sochi Adler, between Sochi Adler and Sochi proper. I've landed on that bridge. It collapsed under the weight of the aircraft, somehow, but I did land on it without breaking the plane, which I was pretty happy with. The road bases are protected now. It used to be the other way around. It used to be that airfields were protected and road bases weren't, but that's been switcherooed now.
343, 15, 200, beam east, Tiger 2, Warthog.
There's an A-10 there.
Overlord, Raw.
If I'm still alive after these bombs come off, I might come back and deal with him.
High, Tiger 2.
Frames are a little low today, but it's probably just because there's so much... so many units cluttered into such a tiny space here. when the front line moves this far up. There's a death bubble around the main spawn airfields, where you just despawn if you fly into it. Around the main air bases there are SAMs, and or not main air, but around the secondary air bases there are SAMs. The road bases just have a bubble that despawns weapons.
24, 9,000, hot, Tiger 2.
Because like a really committed player will get through SAMs pretty easily. Or they'll get killed in the process, but they'll still get a weapon off. Speaking of SAMs, there goes one. Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 323, 43, 2,400, hot, begin, Warthog.
We've actually cleared the front line, so I've got a short window where I can get in and hit stuff. Hey Finny! Cheers for the follow, welcome to the stream. Oh fuck. Now, where is that nice, juicy target I saw? That might be a friendly air defense side-lobing me, possibly. So that's the main valley there. I'm gonna go ahead and go air to ground mode, get this slant range unit set up. So the target that's on the top of the hill there was already destroyed. And the other one should be in that valley somewhere. The issue is just finding it before I'm right on top of it. Or before somebody shoots me. Okay, we got a target up there to the left. It's not the one I was going to drop on, but it might do. Yeah, it's going to have to do, because I'm going to get jumped otherwise.
1,000, flank south, Warthog.
There go my bombs. Oh, there it is. It's right next to it. I didn't see it. Just off the left wingtip in the valley. Boom! Look at that shit. Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Probably should have just dropped him without a delay.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 292, 12, 500, beam south, Warthog.
That's the roll in locking. So, Red Bros, you see how you use the Su-25 CCRP? Now think what that'll do to a runway. Think what that'll do to a runway, my man. So, we can use the S-13s from high altitude in a diving attack, or we can do this. Either one will trash a blue airbase. Can you stop freezing, please, DCS? That's a hind. Oh, come on, dude. What is this lag?
Circus 1-4, merged.
My game's frozen.
200, Warthog.
My game is completely frozen. What the fuck was that? It's still frozen. Yeah, what the fuck is going on? Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 273, 2,
Oh,
800,
come on.
southeast, Warthog.
Huey guns don't really affect my frames, I've noticed. There he is. I see you.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 301, 14, 100,
Bonk.
flank south, Warthog.
Don't freeze now. Oh, why are you sustaining? You could have one-circled me there, bud.
Circus 1-4, threat.
Looks like a
Bra,
tomcat out front.
014, 15, 4,100,
Bye-bye.
southeast, begin.
That's a MiG-15. Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 032, 14, 4600, drag east, begin.
It's a vegan. Cheers a bit, sniff it.
Good kill.
Appreciate it, man. Oh, he's going for the bombers, that's why. I'll have none of that, thank you very much. No bullying my bombers. I can stop putting more fucking spots on my screen. Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey dope. So Roland's
Circus
behind me.
1-4, Overlord, Bra, 251, 14, 200, Hot, Warthog.
Okay, if you insist. Yeah. There are other humans. There are AI in here, so the big bombers are AI, but the other fighters and ground attack aircraft are all humans. That will stay on sometimes when you're in air-to-air mode. It doesn't actually matter. Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Where is this guy?
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 236, 10, 200, flank southeast, Warthog.
Are you now?
Circus 1-4, merged, 228, 200, Warthog.
It's down there somewhere. I don't see him yet though. Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord,
Make 15.
Bra, 204, 1, 200,
Oh, there you are.
east, Warthog.
MiG-15's with him. You gonna finish him, Mig? Or do you want me to help? That's... Yeah, he's got him. Come on, bro, finish him. Finish him, buddy. Finish him. Don't play with your food. Okay, A-10's down to no engines, I think. Don't make me get involved. Do not make me get involved, my dude. He's gonna try to hit those ground targets, I think. I'm sorry, MiG-15, but you gotta fucking kill him. If you don't finish them off, they'll glide down and fire on the way. You've gotta fucking actually finish them. I feel bad for doing that, because that little guy should have had him, but you can't hesitate like that. Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Still got some fuel to play with, and a missile, and some gun. Well, what's the
Circus
gun?
1-4, Overlord, Bra, 016, 38, 2200, beam southeast, begin.
And he's still going for the bombers. Yeah, don't play with your food. Fucking get in there and kill him. 15 minutes till restart. Oh, was that you, Proof? Yeah, sorry about that, dude. It looked like he was lining up on one of our ground units, so I just sawed his wing off just to stop him from getting rid of those mavs he was still carrying. On targets, we have an 8-point lead. I do have a gun. We can use said gun. There's not a lot here left that I can use it on, but we can use it. Okay, that's dead. There should be another group of units on that hillside, or was it under me? Either way, they're dead. And then the valley here is where most of the targets are going to be. There's our hind friend. Do I dare push for the fucking depot with guns only? I'm tempted. I will die, but I'm tempted.
Badger 1-1, threat, bra, 245,
It's down there.
1,300, flag southeast.
The
Tiger
Rolands are definitely awake.
2. Badger 1-1, merged, 219, 1,700, Tiger 2.
Heinz working over that target that I was engaging before. What's left down there?
Badger 1-1, threat, bra.
Bro, there's still
313,
Humvee.
10,
Bro.
5,000, flag south, Saber, 2 ship Tiger 2.
People leave these targets unfinished. And it gives me the shits. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look how much shit's still
Badger
alive
1-1,
down here.
merged, 317, 3,300, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, threat.
And the actual
bra,
depot buildings as
260,
well.
15, 1,800, flag southeast, Tiger 2.
Hey, Sarah.
Threat, bra,
That was awesome
343,
watching you guys
10,
fly the other night.
3,200.
Absolutely awesome.
Fast. Begin. Badger 1-1, merged, 350, 3,000, Tiger 2. Badger 1-1, merged.
Ooh, I bit off more than I could shoot.
3,300. Begin.
I got greedy. Oh well. Mission's gonna restart pretty soon, so I don't know if there's much point me starting up another jet. I was trying to correct for the crosswind and I just left it too late to pull out. That's what she said. But we got the Humvee at least. Oh no, we got the other two. That one's still up. So you see this, the building, the concrete building, that hasn't been destroyed yet. People ignore those things, like they just go, oh, it's probably destroyed, and they leave it. Like, that thing is still alive. When they're destroyed, the interior of it disappears, but, like, people just ignore them all the time. I see it all the length of the front line, they just leave those there. Come on. Oh, he's going for the other target over there. Looks dead when it's dead. Yeah, exactly.
Overlord Hatchet 1-1, set tripwire 10 kilometers.
Hatchet 1-1.
I am slightly sad that the
Copy.
the
More than 10
movable
kilometers.
free camera is not a thing anymore, because it was nice to just sit and spectate sometimes when the server's about to restart, but oh well. I don't think we're going to push the sector, because we're still behind. We're not behind, but we don't have enough point lead. Once we get this sector, we can maybe try and just roll the last one today. But if we can't get the momentum up to bag the second last, we won't get the last, and they'll eventually push us back. This is always where red stalls, these last two sectors, and it's partly because those roll-ins are so difficult to get near. But you can see, because the front line narrows so much, that's the narrowest point of it right there. Like, that choke point right there with the last two sectors. Well, actually the one at Sukumi is the narrowest, but it makes it really difficult to push because everyone is focused in such a tiny area. It's in the mountains, so it's hard to spot targets, and the slant ranger in the Su-25 doesn't work so well over hills. Whereas, like, this kind of area around Sanaki is perfect because it's so wide and open and flat, it's not difficult at all to find targets. I'd kind of like to see, I don't think they'll be able to do it until DCS does run multi-core because of performance, but I would like to see a second front line up here. So you have two sectors, like one south of the mountains, one north of the mountains, and then the mountains are kind of like a neutral death zone where, you know, don't go there, you'll die. People will ambush you. But having the front line separated into two different sectors, and say you could push all the way to the last one here, but up north, blue could be more successful maybe and push down like most of the way on their side. I just don't know if the current player count would support that much open space. I guess we'll find out when they make the Syria version. Yeah, Syria should be interesting, although I'm a little bit anxious about how it's going to perform. A little bit. Guns on the MiG-15 need some attention. Yes. The 37mm is... I used to, like, say it was telling people my favorite knock-knock joke. It actually is now. It's a fucking joke. The last couple times I've hit people with the 37, it did fuck all to them. Curiously, it seems to hurt F5s and A10s more than it hurts Sabres. I hit a Sabre with one like 3 times, and it didn't do a whole lot. I hit a P47 with one a bunch of times, it didn't do a whole lot. Like, it just... I don't know. It seems like it's not what it once was, at all. Can we shoot anywhere at those bunkers? If you hit the bunker itself, it doesn't matter where you shoot it. Like, you can literally fire, say, a 30mm cannon in the Su-25 and hit the ground in the middle of the bunker, and it will still damage it. As long as it's within the confines of the bunker, it will take damage. Believe that'll count as a shared kill. DCS doesn't do shared kills at all. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. I don't think the scoreboard doesn't. Chat doesn't, and I don't think the server stats, which are not DCS, they're a separate thing that the server runs. I don't think they do share kills either. I count share kills, so when I'm going through the tac view of something and I notice somebody else landed hits on the same guy as me, I'll share the kill halfway between us. But yeah, the game doesn't do it by default. Cheers for the sub too, man. Appreciate it.
Hatchet 11, threat, bra, 306, 10, 200, hot, 2 ship warthog. Hatchet 11.
First half of the map is nice, but there's a critical lack of airfields in the middle. Yeah, but I mean, that was why road bases were done anyway, to be honest. You could put a road base around Cherkessk or something. In fact, a couple of Alpin's missions do have road bases at Cherkessk or like around this area. So you could do that. You'd certainly do that. I love the way, let's go, chart, this is like the main, in fact I think this is the only operational fixed wing airbase that Georgia has, and in DCS, what airbase? Charts, DCS, charts, DCS, nothing, absolutely fucking nothing. I wish that we had more actual, more scenery in DCS, more of the stuff that should actually be there.
2 ship warthog.
So that's your airbase there, that's an airbase there, that's an airbase, or airport there, airbase, airbase. There's the flying club runway at Soganlug, which is there. There's like a substantial fucking cliff between the international airport and Soganlug, by the way, in real life, which isn't there in DCS. That's a fucking airbase or airport. One down there, runway there. Like, there's just so much stuff that we don't have in DCS. I really wish it did. Even these little flying clubs, they're actually at least simulated in DCS, but they don't count as actual airfields. I really wish they did. Really, really wish they did. God, imagine if we actually had everything on this chart. That would be so nice. Yeah, Tbilisi's a really nice place. I'd like to visit it sometime. Done a good job with Syria, but I guess it's a third-party dev. Yes, but also I have my complaints about Syria too, to be honest. I'm a spoilt brat now, when it comes to scenery and Sims, because I play Misfizz, and that makes me a spoilt brat. So my biggest issue with Syria, I have a few issues with like the same shit that DCS does everywhere else, like copy-paste towns, things like bodies of water that aren't actually flat, and have random hills in the water, like, as in the water defies gravity. Whatever, that's not a big deal. But the ground textures, especially on Syria, when you... It's not even when you get low to the ground. The ground textures in Syria in general are just generic kind of ground textures. Similar to Caucasus. Persian Gulf and Nevada, and I think possibly Marianas, but I barely fly Marianas, so I'd have to double check. They actually use some amount of satellite imagery for ground textures. At low altitude you don't notice it as much, but at higher altitudes it's very noticeable. It's very visible they're using satellite imagery for the ground textures, and it looks a lot better because it adds detail to the ground. It adds changes to the color of the sand, like it gives you some method of doing VFR. So if I'm on Persian Gulf and I'm really truly lost, I can just go into the F10 map, switch to satellite mode, and see how everything looks the same here because it's using the same textures. I can go on Persian Gulf and I can see like, oh, the sand here forms like the shape of, I don't know, a fucking cock and balls, and it's a different color. And I can recognize that and use that to navigate. What the fuck is going on up here? The one place there's... Oh, right, because it's the fucking Dnieper River. So, this great big fuck-off river in DCS is, Why? Why is it like this? It actually looks like they've got fields, almost. I'm gonna have to fly up there sometime and have a look at what DCS actually does up there. Because it looks like there's some detail underground, but not a lot. Like, what is going on here? What is this? You know, it's just... Anyway, like I said, MSFS has completely spoilt me as far as scenery goes. That'll be... Oh, that's the Bosphorus there. That's why that's fucking... Not simulated, but yeah. Let's see Marmara, that's what it is. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. I think we need the globe update sooner rather than later, because it kind of gives me the shits that I can't fly outside of this. Like, you fly to the edge of the map and you just see the terrain end. Like, there's not even any elevation mapping out here. There is a little bit up in, like, southern Russia and Crimea, and I think there's even a tiny, tiny little bit in southern Ukraine, but there's barely any elevation mapping outside of the boundaries of the map. There's none in Turkey. Like, literally, you can see by the contour lines, you just hit the edge of the map and it becomes flat. DCS Flat Earth? Yeah, absolutely DCS Flat Earth. But the funny thing is, DCS is Flat Earth, but it uses weird maths to simulate radar horizon. To have actual radar horizon, you would have to have a globe. But they don't, so they simulate radar horizon by bending the fucking radar beams away from the map somehow. Like, it's bizarre. They also simulate the marine mirage you get. It has a specific name, I can't remember, but the mirage you get at sea where ships appear to float above the horizon, DCS simulates that as well. I don't know how they simulate it, but they do simulate it. Like, it's just... What the fuck? Elevation data isn't properly modeled. Good luck finding something that is properly modeled as far as terrain goes. The elevation data is probably reasonably close for the areas that are playable, but it's not going to be as good as MSFS. Like, it's not going to be anywhere near as good. You know what? I've already flown over the Caucasus in MSFS on stream. It was the beginning of the Great Journey, which I still need to continue. Even though the airport I'm currently landed at in that is under Russian control. But yeah, we'll maybe do a quick buzz around the Caucasus later in the stream in MSFS just to compare them. Shit, I accidentally bumped the throttles out of detent when it was already loaded in, so now we gotta wait for the engines to spool down again. I have such a tiny brain. Let's... You know what? Bombing is fun. Please tell me I can't actually get RBKs. Well, that might explain some of the performance hit that we saw. No, okay, no RBKs. So it's just the preset loadout still shows even though I can't get it. Yeah, likewise, Pete. I really wish that we could. It's fucking stupid we can't, in my opinion. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15. I'm holding up the guys behind me, but
Overlord,
I
copy.
got a defuel.
15 kilometers.
Number you have reached has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
Oh, we did push the sector. Good, good, good. We pushed it, so it's... Ooh, this is going to be interesting with those fucking Rolands up. Might do some low altitude CCRP maybe. Working now. Cheers for hanging out with us today, man. Cheers for all the bits. And enjoy the rest of your day. Okay. Let's get going. I would love to have Crimea back in this, because there is a P-70 Alina M early warning radar that was just to the southwest of Kerch. The blockhouse is still there in real life. I've actually marked it on Google Maps, although I don't think the marker saved publicly. I would love to actually visit that thing. Oh, do not. I'm gonna have to respawn. The startup process is hung. It does this sometimes. I'll wait for them to... I'll give them a minute. So sometimes if you get a bit over-enthusiastic with the throttle, it glitches out on the startup.
Overlord, Frog 2-1, set tripwire, 15.
Frog 2-1, Overlord, copy. Warning 15
Fuck
kilometers.
it, I gave them long enough. I think there's still someone behind me, but oh well. Oh, is that you behind me? Okay. No worries then. Is that an L39? Sounds like an L39. It is an L39. Northwards would be nice too. I would take either north or west. Fuck, I'd take east. I would take east. There was an old Soviet over-the-horizon radar at Gabala in Azerbaijan. Look, I just want somewhere that has a big-ass fucking radar in it, alright? I like big radars and I cannot lie.
Командир, борт заправлен. Один, пять, один. Взлет запрещаю. 1, 5, 2. Куда идти? Разрешаю руление на полосу 2, 5. Командир, оружие подвижно.
Okay, there we go. That's a good start. Does anyone know the ceiling of a Roland offhand? It's like 20,000 feet or something, right? The Tomcats are going to be an issue, but if I can climb up high enough, I can just fucking CCRP the cunts from above. I don't even need to get near them. Otherwise, I could try low out, like, go for a low out run and fucking bomb them that way, but it's probably easiest to just climb over them. Okay, we're set to salvo, set to salvo on both. So it's going to release everything simultaneously and from all pylons, except the R60s obviously. What I might do is give myself a little bit of an offset here, just so I can see the target area and see any missiles coming up at me. 5,500 meters, so yeah, 5.5. Really? That's fucking gash. That's barely better than a fucking man-pads. Jesus. I might actually set a 0.1 delay. No, I'll just pull up as I release the bombs, I think. So I can scatter them a bit without it being too far down the fucking depot. No way I can keep up. Even fully loaded. Even fully fucking loaded with 3,200 kilos of bombs. Hey Jack. Good to see ya. Big issue is going to be spotting the depot. There's one. Okay. So there's a second one. So there's The more obvious type, excuse me if I can get my mouse pointer, the more obvious type there, and then that's one of the newer templates, which is much harder to see. So if I can, I'll go for that boy, since it's a really easy target. There should also be, yep, right there, there's another one. So there's one there, one there, one there, one there. I think there may even be another somewhere. Yeah, that is true, it is kind of small. Hey. Oh fuck, I just realized I'm in the cons in a Su-25. That's something you don't see every day in DCS. It's actually not a bad plan though, like if you can get enough cap, it's not a bad idea to fly up here in the Su-25 because you can see really well, you can choose what to attack and when, dive in nice and steep, spread your bombs all over the place with your fingers. Fucking wonderful. They're all gonna be alive because the mission just reset, but yeah, like the min-max zoom shit is goofy as fuck. This game is so broken sometimes. Okay, we're going to point the nose down so I can, excuse me, we might actually set a single delay on the bombs, and hello, right about there.
Yep.
Is it winding down? I can't tell. I think I fucked up. Yeah, I'd say I fucked up. I might be too high actually. It might have a height limit on it. Oh fuck. That is very bad no-no. There we go. We got hit, but we got our bombs off at least. Like I said, I actually don't have that much experience with the CCRP stuff. It's pretty new to me, so there might be an altitude limit I wasn't aware of. Hopefully, we see some hits. Please, maybe? They're not going to shoot at me anymore because I'm technically dead, according to the game. No? Did that just... What the fuck? I'm confused now. I probably don't have a gun. I definitely don't have a gun. Where the fuck did my bombs go? Something's shooting at me. Yeah, where the fuck did my bombs go? 21 there. I'm not sure. Or maybe a missile hit them and detonated them. I'll have to check. Oh, hello. Got an F5 up my backside. Hey, bud. How about you overshoot me and then extend out? How does that plan sound to you, my friend? Oh, he's not going to fall for it. And I'm in a spin. That's not going to be recoverable at this altitude. He got credit for that. Maybe it wasn't a fucking... Oh, I wonder if his missile detonated on my bombs. I wonder. I don't know, though. It is a mystery.
Заправка по плану. Прием. Прием.
Yeah, TACView's brilliant for figuring out shit like that. Well, Australia just clapped him, so... We'll try again with these, and if this one doesn't go well either, we might just go back to the S13s. It might just be that I'm too high for the CCRP to work properly. I don't know.
Командир, борт заправлен.
They're down to their last sector. One left. It's always the last sector or two that slows red down. Always.
Командир, оружие
Yeah, it's partly that, but I think it's mostly because of how narrow the sectors get. It makes it much easier to defend, and much harder to find targets. And because they're in the mountains too, all the slant ranging units that Red uses for this, the Hind, they don't work very well in hills. So your precision goes down, your ability to find targets goes down, the sort of density of enemy air defense goes up, and the response time for them to get aircraft to the front line also goes down dramatically. Overlord Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15. That is quite the crosswind. Am I on the right freak? Overlord Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15. Should be on the
Circus
right.
1-4,
Yeah, there we go.
Overlord, copy. Warning 15 kilometers.
So I don't think I got anything in that run. Yeah, I didn't. Don't know what happened to my bombs. We'll have to check.
Overlord, Frog.
It's like they despawned, or they came off unarmed. I think what might have happened is
Frog 2-3.
when I got hit,
5x5.
they might have been detonated as they came off the racks, or the racks actually fell off as I was hit,
Frog,
possibly.
2-3, set tripwire 20.
I have seen that shit happen. The big 21, if it gets hit, we'll lose
Frog 2-3,
pylons pretty often.
Overlord, copy.
To about the
Warning
25
20
though.
kilometers.
So looking, but had no idea where to put those screen grabs from the kids' rant. I mean, maybe like Cold War media or something. I went through and read the server logs from part of it. It was fucking hilarious. Oh man. Yeah, the guy last night. Come to Mo Betters and fight me in my Hornet, bro. Fuck out of here. I actually wish that I'd been playing at that point, because I would have got on Mo Betters and I would have got in the fucking Mirage and wiped the floor with him. Like, I can quite happily take most people in this game in the Mirage. I don't think he would have been much difficulty at all.
Circus 14, threat, Bra, 009, 15, 700, flank south, Tiger 2.
Not my problem yet. Will be, but not yet. Oh yeah, it must have been a different guy then. Oh, hello. That beautiful plane. I love the 19. It's so pretty. There's some dust up where the periscope is. It looks kind of like there's somebody sitting behind me, but nope. Okay, that's the Roland's locking me. We should be just about out of their engagement envelope, but let's see how we go. I'm going to go ahead and set a slight delay, 0.1 delay on the bombs, just to stitch them across that depot, just in case I get hit again. So it should auto-delay them off rather than me have to do it manually by pulling up. Okay, that Roland just fired at somebody. He wanted to go to Mobetameter's dogfight server and do a 1v1 there with him flying a fucking Hornet. It's hilarious. Absolutely fucking hysterical. Oh, there's blue bombers too. I'll have to deal with them later. Okay. Oh, they all came off already?
Circus 14,
interesting.
Merged, 302, 100, Warthog.
I'm dead.
Break, Circus 14, merged, 037, 1200, Tiger 2. Circus 14, threat, Bra, 302, 7, 100, flank south, Warthog.
Yeah, I think S13s are the go here. I'm probably too high up for the CCRP to work properly. So that's what we'll do. We'll bring S13s. Oh, bye-bye wings. He's still flying. I thought they fixed that. Where'd he go? Bro! Man's still controllable with no wings. I thought ED fixed that shit. What the fuck, man? Get nice and slow over the top, drop in. Won't you extend away, champion? No, of course you won't extend away. You're an F5 pilot. You don't know how to do anything but pull.
Break. Circus 14,
Bye-bye.
merged, 172, 2300, Tiger 2. Break. Circus 14, merged, 027, 1800, Tiger 2. Circus 14, threat, Bra, 263, 15, 500, hot, fast,
I
Tiger
think
2.
my buddy there got popped. Overlord Circus 14,
Circus
bogey
14, merged, 017, 1400,
It's a Shulker engaging.
Tiger 2.
Right, oh, that's an A10. Hello. You can have that one too. Why not? Oh, we only needed one, but oh well. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, threat, bra, 287, 15, 900, hot, fast, vegan.
Really?
Circus 1-4,
5-star?
Overlord, bra, 325, 9,
Oh, no.
1100, beam northeast, Tiger 2, vegan.
Maybe?
Circus 1-4, merged, 336, 1300, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, merged, 294, 1200, vegan.
It's a sonic boom, so we'll expect to see his wings rip any moment now. Overlord Circus 1-4 bogey dope. There he is. Vegan's
Circus
probably
1-4,
behind me.
Overlord,
Hey, bud!
056, 2, 1700, flank northwest, Tiger 2, vegan.
9P5. I'm surprised that tracked. He was right on top of me when he fired that. There's a Huey down there too, I can hear it. Let me just do this so I can bump my throttles back. Yeah, we'll take the S-13s. I think that's going to be the go. The bombs are not playing nice with me at the moment. And these will trash that fucking depot. Feel like if you snap the wings, you should just punch out on principle? Yeah, but people won't. Is it that kid that's been going... Yeah, that's who we were talking about. That was some funny shit. It was... Cristero Army, I think it was. Cristero Army. My 2 weeks in today at work, and I think based on the reactions of managers, they're happy that I'm leaving. The last time I put in a 2 weeks, they scrambled hand over foot to stop me from resigning, and I pretty much... I didn't tell them to fuck off, but I made it known that that wasn't happening. It was a good fucking feeling. Yeah, exactly. But it's funny to see how many places are like desperate to cling on to workers and like, oh no, we can fix this, we can fix this, we can do all this shit. Like, you should have fucking done it before. Like, get fucked. If you're only gonna say that you'll do it because you know I'm gonna leave otherwise, get fucked. You know? If I'm leaving somewhere, it's because they have done something that is absolutely incurable, in my opinion. Like, it's such a shitty workplace that I don't see a future there. And I'm not about to go back into a fucking abusive relationship on the promise that it'll be different this time, honey, I swear. Like, get fucked. And in all honesty, that's probably the best way to go about your life in general. Not just work, with anything, with relationships, with fucking, you know, with your sort of social circle. If somebody fucks up that badly that you're about to cut them off, just fucking do it. Don't go back. Like, I have people who were just getting to the point where I could not deal with their bullshit anymore, and I just cut them off, and I have never looked back. Yeah, exactly. It might change for a couple weeks at most. Had enough DCS, already got 3 blood sacrifices to the ancient missile gods. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, exactly. People who act that way are not going to change. And even if they do change, which is extremely unlikely and doesn't happen often, even if they do, good for them, someone else can enjoy the results of that. Like, you know, you shouldn't have to sit around and wait for them to unfuck themselves.
Frog 23, threat, bra, 293, 20, 2100, hot, saber.
If someone
Frog 21,
thinks that they can,
threat,
you know,
bra,
treat me like
316,
fucking shit,
15,
and then
2000,
beg and
flank
plead
east,
and get all
saber.
weird and fucking clingy, like, they're fucking delusional, forget it. Anyone that pisses me off to the point where I cut them off, they're never fucking speaking to me again.
Frog 23, threat, bra,
Don't enjoy working
271,
graveyard for minimum
20,
wage. Yeah.
900,
Right.
hot, fast.
How did Alpins
Tiger
go?
2.
It went alright. Went alright. We,
Frog 23, merge,
we did some Chad seed.
307, 1300,
We took up
saber.
Fab 100s and bombed a hawk site. It was
Frog
great.
21, merged, 321, 600, saber.
If you can berate and belittle
Frog
and
21,
just make
threat,
someone else's
bra,
life miserable, then
277,
you're the kind of person that
15,
can light it.
900,
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
hot, Tiger 2.
Psychopaths. Psychopaths and fucking narcissists. Fuck them. Nobody needs them.
Разрешаю руление на полосу 2-5.
Absolutely. Hip gang's alive and well. Yep. We got one sector left to push. So I want to finish this today. Yeah, well, the difference is, you know, normal people when they run into differences between themselves can resolve it like fucking adults. People who should be avoided and outcast from fucking society because they can't play nice with the other kids will try and make it everyone else's problem. It's like one of the main kind of red flags for me is if there's an argument or something and then it gets blamed on, you know, like there's blame assigning going on. It's not just, oh, well, we don't get on this, let's just, you know, avoid that topic, or, you know, agree that maybe we both have some sort of merits on it. Like, no, it's like, oh, well, this is your fault. You're wrong, I'm right, you victimize, like, fuck that. No time for those fucking people. And when I encounter people like that, I won't go out of my way to tell people who they can and can't be friends with, but when I encounter behavior like that, especially if I know they're working on somebody else, I will say, look, up to you, but this is what my experience with that person was like, so be fucking careful. Because I've noticed quite a few people in my life are not very good judges of character. And so usually I'm the kind of canary in the coal mine with that kind of shit. I pick up on it faster than they do. Fucking depot's still up. Overlord Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15. Bomber's halfway with an escort, huh? Interesting. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
Fuck. That depot's closer, I could go for that, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And some people need to learn, like, they need to experience something for themselves before they'll believe it. So I don't generally try and push, like, no, they're bad, you shouldn't have anything to do with them. It's like, well, look, this is what happened with me, I just, be careful and remember I said this. So then, like, 6 months later, oh, you were right. Like, yeah, I know I was. I usually am. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, telling people who they can and can't fucking associate with is fucking... Like, that's the kind of control freak behavior that psychopaths usually carry on with themselves, so that's a no-no. You never tell somebody who they can or can't associate with, you can just make recommendations and be like, look, just be aware of it and, you know, see how you go. Let's try launching from this far out.
Break, break, break. Circus 1-4. Merged. 263. 300. Warthog. Circus 1-4. Threat. Broad. 288. 15. 100. Beam south. Warthog. Frog 2-3. Threat. Broad. 079. 20. 100. Beam
Please
south.
miss!
Warthog.
Oh my god!
Circus 1-4. Threat. Broad. 271. 9. 200. Beam south. Warthog. Frog 2-3. Threat. Broad. 067. 18. 200. Beam south. Warthog.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey
Frog
dope.
2-1. Threat. Broad. 060. 15. 400. Beam south. Warthog. Circus 1-4. Overlord. Broad. 272. 5.
We hit
400.
something.
Hot. Warthog.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Broad. 302. 4. 400. Hot. Warthog.
P5 to face. Maybe, maybe not. I don't see where he went. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Fucking blind today. As opposed to every other day where I'm also
Circus
blind.
1-4. Overlord. Broad. 294. 2. 600. Hot. Warthog.
Yep, there's the P5. Can't fight what I can't see. How many ground targets I get in that? 4. So not that many, but I got something at least. Fucked our industrial, just need to hold for reset. Well, we can do some more fucking, I think. This last sector gets on my mind. It's nearly impossible to get shit done. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's kind of annoying. But they also tend to run into a similar problem with our last sector. Maybe not to the same degree, but... Hit anything with the rockets? Yeah, 4 buildings, I think. What I probably should have done was shot towards where the Roland shots came from, rather than shot at the buildings. Won't do that this time. I wish I'd been able to see that A10. Server reset done. Servers reset, yes, but they have 1 sector left, so campaign's not quite over yet, but it should be after this next reset, or after the next frontline movement. Yep, last one. Last one. Man, fucking hip gang busy. Jesus. Yeah, the Roland's a depot defense. Picked up my pilot. Cheers. Somebody landing. Two somebodies landing. Or are they taking off? No, they're landing. Pair of froggies. Yeah, the issue is just hitting them. I mean, if I knew exactly where they were, I could hit them from higher altitude with the S-13s, but it's going to be kind of difficult. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15. Yeah, I need someone to weasel them, for sure. What's my loadout? S-13s. We did some Fab 100 memes earlier, but we're back to the S-13s now.
Copy. Warning 15 kilometers.
There's one of our depots.
Circus 1-4, threat, broad, 346, 15, 200, hot, fast, begin.
Might be going for our depots. Please, please leave me alone. I have heard of it, yeah. I've never played it, but I have heard of it. Oh, a little bit of a stutter there.
Circus 1-4, threat, broad, 306, 15, 300, flag east, saber.
I still need to finish my Bannerlord playthrough. Keep getting distracted from it. I also need to finish High Fleet. Probably not next stream, because next stream will be tomorrow. And I don't know how long I'll be streaming for tomorrow. Depends if I get a call from work or not. Maybe next week? Dunno. But I do need to play more High Fleet. It's been a while. I got so much shit I need to either finish on stream or just start over because it's been so long since I played it. No, I'm not starting Ace Combat 7 over. Don't even think about asking. But Machinarium, I want to replay on stream from scratch. Hopefully this time not get stuck on an easy puzzle for 2 hours like I did last time. So I'll actually get some sleep beforehand. Barely started High Fleet, I know. Won't I use those anymore? Because they're inefficient. To guide them, I have to fly directly at the target. I have to get a good laze on the target. It's
308, 600, saber.
It's better just using the big boys and doing unguided rocket attacks using CCIP. Like, I don't really see much point using the laser-guided shit unless I'm trying to kill a specific bunker or a specific ship. Something like that. But for all other purposes, these are good enough, or more than good enough, really.
Circus 1-4, threat, broad, 290, 15, 800, hot, Tiger 2, Warthog.
I might just yeet these at that depot rather than get too far in.
1,200.
I'm already getting locked, so yeah.
2-ship Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, merged, 291, 700, Tiger 2.
Is it there?
Circus 1-4, merged, 294, 1,000. Warthog. Circus 1-4. Merge. 270. 2300.
Jump scare!
Tiger 2.
That was a missile.
Circus 1-4.
Hello, friends.
343. 2500. Tiger 2.
Oh. P5? Almost certainly. P5! Oh well. Did I hit anything? I hit some things.
Overlord, Bear 1-1, Bogey Dope, Tomcat.
Bear 1-1. Overlord. Bra. 328. 55. 3100.
Take
Hot. Fast.
19s
Tomcat.
from there. Yeah, I would rather get rid of them both, but people will cry if you do it, so, like, you know, what are you gonna do? I actually find rear aspect much more fun. And in fact, I wouldn't just go rear aspect, I'd say fucking 9B, R3S, R55, RB24. Go back to the real early fucking rear aspect missiles. Let's make this actually take some skill, shall we? Shall we, chat? That would be the good shit. But people bitch if you take away the modern missiles, so whatever, it's not gonna happen.
Magic, Splash 1, Tomcat.
Jazz 17, Magic. Nearest bombers here 3 o'clock, 8 kilometers, 281.
Avoid the power lines.
Copy, I got bombers in front of me already going for an attack run, I think.
You can go up this.
I forgot missiles.
Engaging those right now, so you probably gonna waste your time.
I forgot missiles,
Copy,
it's
I'll
fine.
turn onto the group before then.
Didn't want them anyway. Frames are starting to suffer a bit. Might do 1 or 2 more flights and we'll do a quick flight on MSFS, I think. Well, I say quick flight on MSFS, my MSFS takes so long to launch, it'll be like another hour minimum. Why are my frames so low, dude? Like, what the fuck is this? This is actually, like, unplayable. What is going on? GHPC went? Not today, but yeah, I do need to do another stream. It's server side or just me? Don't know. Don't know. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15. I do, but it's DCS, and this is a really performance-intensive server.
Overlord.
And also
Copy.
I'm streaming on the same
15
PC.
kilometers.
So I still get performance issues. That was not the best phrasing, but you know what I mean. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4.
Whoa, the
Overlord.
frames.
Raw. 330. 22. 2000. Beam northeast. Tiger 2.
It's actually getting worse, too. Windows features, I don't think it's that, it's probably somebody spawned something they shouldn't have. Like, this is the kind of performance hit you get when people use cluster bombs, but cluster bombs are restricted, so...
15.
Unless somebody found a slot where they're not restricted
Tiger
somehow? Wait, what was that, Baron?
Circus 1-4. Threat. Raw.
Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey dart.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 3189, 500, drag northwest, Warthog.
I don't want to risk getting into that Roland's engagement envelope, although I kind of already am.
Circus 1-4, merged, 070, 800, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, merged, 313, 1100, Warthog.
They're above me somewhere. Overlord Circus 1-4, bogey dart.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra.
Yep, there it goes. P5. I think we'll call it. It's getting unplayably laggy. I don't know why though. So bear with me. Alright, let's get MSFS going. This is going to take ages to load though, guys, so this is going to be a just chatting stream for like 40 minutes probably. I did get add-on linker, for those who have been reminding me to get it. I did get it. The issue is that I didn't realize until I'd installed it that add-on linker apparently is mostly useful for just enabling and disabling large blocks of add-ons based on where you're going to be flying. Which would be great if I was a normal person who decides where they're going to fly before launching the game. However, I'm not, and I frequently launch MSFS and then think, where do I want to fly today? And pick some random place in some random plane. So, if I was to set up add-on linker, it probably wouldn't do me any good anyway, because I'd be constantly relaunching the game every time I change my mind about where to fly and what to do it in. So I think I'm just going to have to tank the lengthy load times and probably more often start doing MSFS at the start of the stream, when I can just launch it off, off stream, without annoying the shit out of you guys, basically. So I think, yeah, we'll just do a little bit of MSFS to wind down today. I've been streaming for nearly 7 hours. Oopsie daisies, how did that happen? We'll do that, and then tomorrow, depending on how long I can stream, like depending whether I get a phone call telling me they need me at work, I will obviously be doing armor because we've got a mission tomorrow. We might hop on Cold War. I think there should still be an hour or two left in the Persian Gulf mission by the time... Oh, maybe not. I think it's, what, a 3-hour mission? By then it'll probably be over. Anyway, we might hop on Alpens anyway, because there'll probably still be people in there. And then after that, I don't know, how do you guys feel about Ross bitching about Star Citizen stream? Because I've never streamed that before, but I have been playing it a bit. I can't promise good gameplay. I can promise the opposite of good gameplay. I don't even have my HOTAS set up in game. I'm just using the mouse and keyboard for the time being. I figured there was no point setting up my HOTAS when the Constellation is going to be here very soon, and I would have to redo half my HOTAS setup. So we could do that, and we could see how long it takes us to find a game-breaking bug. I would bet you it'll be less than 10 minutes, because that was how long it took me when I first launched it. But we can actually have a discussion about the good points about the game and the many, many not so great points about the game. I think it has potential. I do think it has potential. I just think that it needs a very different approach from the developers, shall we say. Very different. Yeah, you can't mod the deluxe planes. It's like kinda DRM, I guess, to stop people from just copy-pasting the files if they don't own the deluxe edition. but it also means that you can't mod them, which is very annoying. Probably the same thing, Super. Probably the same thing. I have a feeling that... Look, I love you guys, ED. I really do, but you all need to, like... You guys need to get the same shit that I'm gonna have to get. Like, the amount of insanely hyper-detailed, tiny little things in DCS that you don't even notice until you, like... For example, I went into the in-game encyclopedia and just started scrolling through units. I did not realize the new BTR models had fully, or not fully, but mostly modeled interiors until I did that. Mostly modeled interiors. XX Raider 1, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I didn't realize the trains, first of all, were that detailed. Second of all, they have interiors too. Like, there's so much stuff in DCS, you can tell a lot of love went into it, but it's like, why? It's something you're never going to interact with in-game. Why is it so detailed? Why did you guys spend so much time and performance budget on this? They are. They are, as far as I know. They do commission some of the models. But all the same, that doesn't mean that you can't just say, hey, we need a simple model for this. Like, you know, if I was commissioning models for a flight sim, I'd be like, hey, I need, like, this, and this. Don't make them, like, super duper detailed, because it's a flight sim. Just, you know, make it look good from a reasonable distance. It'll be fine. Combined arms does complicate things somewhat, because you will see those close up, but yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, there's so much in DCS that's just... The buildings. The fucking buildings on Marianas. The fucking, the slats on the window shutters are actually modeled. Like, why? Why is that modeled? The fucking window frames, the door jambs, they're all modeled. Why? Even playing combined arms, that shit you're never gonna notice. So yeah, I don't know, dude. It seems excessive, but it's not just art assets. There's stuff in DCS that it's like, they sink so much time and effort into simulating one specific thing that isn't even, like, used. Or most people will never use it. I don't know. I feel like that if you gave ED the same budget fucking CIG has, they would probably do something broadly similar. Maybe not quite to the same extent, and maybe not quite with as much controversy over where those funds are getting spent, but I feel like it would be a similar net result. What would be good money spent on DCS to make it better? At this point, it's kind of hard to say because there's so much that needs to be done. First of all, actual weather. Not just pretty cloud effects, I mean actual weather. That should be like, if not top priority, then way the fuck up there. You cannot have a flight sim without actual weather. It needs to be at least, I mean, at least what MSFS offers. Vanilla. Right? It's not fucking 1995 anymore. It needs to be at least MSFS standard for weather. I don't care if I can't have real-world live weather, but as long as I can have weather with turbulence generating off of tree lines, thermals generating off of fucking forests, you know, flying over a mountain and ending up on the leeward side of it results in me being smushed into the ground. Until that happens, like, fuck everything else. It's not a flight sim, it's a procedure sim masquerading as a flight sim, right? So there's that. So I'd fix the weather. I would have them... Multi-core. Yeah, multi-core is a big one too. A huge one. So multi-core weather... I would have them do something about the mapping tools, because it seems, I don't know, just from the vibe I get from the maps available in DCS, the mapping tools seem to be very limited. I'm pretty sure the game can do more than what their mapping tools allow them to do. So I would look at that, and they're probably going to have to anyway if they want to actually do the whole world to any degree. So yeah, I would look at that as well. So like we're not even into planes yet, right? We're not even talking about aircraft yet, and these are just basic things the sim needs. The Mirage's radar, that needs to be the standard. Every other fucking module needs to be held to the same standard as the Mirage 2000 for radar simulation, including countermeasure simulation. Like, no more of this shit where chaff bundles are just flares, but for radar missiles. No more of that. That doesn't cut it. You know, no more of this business where the radar holds a perfect lock despite somebody chaffing the fuck out of you while near the notch, but the missile misses because it goes to the chaff bundle. No more of that. No more of the radar losing lock on somebody when it shouldn't, and then when it should lose lock on them because it disables its fucking look-down filters, it doesn't. No more of that. Like, the Mirage should be the absolute fucking baseline standard for how radars are simulated in DCS. And that applies to ground radars too. Like, the state of air defense in DCS is so bad. Oh my god. Like, people complain about, oh, this plane is modeled wrong, that plane's modeled wrong. You've heard my laundry list of things with the MiG-21, and, you know, the Vigan, I don't know the systems well enough to say this is modeled wrong or that's modeled wrong. I can say that about the flight model because, you know, physics exist, and so do the charts. But with the MiG-21, I can say, like, this system isn't modeled right, this system isn't modeled right, this doesn't work the way it should, this is only halfway working. That pales in comparison to the ground. The tanks, the fire control systems don't work properly. Where they have modeled a fire control system, it's too short a range, or the laze process doesn't work properly, or it should have auto lead and it doesn't because auto lead is not simulated. Combined arms where you can lock onto targets and it gives you like that War Thunder lead indicator. That is basically... The only thing that should do that is the Vulcan, because that's basically how the Vulcan works. It tells you how much... It's like the MiG-19, it tells you where to aim, and then you manually slew it to match that, and then pull the trigger. But shit like the Shilka is radar directed, as in, you don't tell it where to aim, it aims itself based on what you've got locked. There is a manual fallback mode for the Shilka, but by and large the Shilka should be snap to target radar hits, you know, within a certain degree of error, because it's an older radar system. But that's how the Shilka should work. It should just snap to target and engage. Tanks, though. Tanks. Some tanks have auto-lead systems. The T-80 and the M60, and earlier M1s, unlike what we have in DCS with the M1A2, those should actually offset your aim at the point of laze. I think... actually, no, the T-80 doesn't do it at point of laze, I don't think. The T-80 does it constantly, like the Abrams does. So the M60A3, at point of laze, it takes the last, second half of turret rotation, and uses that to figure out your lead. The Abrams will take its own movement, the turret movement, and the set range into account while you hold the paddles, and it will basically, like, it's literally just point and shoot. On the M1IP, as we have in Gunner Heat PC, you'll see the reticle moving around because it only has one mirror. In the M1A2 that we have in DCS, the reticle is stationary in your field of view because it has two mirrors. It's literally point and click. Yeah, that's, like, auto lead isn't modeled. We have to make do with this War Thunder shit instead. The automatic range finding for some tank FCS isn't modeled properly either. It's kind of halfway there for some tanks, but it's not quite right. So for instance, from memory, 'cause it's been a while since I've driven a T-72 in combined arms, but from memory, the T-72, you laze the target, it sets the fucking range index at the top of the screen, but it doesn't actually super elevate the gun, which is wrong. Like, the gun automatically super elevates. You literally put it on, laze, and everything else is done for you, except lead in the T-72, because it doesn't have auto lead. So that's tanks. That's just tanks. We haven't even got into SAMs yet. So if we go to SAM systems, well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the NATO reporting name SA2 guideline, the S75 Dvina. We have The launcher, well, the entire complex we have is from a fucking Volkhov, right? The entire complex we have is from an S-75M, a fucking Volkhov. The missiles it launches in DCS are from a fucking Dvina. An older Dvina as well, from memory. Whether they, like, they're modeled wrong anyway, so how they behave is neither here nor there, but visibly they are the wrong missile. That system has 3 tracking modes. Technically 4. So it has 3-point, which is what it would usually use. 3-point tracking, what that means is the missile is always on a direct line between the guidance radar and the target. So if you've ever seen, you know, footage of an S-75 launch and the missile's doing weird spirals and bobbling all over the place, that's why. It's 3-point tracking. The missile's it's not beam riding, but it's kind of like it. So it's trying to stay in a direct line between the radar and the target. It doesn't leave the target. It's gradually converging on the target. So it's going to end up in a stern conversion and a tail chase and then detonate behind it. That's 3-point tracking. The SA-8, the OSA, that's the only tracking method that should have. And yet in DCS it pulls lead. So the S-75 should have 3-point tracking, right? Which is what you use against non-maneuvering targets at high altitude. It then has half lead. What half lead does is, as the name suggests, it halfway leads the target. So it's not pulling mad, like, enormous fucking lead across the nose like, say, a R-27 will do. It's not doing that, but it will lead the target to a degree. And it aims to intercept it at a point along the target's line of flight. Some of you may immediately go, aha, but what if the target dives at the ground? Well, there's a mode for that. It's called K. What K mode does is it takes the half-lead mode and it gives it a hard deck that the missile will not descend below. So if the target starts diving at the ground, K mode will stop the missile from descending, and the missile will not fly into the ground because K mode tells it not to descend below this altitude. If you have a target that keeps throwing crazy maneuvers, you can literally switch the missile from half lead K, oh look, he's diving like right at the ground like a lunatic, let's go into 3-point. And you can switch back and forth between guidance modes as necessary. Like, this is why it has a whole control cabin full of little dudes at these computer screens, so they can do all this shit. You can turn off the radio fusing, you can set the radio fusing to detonate at a certain distance. You can manually, what I alluded to with the 4th method, is the missile can be manually command guided. It is a command guidance missile, right? It's not homing on the reflection of the target, it's homing on guidance signals being sent from the ground radar. The ground radar sees the target, sees the reflection of the target, and then compares the missile's radar return, right? It sees the missile and it sees the target, and it compares where the two are and tries to make them converge. That's command line guidance, right? It's kind of, it's not quite how a TOW works, a TOW missile, but it's kind of similar, just with radar instead of optical tracking. But that's how it works. It sees the target and the missile and it guides them like that. So basically nothing about that SAM system works properly. Like, fuck it, I'll just switch overlays because I am actually, you know, going to be sitting here a while. But yeah, basically nothing about that missile works correctly. The way that missile maneuvers... the way that missile maneuvers, it maneuvers excessively to make up for the fact it doesn't track properly. I've noticed this with a few DCS missiles. Famously, the Phoenix used to do this. But yeah, so that's just the S-75. That's just the S-75. Let's look at the ASA, the SA-8. That missile is, the version we have is a ASA AK or an ASA AKM. I'm not sure which. They look identically, basically, or sorry, externally basically identical. So it's either an AK or an AKM. Point being, it's not an original ASA, it's not using the original missiles. That is a 25G missile, right? In DCS, it's modeled as an 18G missile, as if it's firing the original ASA missile, not the upgraded ones. That is a 25G missile And in DCS, I have seldom seen it pull more than 12. I think I saw one pull 16 once for half a second. It runs itself out of energy because that missile is meant to use fucking 3-point command tracking. Right? Just like an early Dvina in 3-point mode. It's the same thing. It's command guidance, and it's 3-point. It does not pull lead. It cannot pull lead. Like, there is no fucking universe where that missile is pulling lead because it physically can't do it. It's not designed to. That's why OSA is such a cheap system. It has one guidance method, and it's dogshit simple. Kub is more expensive because it's semi-active radar homing, right? You need to put an actual radar in the head of the missile. You don't for OSA. It's a really simple missile. The expensive part's on the ground. So in DCS, that missile underperforms so badly because it's not using its correct tracking logic. It's pulling like ridiculous amounts of lead on a target. It should be flying 3-point tracking. Not only that, but the missile should not just be radar guided. The OSA has a backup electro-optical tracker. So do so many Soviet SAM systems. The S-125 should have one as well. The Kub, I believe, has one. Like, most of their more modern SAM systems have electro-optical tracking as a backup, especially the shorter range ones that are meant for ground forces cover. That's not modeled at all in DCS. If you flub the radar, that missile can't track you. If you want to see how broken DCS air defense is, go play SamSim for a bit, or even watch somebody play SamSim for a bit, or even read the manuals for SamSim. And just off any given SAM system, you will realize how badly simulated they are in DCS. Just recently, they fixed the S300's aerodynamic performance, I think it was. I don't think they changed the tracking, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong, please correct me if anyone knows. But yeah, the S300 is a lot more dangerous now, but what about all these other SAMs? What about people driving OSA into the ground? Like, that missile, again, 3-point tracking, cannot be driven into the ground. You cannot drive a 3-point missile into the ground. Right? Unless you get behind a hill that, you know, for instance, the radar can't see you anymore, basically. The only way to trash that missile is either out-G it, or the radar can't see you anymore, or outrun it. You cannot force the missile to hit the ground by making it pull lead, because it does not pull lead. You need to put something between you and the fucking tracking radar. S300 is nuts now, gets to Mark 6 at 20k, depending which flight profile. It has 2 guidance methods. One of them is Mark 5 from memory, and one of them is like Mark 6 point something. Carbot has a video that explains the difference between them, but there's 2 profiles, and it depends on what the target's doing and where the target is, what altitude it's at, so on and so forth. But it should have 2 different tracking regimes, and they should have different acceleration regimes as well. Oh my god, it finally launched. Let me just change my category here before I forget again. So anyway, as you guys might have guessed, especially those of you who hang around the stream often, my big sort of puzzle piece passion is air defense. So seeing... I need to update a bunch of shit, I keep forgetting to do it. Seeing what DCS does to it, it breaks my fucking heart. Because if they made air defense work the way it's supposed to in DCS, even if it wasn't player controlled, if they made any of that shit work the way it was supposed to be, it would be fucking like a whole other world. It would be a whole other world, and you would see so many people bitching and moaning, "Ooh, I got shot down, but my harms, my T-pod, my should have fucking studied the manual and realized how dangerous that system actually was." Like, people fly into obvious SAM traps as it is. You could imagine if these things actually behave the way they're supposed to. Like, for instance, the, what's it called? Skynet script. That is still not quite to the level of what should be happening. It's getting there, but it's still not, like, the missiles still don't behave properly, the radars don't behave properly, so it's still not quite there. If we had properly modeled SAM systems, better EWRs, like more EWRs, Like, for instance, we've got a fucking P-35 or P-37, I forget which, that spawns at all the airfields on Caucasus. It's fucking map scenery. It functions as an early warning radar. It actually does function as an early warning radar. That's why if you have no EWRs left, you'll still get callouts if they come near your airbase. They still function as radars. But we can't place them. You need to get the high... is it the high... No, SAM site. It's the... Fuck. What's the name of it? The SAM site assets. S something something. You need a mod, basically, to be able to place a fucking Barlock radar, which is a default game asset, as an EWR. Why? Why? So you combine more EWRs of varying types, because you would have, so for instance, like your P-37 covers a small localized area, the P-19's even smaller, and then you have, near typically an S-200 site, you have a P-14, a big boy, right? We don't even have a fucking P-14 because they gave us a tin shield instead. So the fucking S-200, when they released it, came with a tin shield radar, which allegedly the Syrians used with the S-300 system. Well, fucked if I've ever seen photographic evidence of that. You know what everyone used with the S-200 system? The fucking P-14, because that was the most commonly paired early warning radar with that system. That radar and that system go together. Like, they are a package deal, and we don't have a P-14 in DCS. It hurts. It fucking hurts. Like, there's a... We might even be able to see it. Up here... Is this default scenery? That doesn't exist anymore on Google Maps. That hasn't existed for a while on Google Maps. Up here, there is a P-70, Lena M. She's been out of service since Soviet times, as far as I'm aware, but the blockhouse is still there, and if it's harder to find on the Bing imagery, because it's kind of crappy res, but I found it on the Google imagery. She's somewhere... south... Right there! There she is. Right there. That is a fucking Lena. Right there, that blockhouse. You can see the berm around it. There's like a fucking gas station here now. And right there, you won't be able to see it 'cause it's pixelated, but there's like a round, kind of pale outline on the roof. That's where the fucking bearings were. The fucking ring bearing for the radar. That is a fucking 2,700 kilometer early warning radar. Right there. There's one there. There's another one. Where is she? Up here on Rybachi. It's kind of hard to see on Google Maps now because this is all snowed in on Google Maps and you can't see the blockhouse. But she's somewhere here. There's a bunch of SAM sites around her, which also aren't visible on Google Maps now because of the fucking snow. But yeah, she's up here, or maybe there, but there's another P-70 up here. There's another one somewhere near, someone near Leningrad, or St. Petersburg, same thing. But I've never found it, but there is one up here somewhere, near Lake Ladoga. There's another one on Ruski Island, which is not here. That's China. It is... Let me get my bearings. Here. Ruski Island. So there is another P-70. Where is she? On top of a mountain. There, right there. In fact, you can even see the fucking bearing ring. I don't know if you can see my mouse pointer on screen, but right there, that round shape is the bearing ring. There's a fucking access hatch right there. The fucking radar reflector would sit right there. And there was an S-200 site they put in because the fucking SR-71 was doing a little too much trolling, and they needed to extend the fucking SAM coverage, so they put a set of launchers on Ruski. So there's one there. There's another one, which I haven't personally found up at Anadir. I know it's around there somewhere, but I've never found it because it's hard to find shit up there. There's a lot of rundown structures and shit on top of mountains. So somewhere around here. I actually wonder if it'd be easier to find on the Bing imagery than the Google Maps. Might be for some stuff. But anyway, somewhere in this general vicinity, there should be another one. And then there was one, I think in Estonia somewhere. I could be wrong. Like, they're all over the place. They built like 13 of them. 2,700 kilometer range EWR. We don't have anything like that in DCS. What's the longest range EWR we have in DCS? Not even 400. No, we don't have 400 kilometer because we don't have a fucking P14. 200, I think. 200. What does the S200 currently engage at in DCS? That is the maximum fucking range. Because the S200 can engage a target further fucking away than the tin shield can see, from memory. So yeah, it's fucked. Oh, S300. Sorry, I misread. S300 at Mark 6. I'm not sure, but S200 should do Mark 6 for sure. What's the range on the P14? More than 1,000 from memory. It's like 1,400 or something. So imagine you have an actual integrated air defense system with the proper EWRs layered as they should be. So you got a Lena up back doing the long range shit, and the Lena can see into space. The Lena can see fucking satellites. And then you've got, as you come forwards towards the border or the front line or whichever it is, you got smaller system, P14 with an S200 site associated with it. Fucking, P37 at an airfield or something. Fucking P19 at a Dvina site. And then it just gets smaller and smaller until you've got a fucking Sportica, a dog ear or whatever it's called, near the front line. That would be a command post for something like a ground forces PVO regiment. So, like, National Air Defense PVO and Ground Forces PVO were two separate things. National Air Defense's PVO was a whole separate branch of the Armed Forces. Ground Forces PVO was part of the Army. And they would have something like a Sportica, dog ear. That's... In DCS, that's used as a radar for shit like Strelas. You often see them associated with Strela sites in DCS. In real life, that's a fucking command post. So you would have that commanding a whole bunch of SAM sites. Things like Strelas, things like Tunguskas, things like Kubs, Books, Krug, although Krug had its own separate command post, I think. Oh, actually, no, I don't think it did. Because I think Sportica was derived from the Krug's radar. I can't remember. But yeah, you have all this shit. And it's all controlled through data link. So you would be able to have all your radars turned off except the Lena way back in the backfield, in your home turf. The Lena's the only thing that's actually broadcasting, and then it picks up a target. And then it goes, oh, that's interesting. That gets sent through Sinesh, which is the data link, to the more forwards radars. They start to flip on and go, oh, yep, that's a target, and I can kind of refine its position for you because the Lena doesn't have great resolution. It's a fucking massive radar sitting way in the backfield. And so you start getting more and more of your radars towards the front, popping on and confirming that, yep, this is a hostile, it's here. We can say this is, we can narrow down its position. And then all your engagement radars are still off. Not a single one of your engagement radars is lit up yet. But already, at that S200 site, or at the Dvina site, the Kub site, whatever, you already see the gyros coming on, the missile launchers start to rotate to track the target, the fucking engagement radar is rotating to track the target. It's not broadcasting, it's tracking the fucking target, but it's not broadcasting because it's feeding data through Sinesh. And all you have to do, there's a sequence of buttons and switches you have to flip to do it, but all you have to do is accept the target that Sinesh is feeding you, and then align the radar to it, and then power goes on, radar's already on the target, lock, fire, get fucked. Like, that whole process doesn't take that long. It's not like in DCS now, like people think it is, where you have to track the target with the tracking radar, and you get all these warnings lighting up in the cockpit, so it's, oh, there's SAMs there, I'm not going to trespass it. No, you wouldn't even have fucking threat rings unless there was somebody doing photo reconnaissance or satellite reconnaissance who spotted the site. Something highly mobile, like a Kub or whatever, you're not going to have a fucking threat ring for that bitch, because it's going to drive around. It's going to fucking move on you. And it doesn't need to be on to track you. so to speak. It can just sit there in standby, feeding data from Sinesh until they want to shoot you down, in which case everything comes on, your cockpit goes fucking bananas, and holy fuck, you got a missile coming at you. Like, I just want like SamSim level quality air defense in DCS, my dude. I would do such dirty things for that. You have no idea. You have no idea. Take off from Sochi. Already getting launched from behind an... Yeah, like... It's ridiculous how much better it should be. Oh, by the way, over the horizon radars, since I was speaking about them earlier. Where is it? Oh, did they demolish it already? Motherfucker. No, there it is. Right there. I think that's actually one of the new ones. Yeah, it is one of the new ones, because that's an old Soviet airbase. That's an over-the-horizon radar. That's the one they built to replace the station at Gabala, because Azerbaijan told them to go fuck themselves. They used to lease it from the Azeris, but then the Azeris are like, no, fuck off. If I can find Gabala, which I probably can't, because I know nothing about the geography of Azerbaijan. I think it's like... It's on the north side or south side? I think it's near Ganja? Question mark? Anyway, there was an over-the-horizon radar at Gabala, and that was part of the Soviet missile defense system. Oh shit, I know where we can look for another radar. I should be flying, we're just looking for radars at this point, fuck it. Where is the border? Mukachevo. Where is the radar? Right there. Hello. I can never remember if it's a Nestor or a Dnieper. I always mix the two up. Silly Soviets naming shit after rivers that have similar names, but that is an over-the-horizon radar. Missile defense, right there. So that was I think that was the first operational Soviet over-the-horizon radar from memory. They built quite a few of them. If we go to Sari Shagan, which is way further east, if we go to Sari Shagan, we can actually find the trial installation for a bunch of Soviet radars. I just need to remember where Sari Shagan is. Okay, that's the Aral Sea. Should be a big lake. I think this is it here. Is it? My Central Asian geography is also crap, I have to admit. Oh, no, it's fucking further east. Balkhash, yeah, Lake Balkhash. There we go. Sari Shagan. Oh my god, there's even an airport there. Holy fuck. We're gonna have to do a flight around there sometime. I do want to hit it up on the Great Journey, but maybe we'll do a sneak peek of it sometime. There is a trial installation of the... I think it's Nestor. There's one here somewhere. It's along the coastline. I just gotta remember where exactly it is. This is the kind of shit I do when I get bored. Other people actually live exciting lives. I sit here hunting Soviet fucking early warning radars. And mocking OSINT Twitter accounts because the dumb fucks don't know what they're doing any more than I do. You guys hear about how Google Maps allegedly uncensored all the sensitive Russian military bases the other day? It didn't. They were never censored. They were never fucking censored. OSINT Twitter is so full of fucking quacks that literally Ukraine happened and they've made a Twitter account with OSINT in the name and now they think they're experts. They were literally never censored. Like, some guy was crowing about finding submarine pens up at fucking Vilkovo, across the bay from Petropavlovsk. Like, my bro, that image is so old. I found that 5 years ago. Don't even try. I can't find it right now. It's really easy to see normally, but it's probably because of the weird blending it does over the water. Anyway, point is, trial installations for new Soviet over-the-horizon and early warning radars, as well as missile defense systems, all around Lake Balkhash. So if you want to see some really interesting Soviet missile defense shit, this is where you go. Oh, Dvina site, right there. You see that? It's a fucking Dvina site. You got the fucking... Oh, this one's a Star of David. This one's not Flower Petals. This is Star of David. That's where the search and track radar would be. The early warning radar would probably be in that revetment there, probably. You got a reloading revetment somewhere there. Oh no, one reload there, one there, I think, and then that might be one. But there's your 6 launchers arrayed around the central search and track radar. And you'd have a generator somewhere as well. So that's a Dvina site. I do not know what that is, but it's very interesting. And then there should be some radars around here somewhere. So every big, like the fucking woodpecker as well, the Duga, the one that everyone knows as the brain scorcher from Stalker, there's one of those that was built here. I think they demolished it. Maybe. I've never found it. And it should be pretty easy to see because it's, you know, a giant ass lattice work of steel, but there was a trial one built here at Lake Balkhash. The Soviets also tested their first successful, ballistically, or not ballistically based, but their first successful non-nuclear anti-ballistic missile here. I think it was the A100 from memory. Back in the late 60s, they used, I think it was a tungsten dart from the missile to kill an incoming ballistic missile. So usually what they would do is they'd fire a test missile from Plesetsk Cosmodrome, which is in northwestern Russia, and then they would try and intercept it over Sari Shagun. So this whole thing is an instrumented missile test range. You can also find photos of MiGs doing missile firings over this too. They used it as a general purpose missile test area. And while we're here, let's find an S-200 site. Where is Krasnovodsk? There's Krasnovodsk. This was a major PVO training academy. This whole city was air defense related pretty much. It was a resort town too, but it was like home to a major PVO training school, so a lot of air defense stuff down here. And what are you? I don't know. Down here, or was it further north? Might have been. Nope, here. This is an S-200 site right here. So when you see this kind of not really shovel shaped here, but when you see these 6 revetments kind of arrayed like this, usually it's straight sides and then the rear 2 tuck in. Looks kind of like a shovel blade. This is an S-200. Those are your launchers. This is like the sort of technical control point for the missiles. Because the missiles have to be fueled up before they're launched. They're liquid fuel. Very volatile, unpleasant stuff. The actual assembly point for the missiles is like over here usually. And then your radars sit up on berms or on ramps. So these would be your fire control radar heads, 1 per battery. So 3 batteries, 3 fire control radars. Actually, sorry, I stand corrected. 2 batteries here. It is 2 batteries. So you'd have 2 fire control radars. And then you would have also probably a revetted position for your search radar. The forbidden spider eyes, yeah. Alright, so what I was going to do is we're going to fly over the Caucasus just to compare to DCS. We will do that. So I'll warn you guys now, for the ones that didn't see the first part of the Great Journey. Up around the northwest of Georgia, like the area between about Sukhumi through to Kutaisi, it's pretty shitty. If I zoom all the way in, you'll see why. On the day they did the satellite overflights, it was very heavily clouded over, and so right here, the generic, oh shit, I can't see through the clouds, I'd better just stick something there textures. Yeah, it's gonna look like shit for most of western Georgia, but it should look better once we get further east. I don't know why they do this. Like, you can see at this resolution, like, it's still crap resolution, but it's better than generic textures. I don't know why they don't just use this, because it's better than this. It's so much better than this. But hopefully they do another satellite overflight at some point. We get some better scenery. Let's go from... Not from Sochi. I mean, we could go from Sochi. But I kind of want to go from... Gudauta Bombora. This was the Su-15 base. So let's spawn in here. Let's not take the Dornier DOJ, because that thing doesn't have trim, and that will be a nightmare. I don't want to fly today. I wish I had a Su-15 to fly from this Su-15 base. A lot of these are freeware planes, by the way. It's pretty surprising what you can get free in this sim. A lot of them, the flight models aren't great, or that they don't have cockpits, so I just use them as scenery around the airport, basically. We could take the 104, but I've kind of flown that to death a bit recently. I just don't want to take something too slow. Could do the Magister, I suppose. We might actually just take the 104, I think. Might be the go. So many planes, I can't decide. I think it goes very well with it, Tycho. I think it goes fucking excellently with it. I think it would be perfect for fucking MSFS. I do not think you could get a better military aircraft to add to MSFS. Why have these all installed as separate things from the... Oh, no, it's not. It's... I'm dumb. That's a two-seater. Because I don't have any custom liveries for the single-seater yet, because there weren't any last time I checked. So let's take the single-seater. I hope the second one gets built. I really do. Unfortunately, it just uses a 747 cockpit, and I can't speak to the accuracy of the flight model, so I'm waiting for somebody to do a proper 225. So, whether or not the second airframe gets built up and completed, we can at least keep it alive in memory. Where did my single-seat 104 go? It's down the bottom. There it is. It's a separate purchase. It's actually cheaper than the two-seater. I think that was a concession of people that already own the two-seater, but because you can't do discounts on the MSFS marketplace, so to avoid stiffing people that buy stuff through the marketplace, they made it cheaper, but then that stiffed people that bought the 104, sorry, the TF-104, so, like, I don't know. It's kind of a no-win situation, I guess. Let's take... You know I gotta represent. You know I gotta represent. We'll sort the fuel and stuff out once we spawn in, because that's all done separately. Cool. I do have live weather on, so it may be a little snowy around here. Longest DCS... square pair. Square pair is the fucking engagement radar for the S200. It's the 5N62 engagement radar. That's not a track, not a search radar, it's a fucking engagement radar. EWR 55G6, which is the modernized Nieba. 400 kilometers, you fucking gotta be shitting me. Give me my P14, ED. Okay, let me just set up my views here. I kind of don't like being stuck down in the cockpit like that, so we'll raise it up a little. We need to... Actually, no, we don't need to worry about that with this. I think we can just do it all through the kneeboard. So, this one, I don't need an external app for. I can just use the kneeboard, which is fucking fantastic. We will just get the tip tanks, actually just load full fuel. Interesting, it considers this an American airframe even though it's Canadian. the F-104 is not quite as fuel thirsty as people think. It's just like the MiG-21. It's nowhere near as bad as people think. If you know, aren't insane and you actually fly a smart profile. Well, not no sales, but like they can't do an independent discount, I mean. I think you can do sales, but they can't do independent sales, if that makes sense. So they would have to wait for for fucking Asobo, Microsoft, whoever, to do their own sale thing. Yeah, the square pair is the NATO name for the 5N62, which is the S-200's engagement radar. Not its search radar, its engagement radar. We're not going to really be using comms, but let's do that anyway. This has an autopilot, by the way. It's not a super amazing one, but it does have one. We'll go tip tank. We'll go show tip. Just the tip. TACAN we won't bother with. I don't know if there is TACAN simulated anywhere in this part of the world. IFF on. We will get the INS heated. It might want the engine running before I can warm that up. The INS in this has an abbreviated setup time. It's accelerated for gameplay reasons, I guess you could say. We don't need the rain remover. We'll get the pitot probe on. We'll get some instrument lighting. I always like a bit of instrument lighting. Put the nav lights on steady, dim, anti-collision beacon on. I don't have the radar app running, so you're going to see radar offline down there, and also the radar app doesn't cover this part of the world anyway, so it doesn't matter. Anti-skid on. We're not going to bother with our fucking taxi lights. We don't need them. Set the flap, leave it a half. I'm surprised they dropped to takeoff, because we shouldn't have hydraulic... Oh, we might have pressure in the system, maybe through the cart. Set this to INS. Set our index to about 180, which is probably close to what our rotate speed's going to be. And then throttle is out of detent. There goes the engine. Reset the gens. Hello? Hello? The click zone for these is really picky. There we go. Autopilot disconnect, national nav fault. Yeah, it's because it's... Whoops. There we go. Heat that up. See if I can clear the caution. It might stay lit. Yeah, it's going to stay lit because the canopy's still open. Does the radar work in certain parts of the world? Yes. Because it's done externally through a separate web server. It's kind of weird. It's a very, very workaround type thing, but it does work in some places. NATO names for radars and sonars are so bizarre. For radars, they sometimes actually relate to how it looks or how it functions. So square pair, the 5N62 is a pair of oddly shaped squares next to each other. Was it skip spin, I think, is for a conical scan radar. I think it's an Oriole from memory. Skip scan or skip spin or something like that. Yeah, there's a lot of... Jaybird, because the MiG-21 BIS is like a MiG-21 fishbed J in NATO terminology. So Jaybird, because it's used in the fishbed J. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. There are some weird ones, though. Got more planes than I do. Most of them are freeware. I don't have that many payware ones. 104 on DCS, please. a good 104 in DCS. There is the mod, but I've kind of gone over my opinions on its flight model before. Obviously, it needs a new cockpit as well, which I think is happening. I think one of the guys on Enigma's Discord is working on that, and he did show some renders, I think, at one point. Looked pretty good. But yeah, it needs a new cockpit, but more than anything, the flight model needs work. I'm going to go out on a limb and say you don't need to be rated for Mark II jets to be able to say that its spin behavior is not correct. It spins as though it's in a vacuum, like side loading doesn't exist. Also, the pitch up is really exaggerated. So the DCS F104 feels like they were trying to give people an experience instead of actually simulate the aircraft. The acceleration is ridiculous. It's way better than it should be. Like, the 104 accelerates pretty well. I think it's severely underperforming in this. Like, this just feels really sluggish and slow a lot of the time. It feels good otherwise, but the speeds feel off. In DCS, the acceleration's hilariously overdone. The pitch up is not fatal in real life. Pitch up is not that dangerous unless you're at low altitude. Pitch up killed people because they pitched up while landing. Or at an air show while they were doing a display routine like 200 feet above the ground. That's when pitch up kills you. If you're up at fucking 30,000 feet and you experience pitch up, no big fucking deal. Release the controls, the aircraft recovers itself. If it doesn't recover itself, then you either do a normal spin recovery or pop the chute. And the aircraft will then recover itself. Like, pitch up is not that big of a deal at high altitude. You can go and look on YouTube if you don't believe me. There's videos about it. There's a US Air Force pitch up sort of demonstration, tutorial, whatever you want to call it, video for the F101, which had the same problem. And they show pitch, like they demonstrate pitch up at high altitude with the F101, and it's totally recoverable. Totally recoverable. Right? You get into pitch up in the DCS F104 mod, you're dead. Like, there's almost no way to recover it. You used to be able to with the flaps out. Now that won't help. If you try and perform a normal spin recovery, that won't help. If you try and pop the chute, which will recover the aircraft from pitch up in real life, even the fucking 101, which is a much heavier jet, like, you pop the chute on a Voodoo, it recovers it from pitch up and from a spin. You do that in DCS in the 104, it makes literally no difference, like it's not even modeled. It's... their flight model, like, just because it's an EFM doesn't mean it's good. You could have the best flight... where have we seen this before? I was literally talking about it earlier in the stream. You could have a really good flight model and then plug in the wrong numbers and you shit in, shit out, basically, right? And I think that's what's happened with the DCS 104 mod, is they plugged in the wrong numbers, or they've tried to make it an experience, so they've exaggerated the fuck out of it, and it doesn't fly like a 104 should. It really doesn't fly like a 104 should do. It accelerates too fast, its stall is far too violent and too... like, it's irrecoverable 9 times out of 10. The spin is physics-defying. Like, even before we get into the fact it's still using F-15 systems, which I can understand because it's an FC3 mod, that's fine. But the EFM, that was its big selling point recently, is like, oh, we have an EFM now. Awesome! Put some proper numbers into it now, so it actually flies like a starfighter. Do that, please. Because I'd love to be able to fly a well-modeled F104, even if it's still FC3 systems, even if it's still an F15 systems-wise. I'd love to at least have the flight performance of a starfighter, but right now, like, no. The first time I flew it, it was like, this doesn't feel right. And the more and more I've gone back and read about the way the aircraft handled, things that you could do safely, things you couldn't do safely, it's obvious that something severely hokey is going on with its flight model. They should have me unhooked from that. We'll just double check. Yeah, once the engine starts, they automatically unhook you. Oh, my landing light's on already. I guess it spawns in the on position. The fucking sounds for this are phenomenal. It's one of the other things for the DCS mod. In the flyby camera, well, not even flyby camera, in F2 camera, if you put the camera in front of the aircraft, you'll hear a looping sound sample of the Starfighter howl. This actually simulates the howl. This does the howl properly, the real way, which is not difficult to do in DCS, because there are how many good sound mods for DCS that actually simulate different sounds triggering from different angles, different engine RPMs, whatever. I mean, look at the Warbirds. But the mod just uses a looping sound sample, which is audible anytime you're in front of the wings, which is very bizarre. I don't know why they did that. I guess maybe they just don't have a good sound engineer on the mod team yet, but, like, that would be a priority for me. It's one of the most distinctive features of the aircraft. Like, come on, my man. Weird arrow. The Canadian Air Force did not use these for air defense. It used these for the low-level nuclear strike roll. The Canadians already had the Voodoo for air defense. They didn't need the Starfighter for it, and the Starfighter sucks at air defense anyway, as we've established. Oh, your boy forgot something important. Whoopsie daisies, I think we just broke the INS. It'll be fine. You need to actually put it in nav, oddly enough. But yeah, like, they didn't have a need for an interceptor because they had a real interceptor, a proper one, that integrated with Sage and did all the things an interceptor is supposed to fucking do, as opposed to this, which has approximately none of the desirable traits of an air defense interceptor, except it goes fast and climbs well. So Canadian 104s were all 104Gs, and they were all used as low-level nuclear strike aircraft and low-level reconnaissance. They also picked up conventional strike later on. We also need to do a check. We'll do it at the runway for the nozzle closure. It's MSFS, so I'm not expecting it to fail, but in real life, you would not fly the aircraft if that did not work. Because the J79, particularly some of the early ones, had a habit of the nozzle not closing when trying to light the burner. Or the burner not igniting, rather. And like in the MiG-21, when you try and go into burner with the flaps fully down, burner no light, but can schedule open. Plane go, you lose all your thrust. So, same shit in the Starfighter. That was actually one of the main causes of Starfighter crashes early in its career. Not because the plane is tricky to fly, or because my pitch up, or any inherent danger like that, but because of engine issues. And tail flutter, which was an issue with the aircraft. By the time the by the time the F-104G came along, I'm getting my fucking indexes mixed up here. By the time the F-104G came along, that had mostly been solved. The tail flutter issue had been solved. The whole airframe was strengthened for the low-level strike roll. Like, I'm sorry, my dude, but skill issue. It really... The Starfighter was... It was a dangerous plane. Every Mark II plane is dangerous. Every Mark II plane is dangerous, especially the earlier ones. But it was not a uniquely deadly or dangerous plane. It really wasn't. It gets such a shit reputation based on fucking media circus bullshit with no actual grounding in reality. You do a fucking basic statistical analysis of the loss rate of Starfighters from any operator, even Germany, and you'll rapidly find out that the loss rate tapered off very quickly to almost nothing. And also, a high loss rate isn't damning of an aircraft, it's possibly damning of an Air Force's procedures. For instance, the Canadians operated their Starfighters immensely more heavily than the Germans did, but the Germans, because they didn't get the hours on the aircraft, crashed it more. We will backtrack this, I just don't know how much runway I'm going to need here. Likewise, if you look at Hungarian Air Force statistics, compare the MiG-21 to the MiG-29. You would think the MiG-29 would be safer. It has two engines, it's a more modern aircraft, it was operated later on when people were a bit more... No! The MiG-29 has horrible loss rates for the Hungarians. In fact, the early MiG-21s are safer in Hungarian service than the late MiG-21s. You know why? Because as the fucking Cold War came to a close, and all of the Warsaw Pact governments fell apart, they could not pay their pilots for flying hours. So they didn't get the hours, they didn't get the hours, they didn't get the experience, they crashed. Simple. There's always more to the story than just, ooh, fucking plain bad. In a mood today, we got talking about DCS air defense. That's it. DCS air defense. That's what got me in the mood. That will make me bitch all day, every day. Yeah, exactly. Enigma's was alright. I got 9p5'd a bunch, but other than that, it was alright. Mostly just me bitching about DCS. Oh no, it's fine. These guys are weird. They come here for that shit. The F-86 is not abandonware. They fixed the fucking ailerons getting jammed, like, 6 months or a year ago. They haven't fixed the cockpit lighting. They haven't fixed the aileron reversal at high speeds from making the right wing have a visible hole in it. F-86 guys, get up to high speed, put in a little right aileron, and watch your wings separate. It's incredible. Yeah, like, they haven't fixed those, but they did fix the fucking aileron lockup. And the 9B, yeah. Although that's the missile that got fixed, not the plane. Where are you flying? We are at Godauta, Bombora. If we had a Su-15 in MSFS, I'd be flying it for this, but we sadly don't, because God is dead, and there is no justice in the world. Reasonably important, yes. Reasonably important. Oh. It looks and sounds so good. So what we're going to do is we're going to stand on the brakes. Nozzles closed. Nozzles closed. Okay, that's very important. If you fucking lose thrust on takeoff, you pull that and hope for fucking dear life that it works. Everything else is running that needs to be. I think we're good to go. So I'm gonna stand on the brakes, bring the power up. I love that sound. The burner light off is kind of funky, like it lights off as soon as you go into the burner region. I think that's just MSFS glitchiness, because it does that with other afterburning aircraft in the sim as well. But hopefully it gets fixed at some point. And we are more or less airborne. I tend to be a little late with my rotate on this. Warehod. The gun sight I thought the gun sight did work on this, but I've never seen it working. And most of the switches for it are inoperative, so I don't know. Okay, we're gonna come back out of burner. Wow. That sure does look pretty, huh? It'll get worse as we go further south because of that cloud cover I was speaking about when they did the satellite imagery, but yeah. Why are my lights so dim? Dark in here. Probably because the sun's glaring on them. So that's Godauta behind us. Well, that's Bombora. Godauta City proper is further up the coast. That's it there. So we'll see Sakumi City, which is down there. And that's where the scenery starts to get hokey. I want to believe Super, but I'm not sure I do. I want to, but I'm not sure I do. Because I know how hard people will complain when you take away missiles from them. Like, I get it. People are scared of learning something new and scared of a challenge, but honestly, bro, once you go back to the old missiles, nothing else is like it. I kind of miss when Alpins was no R60s. Because it was fun. I actually had to dogfight people and use my guns. Instead of just, oop, R60, delete. That's Sakumi City. This is auto-gen, by the way. It's just auto-gen based on satellite imagery. Resolution's kind of crap, though. I wonder if the sim fucked with my settings. Sometimes MSFS likes to turn your settings down randomly with no input from you. Always fun when that happens. You can go ahead and engage, altitude hold, heading hold. And it's going to try and hold about 120, it looks like. So now I can go external view. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the shit right there. Did say there's a bug where photo and data stuff getting reset and you get melted buildings. Ah, wonderful. Happy days. So there was a cloud there. That's where the AI spotted a cloud, edited it out, and then just put generic textures in place. And you'll see that more and more as we go down the coast. Again, there at Sukumi Airport. You can see the airport, but like those textures are just generic. That's not photo, satellite photo imagery. And whoop, if I don't stick my head out the perspex. But you can see, like, look how wide these watercourses are. This river in DCS is like 3 meters wide. Look at it there. You got like a little, almost a little lagoon there. There was an F100 for FSX, I think. And or X-Plane, but it was long ago. I saw videos of it once. So this is generic textures. So all this area was covered by cloud. And it uses separate maps. So it uses street maps to figure out where to put streets, where to put watercourses, and where to put forests. And then it uses actual satellite imagery to figure out what kind of forest it should be, where to put buildings, and where to put a few other natural features. It's quite interesting. So it's not just drawing off the satellite imagery alone, it's drawing off several different types of imagery, and sometimes that results in a desync where the satellite imagery is older than the road maps are, and so you see cars shortcutting across like a farmer's field or something. Or, you know, you'll see a river's changed its course since the photo, like the satellite imagery was taken, and so the visible water shader is somewhere else, but you see like blue grass where the river actually is. So we're back into actual satellite imagery in this patch here. I think that's Ochamchira, I think. Should be, because then Poti is further down there. Regis 1? Excellent. Finally. Open DCS and be 4 blocks from Tbilisi. Well, there's one way to fix that. Vietnam have more MiGs than they did, MiG-19s than they did 21s. They got the MiG-19 very late. In fact, they didn't get 19s, they got the J6, which is a Chinese version of the 19. They got them very late, like it was already into the 70s when they got them, and they didn't really like them that much, because they were kind of maintenance whores. 2 engines, 2 unreliable engines at that. The MiG-21 was faster, it was generally better suited to the kind of tactics they used, so they preferred the 21. That said, they did have, I think, 2 squadrons, or 2 regiments. I think they had 2 regiments of MiG-19s, or J6s. So, initially no, but later on in the war, it was closer to equal. So that's around where we were fighting earlier today in Alpen's server. That should be Zugdidi, or actually no, that's Zugdidi there. and that fucking cluster of Hawk sites was just along there, actually. Just along there, I think. Again, you can see the difference between the actual satellite imagery and the generic textures. In fact, you can see the fucking demarcation line right there. So when the sim senses it doesn't, or when the AI that does all this shit senses it doesn't have high enough resolution imagery, it just fucking goes, well, this is my best guess, and throws down this shit. It looks fucking awful. But the actual satellite stuff looks really fucking good. Really, really fucking good. Like when Blue's... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I like bombing airfields. It's fun. I'd like a chance to do it more often. Yeah, no missiles on their J6s. Guns only. No radar either. I had a look at that snippet. There's a couple of issues I have with it. So one of them is... it requires some fuckery with web servers, which I don't like messing with, because that's a potential attack vector if somebody does a bit of a naughty. Second of all, it also means that if either Microsoft or Google decide they're sick of that shit happening and they close the connection from their end, it means I'm going to have no fucking scenery. And third of all, and this is probably the least esoteric reason, is Bing imagery at least tries to match colors. So you'll notice where it's got imagery from winter, it tries to color match it to look kind of like summer, or like it'll try and... Like, MSFS has a certain look, right? It has a consistent look with colors and shaders and stuff. If you use the Google imagery, it varies greatly between satellite passes. So, see how there's a seam there that you can see, but see how it's color matched? You can see the seam, but the colors are matched. Now imagine that's like autumn, or it's like 3 shades brighter, or something like that. It's just discombobulating, so I prefer to use the Bing scenery. Even though some areas look like shit because of this, I would rather just stick with the default. There is Sanaki. Hello. Sanaki down there. 2 AM here in Brazil, gonna head off. Don't forget to check the clips. Yeah, no worries, man, I will for sure. But thanks for stopping by. It's good to bear witness to that fucking RS2 US kill, my dude. That was fucking Chad. But I will catch you around. Ever tried the CBU2 in the A4? Not yet. I haven't got round to it yet. The Phantom will probably get that too, by the way. The fucking Phantom should carry them. So we're just coming towards Kutaisi now. Kutaisi Airport is not modelled in this sim, because Kutaisi Airport, Air Base, as we have it in DCS, no longer exists. It got the living shit bombed out of it during the war in 2008, and it was never rebuilt as best as I can tell, so it doesn't exist in the sim. The smaller flying club does, but the actual airbase doesn't. But look how much better this looks. Like, right here, look at this. Look at this! Look how good it is! Look, the rivers actually, like, meander and have, like, fucking silt deposits and shit. Like, actual fucking rivers. This is my problem with DCS. The maps don't have identifiable geographical fucking features. You know what I mean? Like, the rivers in DCS look like somebody just got a fucking prefab section and just went river, 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 river. Oh, yep, here's the sea, whatever. The coastline has that outline on it, like a seawall almost. That's not how the fucking world looks. Like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Actual river with actual, like, meanders in it, and actual points where the river's cut the corner. Silt deposits. Like, my dude. This is what a river looks like. Not how it is in DCS. Anyway, let's, Oh, no. Left. Are you gonna... Yeah, it's gonna... Look at me, I'm a tube liner guy, letting the autopilot fly for me. That, I believe, should be Kutaisi Air Base there. Right there. That might be it, or it might be... No, that's it, because the curve in the river happens there. Again, you can see generic textures here because cloud. But yeah, that should be Kataisi Air Base. And then the smaller flying club and shit are over there. So you got the little flying school thing there, and then the other runway is further north, I think, up there. And that's the city of Kataisi. Gonna go complain to the devs because the autopilot doesn't work exactly as it should. I actually can't talk about that because I do complain about the MiG-21's autopilot all the time in DCS. It doesn't work the way it should. But, yeah, no, it's... Tube liner guys in Civi Sims are a special bunch. They don't care if the flight model's even vaguely realistic, don't care if the aircraft looks or sounds right. All they care is that the autopilot works. Not even necessarily in a realistic fashion, just in one that they can set it and forget it. And go do something else for 5 hours. Look at this. Look at this. How much better does it look in this? DCS, with scenery even half as good as this, imagine how fucking amazing that would be. Like, I really hope when ED do their globe thing, I really hope that they find a way to do something similar to this. Fuck, I don't know, license the technology or some shit. Just something that's actually, like, good, like this, instead of the fucking ancient maps we have in DCS now. There's that little strip there, and then the other one might not even be in the sim, actually. I can't remember if it's further north or further south. It might be further south, but yeah, there's one there. And then that's the city there. There's Ambrolori, the dam. We're going to need to do a right-hand turn here in a second. Oops, zoomed out too far. The fucking zoom in this still gives me the shits. Okay, let's go. Let's just knock this on the head and hand fly it. Like an actual fucking pilot. To be fair, I have been known to sit for 2 hours on the apron. In fact, my MiG-21 kind of academy video, that's exactly what I did. But, yeah. Take 50 feet? I mean... It's not so good for sightseeing, but we could. Tip tanks are still a little bit of fuel in them, but they're nearly empty. It's going to be a little bouncy down here because unlike DCS, MSFS has an actual fucking weather system and terrain actually affects the fucking air currents and there's even thermals, God forbid. This even simulates fucking thermals, unlike DCS. Oh, 50,000? Yeah, I've had this up to 90-something thousand the other day on stream, and my record in MSFS is about 112, I think. Actually, was I streaming the other day? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I streamed going up to that altitude, didn't I? Or am I hallucinating? Did I do that off stream? Fuck it. We'll do it this stream again. I'll land it to Tbilisi. And then we'll refuel and we'll go up to high alt. 50,000's easy in this, it'll cruise at 50. I don't mind where people talk for extended periods about something without actually doing the thing, as long as it's informative and interesting. Which I try and often fail to be, but like, it had better be actually informative and interesting and at least somewhat accurate. Like when Rush sits on the ground drawing the Spitfire's fucking pneumatic braking system on the screen for 3 hours, that's fucking interesting to me. Because now I know where the mixing valve is on a Spitfire for the braking system, and I can find it in the DCS Spitfire cockpit. Yeah, like, that's interesting to me. Actual, you know, useful little technical details about the plane you won't find about, you know, just anywhere else, pretty much. I love that shit. No worries, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We'll head over there in a sec. Catch you around. Have a good rest of your day. I'll see you on the next one. Or on the next stream CCM does, whichever happens first. Oh, it looks so good. It sounds so good. I love it.
I will get into DCS sometime, winking face.
No time like the present. So you see here, that was winter imagery. That's snow. But it tried to color match it to summer, and it kind of worked. With Google stuff, it won't do that. We've got the burner running now. The burner effect in this is better than in DCS, because it's actually done properly. It actually has proper shock diamonds. The actual texture's a little dim, but if you saw this at night, it's done properly. It's like Waterfall mod for KSP. It actually shows the shock diamonds as mesh, not as just like a fucking particle effect. Which is how it's supposed to be done. We'll come out of burner because I don't want to burn through my fuel that quickly. But yeah, like a lot of DCS modules use just a particle effect or like an animated texture or something, but you need to use mesh and textures to get that right. At nighttime, this thing's burner looks... We'll change the time to night, I think, for the high altitude run. How does a flyby sound? I don't think there's a flyby cam in this by default, or if there is, I don't know how to activate it. But I'm gonna guess it sounds fucking amazing, because they actually modeled the howl properly. Although you only get the howl at low engine settings, usually. So if I come off the power... In fact, if I go to the external camera, I can control the aircraft still. So it probably sounds pretty good, but I don't know. Because I don't know if there's a flyby cam. Anyway, we'll get some more power on, because, like I said, it feels a little like it's not fast enough. Like they undersold its performance a little. I did test it on the ground. I mean, it'll work in the air as well. Oh! Oh, maybe it won't. It's already closed, that's why. I'm dumb. So if we go... there. Yeah, it works. Causes the howl? Probably just intake geometry. I don't know. But I'd guess it's intake geometry. That's usually what causes sounds like that. The Vulcan has a howl as well. For the Vulcan, it's when you put on about 92% throttle. It is. How much better does this look? Scenery-wise. Like, it's ridiculous. bought an Xbox controller just for the drone camera, but USPS lost it somehow. I still need to hook my Xbox controller up to the PC so I can actually play Rocket League, finally. That's the town of Gori. I think. Pretty sure we're over Gori at this point, which is the birthplace of Stalin, which is a hell of a claim to fame to have. There should be a fortress down there somewhere. On that hill, I think. Yeah, that's Gori. Look at this ridgeline! This fucking ridgeline! This is nondescript green hills in DCS. Look at this in actual imagery. There's like all erosion and shit. That's what's missing from fucking DCS Caucasus. Nevada has it, and Persian Gulf has it, because they use satellite imagery for some of the textures, but fucking Caucasus, and even Syria to an extent, they don't have fucking geographical or geological features of any sort. It's just fucking generic textures. And it makes such a difference, dude. It makes such a fucking difference. Like, look at it. How much fuel we got? Oh, we got tons. We're sitting basically at mill power, but we still got shitloads of fuel. The Starfighter's tip tanks carry quite a bit in them, so you end up with kind of a MiG-19 situation where you're basically carrying 2 jets worth of fuel. Especially if you put the fucking pylon tanks on as well. I can't get over the scenery. I cannot get over the scenery in this sim. Like, it's not perfect for sure, but holy fuck. It actually looks pretty real. Pretty convincing. Like, look at the fucking erosion channels and shit. Where's that in DCS? This whole area looks completely different than it does in DCS. And there's Tbilisi up ahead of us. Yeah, likewise, Cam. Likewise. Although I kind of doubt they will, to be honest. I'm going to be real with you. I've said it before on stream, and I've said it elsewhere, particularly in Enigma's Discord, because it got brought up there, but DCS players kind of pin a lot of hopium on DCS having a competitor one day that will make ED unfuck themselves. It ain't going to happen. It's not happening. I'm sorry. Like, stop deluding yourselves. So many people latched onto that Meta Dynamics, was it? No, Meta fucking, not Dynamics, Meta something, corporate name. NOR. First of all, the fact it's called NOR. DCS is already kind of an industry sim name, but at least it stands for something. NOR, like, it's an industry sim. Even if it's available to you as a civilian, you'll be paying industry sim prices for it, which is like 4 or more zeros on the end of the asking price. It's Metasynthetic something. Anyway, it's going to be an industry sim. It has, what, they've shown a small area of the NTTR it's pretty, like, it's nicely detailed. It has like little fucking salt bushes and shit, but it's a small area of the NTTR they've shown. They've shown like 6 aircraft, 2 of which appear to be flyable. And people are hoping that this is somehow gonna blow DCS out of the water and force Eagle Dynamics to get their shit together. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You really think so? Like, DCS, even with DCS's chronic lack of content for any given time period, like, DCS has so many issues, but holy fuck, it's a better, you know, consumer sim than that is. It's like people, it's like, I don't know if you guys have seen Blue Drake's videos where he's hyping up something that's like, I don't know, whatever game remade in Unreal or something, or it's an industry sim, world scale, like VBS. People who hyped VBS as the future of sim gaming have never actually used VBS. It's painfully obvious they never use VBS. Because VBS runs like shit, it looks terrible, and it's very... Like, if you think the armor interface is bad in the mission editor, like, holy fuck, wait until you see VBS. Because it's an industry sim, and industry sims don't have to be user-friendly, they don't have to look good, they don't have to have a big depth of content. That's on you. That is on you to add your own fucking content to it that your specific government contract needs you to use. It's a framework, right? It's a framework, and it's not a framework that's designed to run well on consumer computers. So all this hype about this world-scale FPS simulator, like, no, dude, it's not happening. If it had happened, Arma would not be a big deal. Arma is still the only show in town for that kind of shit. Arma is literally the only show in town for that kind of shit. And it's gonna stay that way. It's gonna stay that way for a long time, because there's just no competitors, and there's no incentive for there to be a competitor, because it's too fucking expensive and too niche. Like, imagine you're a competitor coming into... Oh, there's a racetrack down there. Imagine you're a competitor coming into combat flight sims, modern combat flight sims. You have to compete with DCS. Like, just commit Sudoku, because you're not going to outcompete DCS unless you have, like... Forget angel investors, you would need fucking God as an investor to push ED out of their throne. Because they have so much institutional inertia. DCS, even lacking content as it does, has so much more content than most devs would be able to make in 10 years. You just can't compete with it. And, you know, when I was new to DCS, I came in with a starry-eyed, oh my god, if only a competitor. Like, it's not gonna fucking happen. It's not gonna happen. And, you know, for all the faults they do have, ED have done a pretty special thing with DCS that nobody else has done, and nobody else is going to do. So, you know, every day I spend bitching about how much I hate DCS. I've been playing almost nothing but DCS for like 4 years now. That should tell you something. Like, I hate it, but I love it. Because it's the only show in town. It will continue to be the only show in town, and it's because... Here's a spicy one for you. It's because it takes a special kind of developer to do that. For all their problems, Eagle Dynamics is the kind of developer that actually gives enough of a shit to, like, go into all this incredibly autistic detail about some random plane no one cares about. Or, you know, like, there's a lot of shit in DCS that's wrong. You guys heard my rant about air defense earlier. It's still better than most other things. Like, SamSim beats it because SamSim was made by a former member of the Hungarian air defense. But nobody else is going to do what ED does. And if they did, it would be some watered down shit. You know, it's kind of like, look what happened with the OFP franchise after the split off with Bohemia. Look what happened to OFP. It became, like, you had player tethers, so you couldn't get far from his squad. The fucking mechanics were all turned down to be casualized. Like, this is the problem. You need a very special kind of dev to do this shit and not water it down for the normies. And ED is that kind of dev. Just like Bohemia is that kind of dev. Very healthy. Yeah, very healthy relationship. After I was giving advice about how to deal with toxic relationships earlier in the stream, here I am, like, oh, ED, please fuck me harder. Please, ED. Please make me more depressed than I already am. Yeah, that's exactly true, Super. That is exactly true. And I can, you know, I don't have a huge amount of interaction with ED, but I have just enough that I can tell you there are a lot of people at ED who don't need to be there. They could be getting a lot more money somewhere else, but that's where they are, because that's what they're passionate about. For instance, there are certain members of ED who have qualifications, like, you think you're overqualified applying for a job at Macca's when you have a fucking degree in economics? That is not half as overqualified as some people that work at ED, right? I'm not going to name names because I'm not sure if I'm even supposed to know who does what outside of DCS, but, like, there are literal rocket scientists working for Eagle Dynamics, my dude. Like, that's passion. So this is Tbilisi. How much better does it look? I think the TV tower is duplicated because I've got two conflicting scenery files for it, but let's go low level. Yeah, Arma does largely survive on its mods because the base game content's not really there. The base game as a framework is fantastic, but the content's not really there. Doesn't that sound familiar, guys? Doesn't that sound fucking familiar? But the modders do a wonderful job of actually making it worthwhile to play the game fucking 10 years later. Like, Arma 3 is reaching a really good point in its life cycle now. And it's... how old is that game? It's like 8-9 years old now, and it's just now maturing into something fucking amazing because of modders. It's why when everyone's kind of hyping up, oh, Infusion, Arma 4, like, my dude, it's gonna be a decade before Arma 4 is worth fucking buying. Miss me with that shit. I'm gonna be playing heavily modded Arma 3 until Arma 5 is announced, because Arma 4 is just not gonna have the content yet. There's that ratcheting shit with the flight model. I don't know why it does that, it's very odd. High rate of roll causes some weird shit with this FM. I'm curious if that's a F104 problem, or if that's a base flight model problem. I think it's an F104 problem, if I'm honest, but I could be wrong. The MSFS base flight model is really powerful. Like, it's really, really good. It's actually really good, and that's not me fanboying. It is legitimately good. The problem is that 90% of the third-party developers, including even some of the good ones, don't know what they're doing with it. Like, a lot of it's still set through config files, like it's FSX, although it's a much more powerful flight model. And they don't know what the fucking flags do in the config files, so they just don't set them, or they set them to the wrong thing, or try and use the wrong thing to do something it shouldn't be used to do, you know? But the basic flight model for this game is incredibly powerful. And people kind of get turned off MSFS because they saw a video of, like, one of the vanilla fucking planes doing something a bit UFO-like. It's like, that's not a reflection on the Sims flight model, that's a reflection on the flight model of that specific module. And a lot of the vanilla modules don't have a lot of effort put into their flight models. You know, even Asobo, who are the ones that built the fucking FM, if they don't set the fucking variables properly, yeah, it's gonna fly like shit. Shit in, shit out. Same as I was talking about with the EFMs in DCS. Shit in, shit out. Speaking of which, I'd just like to reiterate the common misconception, the common fucking excuse in DCS, which is usually attributed to ED, but I don't know if I've ever seen ED actually say this. It might be... I should be careful because I don't want to get cancelled, but... Nineline and Big Nui are community managers, right? They're community managers. They're not developers. Their job is to interact with the community, pass messages back and forth between the community and the dev team. They can tell you some useful stuff, but you should not take anything Nineline or Big Nui say about development as gospel, because they might not know. Or they might ask the dev team, and the dev team might just tell them, yeah, whatever, like, it's not one of our priorities, who cares? And they will pass that as, it can't be done. Or, oh, it's, you know, like, it's too hard or something. Basically what I'm saying is, take what community managers say about the game's capabilities with many grains of salt. This goes for any game, not just DCS. So it was kind of a thing the community said that, oh, ED said we can't do more than 2 engines. Well, patently fucking false. Turns out all you need to do 4 engines is an EFM, because the Lancaster community mod has 4 functioning, independently controlled Merlin engines. Just saying. Secret module being 80% complete, actually being 20% according to... yeah, like... Take everything you hear with many, many grains of salt. If you hear it via Reddit, if it comes from Hoggit, take it with, like, 3 buckets of salt. If it comes from fucking DCS Exposed, like, just go lick a fucking salt mine, basically. Where is Monuli? It should be somewhere around here. B-52 confirmed. They could. They actually... Like, real talk, it would probably be really unoptimized and it'd take a lot of code work, but I don't see any reason they would not be able to do, like, a B-52D. I would fucking kill for B-52D. Even an AI B-52D. But there's not really any logical reason they can't do it. The engine supports it. Like, I get the impression either the community made that up as a cope, why there isn't 4-engine stuff yet, or ED made it up to tell the community basically go pound sand, we're not making a fucking B-52 at this point in time. Like, just to get them to shut up. Could be either or, I don't know. I think Monuli is somewhere around here, because I'm pretty sure I landed there once. I just don't remember where exactly. Look at the... Bro, look at the fucking... gorges. Oh, man. This is generic tiled texture under me, but like look across that gorge. That's fucking hot. Oh, I'm blind. It's right there. That's it there. Yeah, for MSFS it does make a bit more sense because you have the whole world to fly around, but hey, if ED managed to pull off global scale in DCS and it doesn't suck, then B-52 would be great. Hey, Giggles! Cheers to the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, all of you filthy, filthy people. I know what you get up to on Giggles stream. I know what you guys are like. We're buzzing around the Caucasus in MSFS, so I can continue ranting about why I would like to have this kind of scenery in DCS and not what we currently have. Naughty stuff? Oh, I know. I know what the usual is over there. Like, it just kills me, man. Imagine if we had this in DCS. Imagine if we fucking had this in DCS. Imagine how much harder you would have to work to find your fucking ground targets if the ground wasn't one uniform color of green. Like, imagine you could actually reference off shit like, oh yeah, that L-shaped field, the L-shaped, like, brown field near the airbase, come 2 o'clock from that, 300 meters. Like, holy fuck. You could get so much more shit done in DCS. Power station over there. So, Azerbaijan starts about there, just about near the horizon, on the other side of a lake. I don't think that lake, I think it's a bigger one. Real life flying today, graphics were amazing, but the plane set was slow as shit. Well, hope you enjoyed it. How many hours are you up to now? Because you've been doing that for a little while now, hey? I think I ended up getting like 50 something. I need to get back into it. I've been saying that for years, but I actually do need to get back into it. $50-ish hours and I'm still fucking hopeless. Do a flyby of Vaziani, and then we'll shoot up past Tbilisi-Lachini, and we'll land at, I don't know, one of them. I don't care which. 5 hours just started. Did my initial class last month, and they finally put... Ah, okay. Oh, you're real wet behind the ears, then. It is! It is! Like, The hard part of flying is not the actual flying. The hard part of flying is fucking remembering shit. Like, remembering your fucking radio calls, remembering what to say when you actually hit the fucking push-to-talk, remembering which airspace not to bust. Like, the fucking rules and regs and comms are the hard part of flying. The actual mechanical part of flying, like, you could teach a fucking 2-year-old to do it. Like, no joke, it's not hard. Now, to be fair, I know not everyone has a natural inclination towards flying, so a friend of mine, he picked up flying and within a couple hours realized that he couldn't because he has some weird inner ear shit that makes him get really badly motion sick in a plane. But, like, it's not hard. It really isn't hard. People make a big deal out of it, but really it is the academic stuff that's difficult, and that's the main thing that tripped me up, was actually, like, studying. Oops. But when I actually just got up and flew around doing circuits or going out to the training area and just bumming around there, like, it was fucking cruisy, dude. I just sat up there vibing. Get motion sick if I don't have the controls? Ooh. That's, I mean, it could be worse. At least it goes away if you have the controls, but yeah. I think that's something that, like, a lot of people don't really think about, is just how different a light aircraft is to a fucking airliner. Like, the first time I ever went up in a light aircraft, I was like, what the fuck? What is this wind shit? Radios is a bitch. Just don't be the guy that fucking keys up on the mic and sits there, fuck, what's my call sign? Jabber 1369, turning, oh shit, turning base for, like, fuck me. There was a guy that used to fly at my local that did that all the fucking time. If I figured out who it was, I was gonna go fucking taxi into him. Alright, let's start getting some power off. Up around mil thrust, it's not too bad on the speed, but as soon as you come off the throttle at all, it's like it hits a wall. I'm gonna have to bust out the charts and figure out what's going on here, but I feel like it's underperforming. Like, it's like the opposite of fucking Vigan. It's too much drag or not enough thrust, one of the two. No, that was an appropriate use of caps. That was absolutely an appropriate use of caps, for fucking certain. Okay, so we got the air brakes out. Well, we should do anyway. 250, we're gonna go takeoff flap, we're not gonna go full flap yet. We're kinda low. Put some more power on. We want at least 85 for the blown flap system. We'll go full flap now and gear, so BLC's on, just like the MiG-21, guys. Just like the fucking MiG-21. If you can land the MiG-21 in DCS, you can land this thing. Fucking exactly the same, almost even the same reference speeds. Now, we're a little low here because I'm always fast and low, but we're going to put some power on, keep her up around 90% probably. We're going to hold her around 170-ish, 180-ish for airspeed on the approach, and just keep power up. Nothing to it. If we get too slow, we'll get a wing drop. We'll know about it, but as long as you keep above about 160-ish, she's going to be pretty happy with you. Fuel's still good. We have plenty of fuel left, actually, but we'll top off and we'll do a fucking... We'll switch to nighttime so you guys can see what the burner looks like at night. We'll do a high alt run. Fucking ballistic climb over the Caucasus or some shit. See this fucking ravine? This doesn't exist in DCS. The fucking land at the end of the runway here is dead flat in fucking DCS. There's a fucking ravine here. God, I wish. I wish. Do you own the T-45? No. I've been considering getting it, but I don't own it yet. Same with the 339. Because I also don't want the double whammy of buying the 339 in this and then having to buy it for DCS anyway, because I probably will get it in DCS, to be fair. Oh, what's a centerline? Dunno, never seen one in my life. Okay. So, let's actually not bother with the drag chute, we got plenty of runway here. we'll save it for the second flight because it won't reload on the ground like we can get in DCS. Let's stand on the brakes a bit. Okay, let's bring the flaps up to takeoff. Vacate the runway. This is Tbilisi. Looks familiar, huh? Except a lot better. So we took off from Gdowta, and we've been flying across the Georgian part of the Caucasus. We can head... Yeah, I think we'll do that. We'll head north over the mountains. We'll set it to, like, evening or something and head north over the mountains into Russia. So you guys can see what southern Russia looks like in a sim that actually does, you know, proper scenery. I wish I could use that excuse, Giggles, but I didn't even play DCS when I first started flying in real life. I'm incapable of landing on a fucking centerline for some reason. It's one of those things I can't do. Right up there with DCS carrier landings, unless my plane is badly fucked up or I'm completely off glide path. If I try and do it by the book, I crash. If I try and do it like just fuck it, send it, it always works, and I always 3-wire it. Like, I think there's honestly a special skill to being such a gigantic fuck-up that you can only do something properly when you do it completely the wrong way. I wouldn't trade it for the world. It's fucking wonderful. Bro, fucking learning to do shit properly? Pfft, skill issue. Is that 247? That does look a bit like a 247. Oh, it is a 247. This thing right here, you'll notice I don't have quite all the terminal buildings. I got some of them, but not all of them. This boy right here, 20 fucking US dollars, my dudes. If you do not own the Wing 42 Boeing 247, you need it. You need this in your life. This is the best simulated aircraft, not just in MSFS, but probably in any sim I've ever played. The engine tuning's not quite there yet, it needs some more tweaking, but this thing is so fucking well simulated. It's so in-depth. You can tap the gauges to make sure they're reading correctly. It has state saving for the passengers' ashtrays. Never mind the status of the engines or the aircraft systems or whatever. If you don't shut it down properly, you'll probably come back and find out your battery's dead. The ashtrays. Like, that shit is wild, dude. It flies really nicely as well. It's a fucking joy to fly. Anyway, we're going to just pop this open while we're on the ground. We're not going to touch that on the ground because that could result in some undesired behavior. We aren't going to bother restarting the engine. We're just going to fill her up. We'll take the tip tanks. I don't know if we'll drop them when they're empty. They do provide a reasonable amount of drag, but might hold on to them. We'll see. I'm going to switch to dark o'clock. Not real dark, just enough you guys can see the burner plume. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a shit right there. Okay. So. Plane's fueled. Time is set. Let's fucking go. 980 Ti? Yeah, I'm not sure how it'll handle on that. I know people with 10 series cards, like 1000 series cards, whatever the fuck you want to call them, who run the sim reasonably well. At lower resolutions mostly, but, you know, like, it can be done. I would honestly say, at times, this feels better optimized than DCS. If you can run DCS, you can probably run this. It is pretty intensive on the old graphics card if you're trying to stream at the same time. So if there's a lot of clouds and I'm streaming, it will do fucky things because NVEnc starts fighting it for resources. I think it renders like it uses GPU cores for the clouds, but generally performance in this is a lot better than I expected. If you have a lot of really detailed custom scenery, that will slow things down a lot, but like just default stuff, especially in less populated areas, it's pretty smooth. 1,500 to 2K. Yeah, Beepski Mark II was 3K, I think, at time of building. And that was before the worst of the price rises hit. I mean, the prices had already gone up, but it was before they went really up. So I don't know how much it would cost me to rebuild this PC now, but I try not to think about it. Just interested in it for the trainers. There's a decent variety of them available. The Fuga Magister I really like. It's a really cool little jet. But yeah, like I said, the T-45, the MB-339 I haven't picked up yet. I haven't even picked up the Gina yet. The Gina's by the same guys that did this. Mostly because I'm kind of dubious about buying it twice. I don't want to buy something for DCS and then buy it here as well if I can avoid it. If it's really good, maybe, but I don't know. I'm not known for my financial sensibility, so like, the less I double up on, the more I have to waste on aircraft parts. T-38, that would be really nice, yeah. Good T-38. Frames are a little bit low just when it first loads in when I look in a particular direction. But man, how good does that look? How fucking good does that look? This isn't completely default scenery for Tbilisi. I do have a landmarks pack, which is why it has the actual TV antenna, which is a monolith in the default game. Oh no. No! Oh, sim crash. Normally I'd just give up on it, but we're going to start it again. We're going to start it again. It's going to take like 40 minutes to load, but bear with me. We are doing a night flight from Tbilisi. It is a little unstable at times, especially if it's been running for a long time. But yeah, I do have some custom scenery for it, so it's mostly landmarks, TV towers, skyscrapers, like a couple of churches and cathedrals, but mostly the Tbilisi scenery that I have in Sim is like probably 80-90% auto-gen. Star Citizen can't even boot up. Oh, yeah, Star Citizen is not well optimized at all. Not at all. Either for performance or for netcode. Tucano I was interested in, not sure if it's been released. I don't know. What was it? There was something released the other day that I was interested. Oh, the fucking Sukhoi 31, the little fucking stunt jobby. I think it looks cool. I might pick it up. I'm not usually one for civvy aerobatic aircraft, but I like the Su-31. It's a cool little plane. Milviz oh no, Milviz do stuff for Misviz. The Corsair in this is Milviz. Milviz are also, I believe, doing an SR-71. Was that Milviz or was that someone else? I think it was Milviz. Yeah, no, they do stuff for Misviz. They're just slowly getting into it. The one I'm really waiting for to see them start moving stuff over is fucking A2A. I mean, Wing 42 are kind of showing that they could be the next A2A, but, well, like with the 247, because it's so well done and so detailed, but if A2A come to this, I'll be very, very happy. Oh, don't seem interested in doing a T-38, yeah, fair enough. Breeder, another $600 for my sugar glider. Should be here in a week or two. Aww. Make sure you share lots of pictures of them. They're adorable. I love sugar gliders. Someone in a forum or Facebook asked the T-45 developer about the flight model and they actually listed the pros and cons of their own product. That's always good. That's always a sign that you might actually be able to trust a dev when they actually list pros and cons. In this, like, I've had mixed experiences with the flight model. So, the F-104, for instance, it feels okay, but there's some things about it that I'm not sure about. Like, it feels really more twitchy than I expected. It's like twitchier than the fucking DCS MiG-21. But what really gets me with the F-104's flight model is the high-speed rolling behavior. It's like it ratchets around, like it's going, oh, I'm too fast for the sim, and it can't keep up with it, like a stack overflow or something. So that probably needs looking at. I don't know if that's just MSFS. Well, no, MSFS can support high rates of roll because it has fucking aerobatic planes. So it's probably just a glitch in the F-104 flight model. The 247 flight model feels fucking beautiful. A lot of the Coronado stuff, like I've heard criticism leveled against Coronado for all their stuff's basically copy paste the same. The flight models seem believable. I don't know the performance for a fucking 337 versus a Piper Arrow. I can't tell you the difference. They're like civvy planes are generally the same to me. Obviously, this 337's a bit special, but they feel believable. They look good. They sound good. Like, they fly pretty nicely. I'm pretty happy with their stuff. Like, it might not be exact. If you fly a 337 in real life, you might be able to say, oh, well, this is wrong, this is not modeled correctly, whatever. And that's good. That's good input to have. But for me, because I don't have that point of reference, it feels good. Feels like what I'd expect. Some of the other stuff, like the Local Legends Junkers 52, like the Sobo one that they did, it looks beautiful. It sounds pretty decent. The props need some work though, like the prop visuals on the Local Legends planes need work. And it generally handles okay, but it takes off and lands inside its own asshole if you have the flaps down. So something's fucky with the flaps. It's like they turn it into a UFO. What else have I spent a lot of time flying? The Flying Iron Spitfire, as I've said, I don't think it's draggy enough. It feels like it's a chore to get it into landing, because it won't get rid of the speed. Even in full dirty landing configuration, it just doesn't get rid of the speed. Is that because I'm approaching steeper in MSFS than I do in DCS without realizing it? Maybe. Is it because the drag's modeled wrong? Maybe. I don't know. I don't have debug tools, and I don't have the time to really sit down with the charts and go over every single fucking plane to double check it. And I am also not a disciplined enough pilot to really say, oh, well, no, this glide slope is exactly fucking whatever amount of degrees. It can't be me, it has to be the plane. I'm not that accurate. You guys have seen me fly, I'm all over the fucking place. But generally speaking, most of the stuff I've actually bought, I'm pretty happy with the flight performance of. If not completely, then at least most of the time. There are certain things I've bought that if you do something particular with it, it feels like it just kind of breaks down. But you get that in DCS too. That happens in DCS with a couple modules. If you feed in the correct sequence of moronic stick inputs, you can get the Tomcat to do some really bizarre shit. But I would say the Tomcat has one of the best flight models in DCS, so, you know, you can only do so much, really. You can only do so much. Sounds like A2A is more focused on those sweet government contracts. Can't blame him. Yeah, I can't either, to be fair. Have the Grob G109. I've been meaning to buy that for like 6 months, and I keep fucking forgetting. The little chat we had about what ADHD makes you do, that's it. I've had literally, I just realized now, I've had a tab open on my browser to buy that fucking plane for 6 months. And I forgot it was there. So this is going to take a while to load. As I was saying earlier, I do have add-on linker, but I rapidly realized add-on linker is mostly useful if you know where you're going to be flying and what in. I don't. I launch the sim and I'm like, where am I going to fly today? And just spin the globe until it stops and then hit something. So add-on linker is kind of useless for that because I need all of my mods running at all times in case I decide, like, oh, I'm gonna go fly in the Himalayas today in a Junkers 52. Or, oh, I'm gonna fly in the western deserts of North Africa today in a DC-6. Like, there's not much point to me using add-on linker because I will inevitably have to restart the sim when I change my mind about where I want to fly. So I'm just going to have to put up with 40-minute load times in the meantime. Like I said, though, a couple of versions of MSFS ago, like a couple sim updates ago, I had like 5-minute load times with almost as many mods installed. Like, I have installed a lot of shit recently, but for a while, it went from 40 minutes to 5 minutes. And then the next sim update, it went back up to 40 minutes, and it's been there ever since. So I don't know what they did, but they must have changed the way the game loads assets, and it seriously improved my situation for like a month. I just can't get over how good this sim looks. Like, I really can't. Although something, I did speak about this a couple streams ago, something I am hoping they'll do is the cloud lighting. So the cloud lighting here, this is a single layer of clouds. This looks fucking photorealistic, right? This looks like real clouds. If there's another layer of clouds above them, it casts like grayish black shadows on them instead of blue. It makes them look like fucking popcorn, like the, you know, the ceiling concrete, the popcorn concrete shit, acoustic popcorn. I've got it here. Same shit. It looks like that. It looks like acoustic popcorn. It doesn't look like clouds. And I hope they fix that. It's not even a big change. All you have to do is change the like depth of the shadow a bit and change it to blue instead of grey. Problem solved. Fucked up my FSX SE by installing some third-party airport and can't revert it. Forever fucked. Oh, I hate when that happens. There's like a whole bunch of games where I modded them until they broke. And it's like, I really want to play this again, but the only way to play it again is to uninstall the game and start from scratch and then reinstall my mods one at a time until I figure out which one broke it. And it's just like, oh, there are not enough hours in a human fucking lifespan to do that. Like, it kills me, because some of my favorite games that's happened to. I have not played Fallout New Vegas for like, I don't know, 8 years at this point. Something like that, because I broke the game and I cannot figure out which mod did it, and I would have to do it, like, I'd have to wipe it completely from my PC. Totally zero it out. Like, I had the same thing happen with Fallout 4, and I reinstalled Fallout 4 and it broke again. So, like, something there is in need of wiping, but, especially for the games that I mod as well, like, a lot of my working folders for my own mods are in with everything else, so it's like, oh no. And to make things worse, one of my external drives, I don't even know where I fucking put it, I think it's over there. One of my external drives shat itself on me like 2-3 years ago. This is probably part of the reason I've mostly been playing DCS. That was the one that had all my mods downloaded on it. That was like my overflow drive where almost all of my mods were downloaded to. So if I did reinstall the game, I'd just extract everything from that drive and I'm good to go. Problem is, its master file table shat the bed. Now, that is recoverable. I've had to recover a lot of hard drives that happened on. I'm quite good at it now, right? I've had a lot of practice, but there's so little available space left on that drive that my usual lazy way of doing it through check disk doesn't work, because it doesn't have enough space to write the corrections to the fucking file table. So I don't know how to fix it without taking it to someone and getting ripped off. I don't know how to fix it unless I can image that drive to a larger hard drive, but then it's like, it's corrupted, so is that gonna, like, is that gonna work? I don't know. I'm not that good with computers. I can fix my own shit usually, but I'm not that advanced. So I think that's gonna be a rainy day, well, it's been a rainy day project for like 3 years, but I've forgotten to do it. But yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out if I can image it to a bigger drive maybe and get it to work that way or something, just to get the data off of it, so I can finally reinstall a bunch of games. Boot up everything shows as water. Something's written in the registry even with a new system and SSD. A new system, it shouldn't be. Like, if it's been totally fucking wiped, it really shouldn't carry across. I mean, my registry is a fucking mess because I just install over the same shit constantly. There was a running joke that Beepski Mark 1, my old PC when I first started streaming, Beepski Mark 1 was the digital equivalent of a Somali pirate skiff. Because a number of times I had installed things over the top of a previous install without wiping it first. The number of times I'd copied something from a full hard drive to another hard drive, like I don't back things up the way you're supposed to back things up, apparently. I just copy paste shit. I don't care. It usually works, but on occasion I may have been known to do that with my entire operating system. Like when my OS drive filled up completely, I just went, she'll be right, copy pasted the whole fucking thing to the new bigger drive, and then just ran a repair on it. So my Windows 7 install on Beepski Mark 1 was going fucking like Skynet on me. I think that's probably where half my issues came from, is that Windows install was so fucking munted. I think the last time I'd actually installed it was when I first installed Windows 7 in like fucking 2010? I think, no, 2009 was when I first installed it. It was a fucking release client. I got a fucking Windows 7 release client off a friend that worked at Microsoft. And I just updated and reinstalled over the top of that, as you do. So, it is a loading screen. So when I went to upgrade to Windows 10 on Beepski Mark 2, because you got to remember Beepski Mark 2 inherited a lot of shit from Beepski Mark 1. I was like, fuck, I can't use I can't just upgrade my Windows. I have to do a clean install on a new drive, because my release client version of Windows 7, which was, which I never bothered to upgrade to the commercial version because, hey, my friend at Microsoft got me it. Why spend money when I can just do this? I missed all the accessibility shit where you could get Windows 10 upgrades for free and it would be like an actual upgrade, not the Activate Windows shit. Missed out on all of that because I was so stubborn in not upgrading from Windows 7. I still kind of miss Windows 7. It was such a good OS. But yeah, I waited too long, and it's like, oh fuck, now I actually can't, because the release client product key is like 2 or 4 characters shorter than a fucking retail one. And so I couldn't plug in my fucking key for it because it was just like, this is not a recognized version of Windows. Like, fuck. So I had to actually buy Windows 10. But yeah, this is a loading screen because it's trying to load like an ungodly amount of fucking custom scenery and aircraft and all sorts of fun stuff. Having I forgot how beautiful. I have that all the time in Misfits. I honestly have that all the time in Misfits. Like, that's part of the reason I can't take fucking Hoggit seriously with its I forgot shit. Like, really? You forgot how beautiful DCS is? This is a fucking loading screen, which is literally just a screenshot of the game. This isn't a pre-render, this is a fucking screenshot of the game as a loading screen. Like, DCS has its moments. Don't get me wrong, right? Do not get me wrong. DCS has its moments. But things that look good in DCS. The plane. The pilot in Raspberry products. The Vigan pilot looks pretty good too, although I wish fucking Heatblur would use like more sane texture resolutions. So the plane, the internal cockpit pilot model, and usually the cockpit itself, and maybe the night lighting. That's about it. DCS clouds. Misfits clouds look better at the moment. I mean, they might improve them, but at the moment they look better in this. The terrain, fucking forget it. Like, I don't know, dude. DKS, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the loading screen. DCS doesn't look bad, it just... Like, the fucking fetishization of Tomcat screenshots with some clouds and a sunset is just like, bro, grow up. And I'm the kind of person that takes, like, I just basically hold down the screenshot key when I'm playing a game, right? Like, for some reason, like, I have this compulsive archivist nature where I have to screenshot everything I'm doing. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's probably so I can jog my own memory about shit that I've been doing way out in the future, because I have no sense of time. Person with ADHD has no sense of time, imagine my shock. I have no sense of time, and so I reference back to what I was doing, or what I was playing, or what music I was listening to, or whatever, to figure out what happened at a certain time period, because that's the only kind of concrete reference I have temporally. So I just screenshot the fuck out of shit. So like, don't get me wrong, I have like 20,000 DCS screenshots, and most of them are just my plane and some clouds, but I'm not going on Reddit and being like, I forgot how beautiful this game could be, here's the Tomcat tax. Like, really? And then they ban people for fucking memes? Are you, like, come on, man. So, soon, we should see a couple panels pop up announcing the features of the latest sim update. That's when we got about 2 minutes left to go on the loading screen. I suppose the nice thing about MSFS streams is it means I have at least 40 minutes of just chatting content. Something you might be interested in when it comes out. I'm going to open that on my phone so as not to fuck myself with all my browser tabs opening at once. But let me have a look at this. Join us on Yuri's Night, Monday, April 12th. Oh, right, for the game. Because they're going to say it's been Yuri's Night already. Didn't they try and cancel Yuri's Night? Because, you know, let's just shit on the achievements of a completely different country because of what Russia's doing. Vostok for re-entry. Developing the true scale system for re-entry had to start somewhere. Shit, dude. Fuck yeah. Cheers for the link. I'm going to have to check that out after the stream. That looks fucking awesome. That looks fucking awesome, dude. Thank you for that. 104th bullet game? It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh man, I'm not sure what the deal is with KSP2. I haven't really been following it because of all the drama, and I've been trying not to hype myself because I've learned many times that hype is the path to disappointment. But isn't KSP2 supposed to have like multiplayer? Because like the first thing that ever happened in KSP, like KSP was in fucking... It had just happened. It had just been fucking early access released. And the first thing me and a friend did is we got into an arms race. I was the first to build a functional ICBM, but he had a lot more bombers than I did. Imagine, like, KSP2 multiplayer with maybe better support for aircraft vanilla, so we don't have to deal with Ferrum and its occasional jankiness. Oh my god, I'm gonna build so many beautiful delta-winged bombers. It's gonna be wonderful. I spend more time in KSP building planes than rockets. Like, not that I don't like rocketry, I'm just bad at it, so I build planes instead. There we go. We should be loading in pretty shortly here. I have not seen any of this new scenery. I should probably check it out sometime. It looks quite nice. KSP's too advanced for my little brain. It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. If I can do it, anyone can. What are you doing awake still? Zwipe, it's fucking 4 in the afternoon. My guy, it's 4 in the fucking afternoon here. What do you mean, what am I doing still awake? I've only been awake for... 9 hours. No. Yeah, 9 hours. Look, just because our civilized states have daylight savings, okay? Honestly, though, it's a pain in the ass. We come out of it right as Europe goes into it. Well, not right as. Within like 2 weeks of when Europe goes into it. So it fucks up my timeline completely because there's an hour shift as they go in, or sorry, as they come out of it, and then a couple weeks, and then another hour shift as we go into it. So it's very discombobulating. So we'll load up the 104 again from Tbilisi, same thing, same time. We'll set it around evening, sundown, and we'll do a high altitude run. Like I said, the 104 will cruise at 50,000 feet quite happily. It's not difficult to get it up there. We can get it higher though. We can get it higher quite a bit. So let's pop down to Tbilisi. I'm not going to start the aircraft up again, because I had it running already. I just hot fueled it, so we'll just fucking do this one, spawn in at the end of the runway. We'll leave it as real, or like live weather. We'll set it to, what's it, about 720 something, I think I had it. 730-ish. Oh, no, not there. I want to go from end of the runway. Yes, that gonna work, please? This is a screenshot. This is a loading screen. Screenshot. It's all screenshots. Every loading screen in this game. Like, sure, they go to a place that looks particularly nice and screenshot it. They don't go to somewhere where it's the arse end of nowhere and the texture resolution's bad and the auto-gen put monoliths, but still, this is normal scenery in this game. Seen any wildlife? I've come across birds. I've seen a couple bears, and I think some deer, but I haven't gone actively looking for them, really. We'll actually set the time. You know what? No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it as it is, because it should get dark while we're in the air. What is the aircraft bitching about? Gens might need a reset. They do. Reset gens. We need all that shit on. I don't think hypoxia is modeled in this yet, but I don't really want to fuck around and find out. We'll get the INS going, because that was off. Get the lights going. Get the nav lights on. Steady, dim, beacon on. Tip tanks. Selected tank empty because I forgot to set my takeoff shit. Oh, didn't even put the tip tanks on. There we go. Load full fuel. There we go. And that should be it. We don't need to change anything else. We don't need to call for the EPU because we're already started. I need to move my camera up slightly. Right about there, I think, is good. Get rid of that master caution. No. What is it bitching about? Autopilot, INS. Right. Need to actually align it. Go ahead and put the cockpit temperature on warm, auto, flying suit, heater on, pitot probe on. We don't need the anti-ice for the engine duct. There we go, that's aligned. Cautions go out. Flaps are already at takeoff. We'll give her a little bit of back trim. Landing lights, they can stay on, since we're going to need them when we do come into land. Okay. Yeah, it would. It would, Sarah. We were having a bit of a discussion about it earlier, actually. Forgot to set my speed index. I don't really need it. It's going to rotate around probably 170-ish. And wheels up. Flaps up. Just recenter my tracker. I feel like I'm kind of... Oh, I am sitting really low in the cockpit. What the fuck? I feel like the seat moves when the gear comes up. I think that's actually a thing that they modeled. I don't know if the real aircraft does that, but it feels like the module definitely does.
Canadian Air Force 953, you're leaving my
Oh.
airspace. Frequency change approved.
Yeah.
Tbilisi Tower, Canadian Air Force
F104G.
953 to frequency change.
So let's go external view. Like I said, the afterburner looks a lot better at night. You get that lovely purple streak. And there's Tbilisi behind us. New highway they're building or something down there. We're gonna pick up some speed. We're just about... We are supersonic actually, we're doing 1.0 I think. So we're gonna start climbing. We're heading more or less north. Yeah, Norway operated the 104. They were one of the operators who actually didn't have very many incidents with it. No skill issues there, apparently. I'm not really flying an optimal climb profile here. I could, but I kind of can't be asked, and I can't remember the parameters for it. So we'll climb about 0.8-ish. Like I said, it has pretty much no trouble getting up to 50,000 feet and cruising up there. It's just, if you want to go for the really high up shit. So what we'll actually do is we will actually tune into this. We'll deal with the headache of ATC. Because we can use that to find some stuff. 24,500 feet already. Now 26.5.
Canadian Air Force 953 to Tbilisi Center. Squawk 2337.
Now there is no separate transponder in this, so it's just set automatically, I think.
Squawk 2337, Canadian Air Force 90532.
Canadian Air Force 90532 radar contact 14 miles northeast of
Oh,
Uniform
no,
Alpha
I don't want that.
level 2905. Cleared through the Charlie airspace.
Hey, Lumber. Okay.
Cleared through the Charlie airspace, Canadian Air Force 90532.
So I've actually backed off the climb rate a bit, and we're just, we're vibing at 32,000 feet. And about Mach 0.9-ish. Canadian Snowbirds just returned to Comox the other day. One of the spare aircraft had an engine fire. Oh, shit. Well, at least they got there safely. I did a flight out of Comox in this just the other day in the sim. Went from Comox down to Seattle. We're getting pushed around a little by the wind up here. The air currents over the mountains are gonna fuck with us a little. Even at this altitude. Like I said, we're not doing the most efficient climb profile for this, but it doesn't really matter. And we're at 38,000, still climbing. So that was the role everyone seems to remember it for, but it was not an interceptor, it was a fucking air superiority fighter. It was used to fill a gap for Air Defense Command in the US while they waited for the F-102 and F-106 to enter service, and it was used as an interceptor, and it fucking sucked at it because, wouldn't you know it, air superiority fighters of the Cold War and interceptors of the Cold War are two very different things. So the 104 was mostly used either as air superiority or as multi-role. Pretty much all the European operators used it as multi-role. The Canadians used it as a nuclear strike aircraft. They didn't even use it as a fighter, they used it for nuclear strike. But yeah, it was not a good... It wasn't an interceptor to begin with, but it was not good at the role when it was shoehorned into it either. Oh, it's very pretty. It's fucking gorgeous. Absolutely fucking gorgeous. If you do get it, you don't need to splash out on the most expensive edition to get the most out of it. The vanilla planes are not really... Some of them are good, but most of them aren't really that fantastic, especially like the airliner stuff. And a lot of the airports you can get free or cheap scenery for anyway. So I would not necessarily recommend getting the expensive version of the game. Just get the normie one and then just go from there. There's so much free scenery, so many free mods.
Going to 122.3 Canadian
I've got the shits with this. I can't be bothered speaking to ATC anymore. We can look. Put it this way: we can trust the altimeter in this because unlike DCS, it won't misread at high altitude. So that altimeter, what it says we are, is what we are. There's Mount Elbrus over there. That taller peak, that's Mount Elbrus. Still got a little bit of fuel left in the tip tank. So we're up at 45,000 feet here in a sec. 44,900. 45. We're going to... Oh, hello. We are now over southern Russia. Bit different from DCS, huh? So we're going to dive to pick up speed. I don't remember how much speed the wing tanks are rated for, but I know they're rated for supersonic anyway. There's Mark 1.2. Yeah. Well, we were going around spotting SAM sites and radar sites earlier on the global map, so... Wing tanks are nearly empty, so I'm going to go ahead and flip that through to tip tanks. I'm going to select them on the armament panel. We're climbing already. We're doing about 1.4. Which is a bit of a handful, because we've got some clearer turbulence up here. And also just the jet's kind of twitchy, like I alluded to before. Okay, the tip tanks are close enough for empty, close enough to empty, we're going to call them. Done. They don't jettison like you would expect, they just despawn. It's a city sim, so it lacks a lot of features like that. But we are now on internal fuel. We're going to go ahead and flip that switch so it doesn't tell us the tip tanks are empty because the tip tanks aren't even on. Hello? Click zones are a little awkward sometimes. There we go. Whoa, the roll rate up here is a bit high. Yeah, this aircraft is third party. This is made by SimSkunk Works. It's like, what is it? It's not super expensive. I think it's like 20 euro or something. I don't remember off the top of my head. There's 1.7. Don't want to climb too much. What we're going to do is we're going to turn west-ish, like northwest, just to head back onto the area covered by the DCS map so we can do a comparison. Once we come back down from our high-speed run. Is there a MiG-21? Not yet. There's one being worked on, but I'm kind of... it looks like they're doing a lot of stuff with it in terms of weapons it can carry that it shouldn't have, so I'm not sure the systems modeling is going to be there if they've got, you know, fucking R-27s and shit on it. Slow lights come on, which means that the engine inlets are getting very hot. That's the limiting speed factor on the F-104 is the engine air inlet temperature. You don't want superheated air going into the compressor face. That is not good for the engine. We're going to ride the slow light until we're just over 2.0. And we're going to climb up. We're actually going to go back into a climb. So I want to get us up to about 50,000 and then climb from there. So we'll try and maintain about Mach 1.9, Mach 2. coming up on 50,000. So we would be back over the DCS map now, I think, but that was Chechnya we flew over before. So yeah, that could have been a little spicy. 51,000. Okay, let's level off and let the speed build back up for a moment. The aircraft has a bit of a roll tendency on her at the moment, probably because of the wind. And at high Mach numbers, the aircraft is not the most stable thing on Earth. Kind of like the DCS Tomcat, when you get up around Mach 2, she starts trying to roll away from you. I wouldn't be surprised to find a MiG-23 doing something similar, or searching with its nose. Probably searching with its nose, because directional stability is its issue at high Mach numbers. Okay, so we're 51,250 feet. And the slow lights just blinked back on, so that means we're going to... watching the AOA, because it is a starfighter. We don't want to pull too hard, but we're going to go uppies. How's the afterburner look this fast? Like a long fucking purple streak. Okay, I want more than 30 degrees of climb, but I also don't want to fucking stall the aircraft and go into pitch up. I'll try and get her up to about 50. 45 degrees maybe. Yeah, we'll call it 45 is pretty good. I can do an active pause at the top of climb as well. So we can do that. Oh, there goes the stick shaker. She's warning me it's time to start pitching down. There goes top of climb. Let's go external view. There is a contrail up here. The cons are kind of janky in the sim. They display at altitudes you would not expect to see them, to be honest. By the way, round. Look at how round, unlike DCS. Actually aglow. Let's go back to the cockpit. What is our altitude? Well, my friends, our altitude is 93,100 feet is the top of our climb. 93,100. I've had it higher, but I'll call that good enough for now. Now, the engine didn't flame out at this altitude. We didn't have any fucky stuff with that, which it probably should have, but I'm not sure if the devs that made this module expected any lunatics like me to take this thing up to nearly 100,000 feet, so it's excusable, but I hope they do fix it in the future. We're going to... Probably shouldn't have come out of burner at this altitude anyway, but we're going to come out of burner and just cruise down, picking up speed in the dive. Behold flat earthers, yeah. This doesn't just have ice on the canopies wipe, this has ice on the airframe. If you fly through a cloud in icing conditions, you'll see ice on the airframe, and it will affect the flight model. Need some more nose down trim. I've still got to trim most of the way up from that zoom climb. So that's Mount Elbrus there, that taller peak. So Nulchik should actually be off our left wing somewhere. I would say it's definitely worth getting. Like, and this is the kind of speech I've got. I'm doing Mark 1.2 and I'm throttled back out of burner. In fact, I'm throttled back to 90%. Holy shit, because I'm still so high up. This is a speech I've done before, is it the best, oh my god, amazing, most realistic, perfect sim out there? Maybe not. Maybe X-Plane or P3D with the right add-ons, the right $30,000 worth of add-ons would be better. But you know what? For like a sane price that a normal human being can afford, especially a human being who has other hobbies besides civvy flight sims, like combat flight sims for instance, you will not do better than this sim. Like, it just has the best value, everything you need, it comes with out of the box. Unlike the other sims where you need to spend money to get decent scenery, you need to spend money to get decent weather, whatever. This comes with all of that right out of the box. Hey Fabiel! Welcome to the stream. Now, one thing I will say is the evening lighting's making it kind of hard to discern where I am. I know I'm near Nulchik, but I'm not sure exactly where Nulchik is in relation to me. See the sun hitting the fucking erosion channels in that bulker? It looks fucking awesome. We've done a flight, it was a couple weeks ago, but Polar had me do a flight around Norway in the F-35. So I mostly stream DCS, Digital Combat Simulator, so you'll see me in jets of this vintage, but in combat. But I also do enjoy MSFS. I play some other stuff too, but this is chiefly a combat flight simulator kind of stream. The F-35's okay. I would not say it's like a real F-35. The flight model is... the flight model itself might not be... well, no, the high alpha handling is. Look, put it this way. It has some okay systems modeling. It looks alright. It sounds decent. Maybe pick it up on sale or something. It's not bad, but it's obviously not going to be, like, 100% realistic. Please explain me how this works. In what sense? In the sense of how the sim works, or how this plane works? This is an F-104 Starfighter. It's pretty simple as far as supersonic jets go. I think that might be Buxon beneath me. If that is Buxon, it means Nulchik is the next valley over. To the west. Or to the east, correction. I think that is Buxon. So we'll just head this way and we should hopefully find Nulchik. Or if we don't find Nulchik, we'll find Vladikavkaz. And Vladikavkaz has Beslan Airport we can land at. Although I think Beslan, as we have it in DCS, is not actually modelled in the sim. There's a version of it available in the marketplace in-game. I don't remember which third party. It's India Fox Echo, I think, so if you go to their site, you can get it there. Yeah, it is. It's India Fox Echo. So you can buy it from their website, or you can just buy it in the sim from there. That's an airfield under construction, I think, right there. Looks like one. I think this might maybe be Vladikavkaz? No, surely not. It's bigger than that. Let me just use the cheater map here. We'll cheat. And it's not going to show up any airfield names. Tbilisi is like there. That's Tbilisi. So that should be Vladikavkaz, I think, off the nose. Grozny is there. Yeah, okay. So we're not at Nalchik yet, I don't think. How long have I been playing this game? I've been playing Microsoft Flight Simulator for about a year, I think. A year or a year and a half, something like that. So not very long. I've been playing Flight Simulator since I was 10 years old, though. And I have about 50 hours of real-life flying. Not in jets, just on light sport aircraft. Also open the AT... Yeah, I could do that. That would be the big brain solution. This is Nalchik. Pretty sure. Yep, there's the runway. This is Nalchik right here. See, I'm pretty close. I'm pretty accurate with my navigation. Do you have your PPL? No. So I wasn't going for a PPL. I was going for a recreational license, which is light sport aircraft only, not GA. It's a little cheaper and a little easier to get than a PPL here. And I was thinking maybe then, depending on where my life's at, money-wise or time-wise, I could go for a PPL from there. But I haven't actually finished it yet, because real life, so to speak, intervened. I haven't flown for about 4 years, so I'm not even close to current. I would need to pretty much start over. But for the 50 or so hours I was flying, I was doing pretty well with it. I was pretty happy with it. The biggest challenge for me is just remembering all the theory and getting the fucking exams knocked over. But PPL is private pilot's license. So that's like what you get if you want to buy a Cessna and fly around. How much fuel do we have left? Oh, we got plenty. We got plenty of fuel left. We could go to Minvodi from here. In fact, I can fucking see Minvodi from here. Holy shit. That's it right there. There's, like, that cluster of hills, that's Minvodi. Oh man, that's cool. That is cool. So again, the biggest failing DCS has, obviously this scenery is a bit more up-to-date than DCS Caucasus, which seems to largely be based on the 1980s or 1990s. 90s makes sense, because that's when Flaming Cliffs was set. But the rivers, like, the rivers have actual winds and bends and silt deposits and stuff. Like, look, silt doesn't exist in DCS. Like, the map has geographical and geological features that don't exist in DCS maps. Any DCS maps. That is what I want in DCS. Actual, like, believable scenery that looks like somewhere in real life. Yeah, recreational's daylight VFR only. And not into controlled airspace. Although they were trying to get that changed, I'm not sure if that went through. And a 600 kilogram max takeoff weight limit, which they were also trying to get increased to, I believe, 760 or something like that, 760 or 780. I don't know if either of those changes ended up happening, but that's what they were trying to push for when I was flying. See, like, the flying part for me is easy. It sounds a bit pretentious, but it does come naturally to me. I'm more comfortable in the air flying than I am on the ground. And I'm certainly a lot more comfortable flying a plane than I am driving a car. But the hardest part for even recreational, let alone PPL or commercial, is just remembering the theory. remembering your comms, not fucking choking when you key up the mic, you know, remembering where where you can and can't go based on airspace classifications. It's pretty much all that. The actual, like, mechanical skill of flying is easy. Easy. About how long this flight takes? We've been flying this flight for probably 20 or 30 minutes, not that long. Yeah, it does take a lot of studying, and unfortunately study is something I am currently basically incapable of doing. So hopefully once I get my ADHD meds and I can actually think straight like a fucking normal person, I'll be able to get back on top of it and finally knock over the last 2 exams I think it was I had left, human factors and the actual, like, the big boy fucking basic aeronautical knowledge one. And then once I get those knocked over, I can just refresh myself on how to actually fly since I haven't done it for so long, and then do my check ride. And then from there work on navigation. I've already got my passenger endorsement, as long as I get the rest, because like where I was learning to fly, they just fold the passenger endorsement into solo time. Oh, I have no doubts the flying will come back. It's the study side that has me a little more concerned. Like I said, I'm more comfortable in a plane flying than I am on the ground, so I have no concerns about the flying coming back. How much you paid for this and the stuff I have in my head? Okay, for this game, just the basic game was, what, like $50 or $80 US or something. For all the planes I have in the game, probably a couple hundred, but I have a bunch of different planes for it, because you buy each plane separately, because each plane is, it's like a study level sim. Everything in the plane works the way it's supposed to, so it's really detailed. So it takes almost as long to develop one plane for this as it would for, you know, a first-person shooter to be developed. Then my throttle and stick and all of that probably cost me about $1,000 for the throttle, stick, rudder pedals. This cost about $150, and this just lets me, it's a track IR, so next to my webcam there's another camera that looks for these 3 lights, and it uses where those are to figure out where I'm looking, so I don't need to move my camera around in game, I just move my head, and it looks where I'm looking. So it's a very expensive hobby, but I've been playing flight sims for so long that it's worth the investment. Like, this is the main thing I do now for entertainment. So this is Minvodi. The lights are coming on. There's Mount Elbrus over there. About 2,000 pounds of fuel left. Yeah, 2,000 pounds. Yeah, that's what I did for some of mine, is I'd write down what I was going to say, and then just change what was needed. But because recreational aviation here couldn't fly in controlled airspace, I didn't have to worry about talking to ATC. I only just spoke on the local traffic frequency. How many hours do you spend a day on this hobby? I don't play it every day, but like usually when I do play it, I play it for 5 or 6 hours. So per day it would probably average to, I don't know, like an hour to 2 hours every day if you average it over the week. OnlyFans 1-1 ready for departure. Just simple stuff. Bathurst traffic, Jabiru 8755. Doing whatever the fuck, you know. Pretty much pattern calls, departure calls, and then inbound calls whenever I went out to the training area. Well, I'm probably going to end the stream once I land this, because I've been streaming for nearly 10 hours again today, which I didn't intend on doing, and I'm also getting a very dry throat. I'm going to lose my voice if I'm not careful. So I'm going to just set this thing down. We do have 2,000 pounds of fuel left. I almost want to go for my cop. What do we reckon, chat? Do we... Yeah, fuck it. Let's go for the sunset. Let's head to my cop. I'm going to pick up some more altitude, though, just to get the better fuel economy. And we'll head out there. We should make it. I think we should make it. I'm pretty sure we got enough fuel. It should be properly dark by the time we're getting ready to land there as well. No worries. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Too many Airbus pilots in the community, they've corrupted us. I mean, technically, if you're in an Airbus, aren't you just a driver? Or like a systems manager or something? Overseer? Airbus overseer? Just twiddle a couple knobs and the plane does everything for you? I know there's more to it than that. Please don't kill me. It's funny though, like I've been watching a fair few of CCM's streams recently because he's usually streaming when I have nothing to do in the afternoon, and I enjoy swinging by and hanging out with this community. They're very chill. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and give them a shout out. And hope I didn't typo his name as I reach over my HOTAS to type. Anyway, I've been catching a fair few of his streams lately, and the topic of Airbus pilots has come up a few times, namely how certain developers, shall we say, in MSFS, certain developers have skimped on actually making good products with believable physics-obeying flight models and proper systems modeling, because the CiviSim community, and this is something I've long bitched about with CiviSims, this is partly the reason I really didn't get into them until MSFS came out. A lot of that community doesn't actually care if the aircraft flies right. They don't actually care if the systems are right. The only thing they care about is that the autopilot works. Because they want to LARP as an airline pilot. I'm just gonna... Speaking of autopilot, I'm gonna be fucking lazy and use it myself. No, not the Mark Hold. We don't want the Mark Hold. We want that. And we want... Hello? Heading hold? No, she ain't gonna do it. She's holding anyway. They only care that they can do... You know, basically, the airline pilot LARP experience, where they do a bunch of ground setup, set the plane up, take off, connect the autopilot, piss off and watch YouTube or just fuck around for the next 5 hours, occasionally make a radio call on BatSim, and then, you know, at top of descent, they'll start descending the plane and go to land. And, like, they will lose their shit if the plane is not capable of telling them when their top of descent is, and they actually have to fucking calculate it with maths, like an actual pilot. Not that there's anything wrong with that kind of thing. If you want to fly tubes and you want to just slap it on autopilot and go jerk off for 5 hours, power to you, dude. Go for it. But when parts of the community use their desire for that to gloss over or ignore broken flight models or things just generally not working the way they should, it's kind of a big problem. Kind of a big problem. Kind of like when DCS players do the same thing by saying, oh no, this plane's supposed to do that. Look at the charts. No, it's not. You know, the idea that planes have fucking perks, like it's fucking Fortnite or some shit. DCS players are really bad with that. But CiviSimmers do it too, except they do it with, oh, the autopilot doesn't work properly. Fuck the flight model, drop everything you're doing, and fix my fucking autopilot. The Concord... Oh. don't buy anything from DC Designs. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Like, I've already got myself off the Christmas card list of at least one DCS dev. I'm gonna do it for MSFS too. Do not buy anything from DC Designs. Don't buy anything from SC Designs. Bredoc 3D, I would recommend not buying anything from what I've seen of their stuff. Maybe they do okay with airliners, but I doubt it, because they certainly don't fucking do okay with military aircraft. Yeah. Fuck it. Let's just fucking send it. Caronado, I would buy things from. They seem to do pretty well. They have their lane. It's Piper Civi aircraft and the occasional Cessna, and they're pretty good at it. Fuck it, why not? I like their stuff. So Caronado is good. Wing 42 are gods. I will buy anything they sell. They could make a fucking paper plane. I would buy it. These guys, Sim Skunk Works. Like I said, there are some things about the Starfighter I'm kind of about, but they generally seem pretty good. I like these guys. I would say that they're worth buying stuff from. India Fox Deco, worth buying stuff from. Flying Iron, worth buying stuff from. Captain Sims, fuck no. Captain Sim are at the point where they are selling an external-only model of a Hercules, no cockpit, external-only model of a Hercules for like, what was it, fucking $30 or some shit? Fuck that. Shovelware and X-Plane. I don't know how their flight models are, because like I said, I'm a bit of the stereotypical, you know, they all look the same to me racist thing. That's me with Civi planes. They all look the same to me. The only one which doesn't is the 337. I cannot tell an Arrow from a Bonanza from a fucking anything else that looks even vaguely similar. And every high-wing Civi plane to me is a 172, a 152 or a 172, depending how big it is. So maybe their flight models are copy-paste, but for me, as somebody that doesn't own the real plane or fly the real plane, it's close enough, it's believable, and they look good and they sound good. So, I mean, maybe you can modify that if you own a Piper Arrow or a Cessna 337. Maybe then reconsider if you want to buy Caronado, but if you don't, and like you're not going to notice, then whatever. But yeah, like, the other thing is, the copy-pasting flight model thing, Iris did that with the Jabiru, and it took Rush doing a stream on it, because he's an instructor in them, to notice. I didn't notice it. I learned to fly in a fucking Jabiru 170D, and I did not notice they'd use the Jabiru 160 flight model for both of them. Probably because I didn't do any stalls or anything in it. And really the biggest difference is the 160's reference speeds are all slightly higher because it's got a shorter wing. But yeah, I didn't notice that. The biggest problem I have is when the flight model outright disobeys the laws of physics, or it's like really egregiously wrong. It doesn't have to be 100%. I prefer if it was 100%, but it doesn't have to be completely like autistically correct for me, alright? But if it's DCS, it does, because PvP is a thing in DCS, but in this, whatever. But just don't do the thing that, what was it, Airplane Heaven, I think, where they told a real DC-3 pilot to go fuck himself because they're building an experience, and pilots are too caught up on systems and not an experience, and they're not going to fucking model mixture, so like, get fucked. That's ridiculous. DCS module did you scrap from wishlist? Actually, the only DCS module I actively don't want at the moment is the Gazelle, and as soon as they fix that thing, if they fix that thing, I will want it, because I like the Gazelle as a helicopter, but it's broken to fuck 9 ways and back at the moment. That's the only thing in DCS I actively do not want that's actually officially released. Now, having said that, please don't buy me random modules. I can't guarantee I'll fly them, and I'll feel bad because I've wasted your money, basically. I've already got 2 modules that were bought for me that I never... No, more than 2 modules. Fuck, 4 modules that were bought for me, and one of them I've literally never even bound up. One of them I fly maybe once every 3 years for 10 minutes, and then 2 of them I fly probably every couple months, briefly. But yeah, like... Don't buy me stuff. Which for ones, the A10C that was bought for me when it released, I have never even bound the controls. I have no intention of learning it. It just doesn't interest me at all. The Car 50 I fly very rarely, not because I don't like it or I'm not interested, just because I never got round to learning it. It's a cool helicopter, maybe I will learn it one day, but not today. Maybe when Black Shark 3 hits, I'll be more interested in it. The Hornet, which was very kindly bought for me by Gordo. See, I will fly that, but I don't fly it often. Likewise, the F-16 was bought for me by a friend. I very rarely fly it. Phantom? No, the Phantom's very high up my wish list, as long as they fucking model it properly. I know Heat Blur can do really good flight models. I know they can do really good systems modeling, but I also know that they have a habit of plugging in some funky numbers to those flight models, and their planes disobey physics occasionally as a result. Vegan. Or Tomcat tanking 20 G pulls. It's minor stuff, but, you know, like I said, shit in, shit out. You can have the best flight model in the world, but if you tell it its drag value is half of what it should be, it's gonna go fucking Mach 1.5 on the deck. What a surprise. But I'm hoping they model the Phantom really well with all of its foibles and unpleasantries, just because I want to watch DCS players lose their shit trying to fucking learn it. I reckon the average DCS player is going to fucking hate the Phantom, and I am going to absolutely love it, because it's an interesting plane with character that takes skill to fly. Oh, hello, that looks remarkably like an ammunition dump down there, doesn't it, guys? Right there. We should be at or near my cop. The issue is just finding the runway before the engine finds an empty fuel tank. It's an old airfield down there. Oh, no, we're at Armavir. That's where we are. We're at Armavir, because there's the fucking over-the-horizon radar right there. Remember I pointed that out on the global map? This is Armavir. So that's the over-the-horizon fucking missile warning radar. So there should be an airbase literally under me. There it is. My copy is a little further that way, I believe. Sick. Oh, I forgot I had labels on. Don't worry, guys. You're never lost as long as you overfly some obscure Russian military installation, then I will know where we are exactly as soon as I see it. Anyway, we can land at Armavir, it's close enough. We're very low on fuel, so I'm going to cut the power right back. You can see the imagery for those fields was taken in winter. That's actually snow. That white stuff is snow. It's kind of color matched it to blend in with the summer colors of the rest of the scenery, but it hasn't quite pulled it off. Everyone thinks they're a fucking fighter jock, but most people in... I'm going to be real, I'm going to offend a lot of people here, but most DCS players, like the overwhelming majority of DCS players, are not and will never be fighter pilots. No amount of fucking watching tutorials or, you know, using fucking correct NATO brevity, like none of that's going to make them fighter pilots. They just don't have the fucking mechanical skill as pilots to fly that kind of aircraft. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's just like I'm never going to be a good ground attack pilot, right? Yeah, I really like the Coronado Skymaster. That's one of my low-key favorite planes in the sim. I fly it a lot. Maverick loves the Concorde. Maverick loves the X-Plane Concorde. I don't know if he's flown the fucking DC Designs one in Misfizz. If he likes that one, I'll be fucking stunned. Because Maverick, when I watched him, was all about the Concorde being correct down to every little detail and every system. And actually, like, flying it properly with skill. The DC Designs one is... it's not a Concorde. If you look at the aerodynamics, like the lift vector overlay, to show what the plane's actually doing in the sim, it's modeled as a highly swept wing with control surfaces on the leading edge and a separate tailplane. That's how the flight model for the fucking DC Designs Concorde is made. It's a joke. It's fucking terrible. We're a little fast. Well, we're a lot fast. Probably because I'm still in takeoff flap. There we go. Landing flaps out, speed bleeding off. We're going to push the revs back up so we don't drop out the sky. Remember, we've got blown flaps here, like a MiG-21. So we need power running through the engine to tap off that compressor bleed air for the flaps. We don't do that, we lose like half our lift. We pick up a lot of drag off the flaps, but very little lift if the engine's not blowing air over them. Yeah, basically a huge MiG-19, pretty much. We're going to land a little long here, so I'm going to come off the power a touch. We already have the air brakes out just to stop us from floating. Very little wind here. Straight down the runway as well, which is good. Okay. Come on. She doesn't quite want to settle. There we go. A little bit of aero braking. And drag chute. So the drag chute, when this initially released, or when the TF-104, I should say, initially released, was actually, and it was using an engine thrust reverser. So I saw a couple of reviews where people were like, why can I hear, why does it sound like the engine's revving up when the parachute goes out? It's because it was using it as a thrust reverser, but now it's actually modeled as a separate thing, which is cool. And my lights are on. They're just not very bright. Not very bright at all. Does the autopilot work? Probably fucking not. Nothing else on it seems to work. Oh man, look at the clouds. How do you think the A6 will do as a module? Will it lose hype after a month? It will separate the fucking men from the boys. That's what the A6 will do. I think the Phantom will be kind of like that too. It'll be like the Tomcat. Everyone likes the idea of the Tomcat, but very few DCS players actually have the fucking nuts to fly it. Fuck, even I barely fly it, but it's mostly out of lack of opportunity, because blue is always stacked, and I play PvP. But most DCS players were hyped as fuck about the F-14, and then the F-14 came out, and they realized that it takes actual talent to fly, and actual piloting knowledge. And they don't fly anymore. I think the A6 will be similar, but the people who do stick with the A6 are going to be really fucking good in it. Really, really good. It's, I mean, whatever, you know, you're going to lose people from a module who are like, oh, it's too hard, or oh, the hype's over, I'm going to go to the next new hot thing. Like, all the people that bought the Hind and were like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever, then the Apache came out and they forgot the Hind even exists. Those people, you're not going to keep them no matter what, and they're not going to be the people to look out for. The people to look out for are the fucking no-lifers with like 4,000 hours in one module, and it's a module nobody else likes. Those people are fucking scary, man. Like, when you encounter the man in the C-101 who fucking has 4,000 hours in that module alone, like Tim from Enigma server in the Huey. If you ever encounter a fucking Tim in the wild, like, God help your soul, because no one else will. Fucking Christ, man. I think we timed this perfectly. I think we timed this landing absolutely perfectly. Let's just pull off here. Yeah, you and Snock can fight for the title of 530 King. Let's creep it forwards a little. Okay. Let's go ahead and... that's for the fuel. My, it's getting a little dark in here, isn't it? I forgot to save that when I dropped the tanks, but whatever. Not a big deal. That's caged itself already. That's all set. We don't need to touch any of them. They're good as they are. Go ahead and turn the radio off. And then we can... It's already lifted through. I'll just leave the fucking instrument lights on, because I always use them anyway. This doesn't have state saving, it's just, you know, immersions. Hello? There we go. And once it fully spools down, we should lose the power. There we go. Oh, and the canopy likes to close when it sets into the turned off status for whatever reason. Let's get control of our camera here. I'll pause my track IR so that doesn't cause us any issues. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, right there. That's what I'm talking about. Alright guys, I'm gonna find someone to raid. With that beautiful sunset in the background. Let's see, who we got? I might drop you guys off over on Avoid Ralph's channel. I was watching him yesterday. He's flying the F-16 Sufa, which is the two-seater F-16 mod, the Israeli one. Quite interesting, and apparently is quite well synchronized over multiplayer, which I find astounding for a mod. I haven't tried it myself. You guys know the F-16, the modern one anyway, is not really my thing. There we go. Thank you all very much for watching, guys. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe. I will catch you tomorrow, probably, for some armor. I don't know how long tomorrow's stream's going to be, though. We might do a little bit of DCS after, or... We'll see. It probably won't be as long as today's stream was, either way. But enjoy, Ralph. I will catch you on the next one.